Okay.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble mind. Unscramble mind.
Peace, and love, everyone. Thank you guys for joining in. Today we have an exciting show planned. We are going to have BadHombre join us in a moment, and then we're going to talk about this new Color Purple movie. But I did want everybody to introduce themselves, so I'll start off. I'm Dulcinea.
I'm Sister Freedom.
I'm Yashiria Sakina Ra.
I'm Gemini the Goddess.
Blah, blah, blah. This Dots on the one, too, y'all. Happy Friday,
Yay.
cousins. Come on into the building.
Okay,
It's
girl.
always a
Well,
pleasure
I'm
being right. Well, today, before we get into the BadHombre situation, we did want to address. I was live with Chris Harris earlier, and I want to say too is that we're getting a lot of smoke, ladies. I don't know if y'all knew, but we did get a little bit of smoke from our friend Sabir Bey. He did address us and what was going on with the Taj Tariq Bey situation. I think there was a little bit of misunderstanding because of our people are a little feisty. They can be a little rowdy at times. But I think that was a great show. I think it showed out, and Taj was saying that he actually enjoyed being on the platform. He's definitely going to come back. So we definitely will address, though, a lot of people are calling us scrambled minds and not unscrambling minds and everything like that. But the main thing, and we keep emphasizing that our purpose of the show is not to be an echo chamber like everybody else's platform. Everybody else's platform, it's everybody thinks the same. You can't even come and address different things that are going on because they're going to be like, oh, well, we don't see it that way, or you're gonna have the people in the chat coming for you. But here we are not an echo chamber. We have a plethora of you wonderful subscribers, and we all think different. I know you guys always come for me and how I think, so that's what I love about us, that we all think different and we don't have the same pieces. But I did just want to clear up something with that was misrepresented in what I said earlier. People kept saying I was saying that I was a Neanderthal, or that I believe Homo sapiens are Neanderthals. So I'm just going to share this really quickly. I never said that Neanderthals or anything. It's just as far as the out of Africa theory. There's a theory as far as that the Homo sapiens all came out of Africa. But when you look into the actual DNA and with the multi-regional hypothesis, we see DNA for other human species that were all over the world. Now they're saying that all the species that were before it went extinct, and they're not explaining how some regions have more Neanderthal, some people have more Denisovan, and some of us are Homo sapien. My premise has always been that we don't actually acknowledge that we're different sets of this human species. We say we're all Homo sapien sapien as an umbrella classification, but to me, that doesn't make sense in a multi regional hypothesis where humans did develop all over the world and evolved all over the world.
Dulcinea, real quickly, just real quickly, y'all. I think all I don't know if you have. Were you planning on playing some of the like a few seconds of the clips to show the interaction, just so people kind of understand and have some context
Yeah, I can pull
to
that
what
up
you're
really
talking
quick. Let
about,
me do that.
especially where it gets to a level of disrespect or feeling as though being attacked from the side. So I think like playing a clip just so that everyone is a little bit more clear about where the conversation is going to go.
Yeah, and I want to say that I have no disrespect for Chris, and I thought it was good. Like I was telling Sister Freedom, I really feel like Chris what was more so on the topic when it comes to debating, and I do have a debate coming up with Lex, and I'm gonna show the clip before I say how I feel Lex will be. But I really feel like I got a lot more respect on Chris's platform than the respect I'm gonna get from Lex. And I could tell by even the way he was talking in the chat, like there's going to be a lack of respect that is coming from Lex.
It's unnecessary to be disrespectful. It's just information. Come on.
No, coming from Lex. We expect.
Yeah, what do you expect?
It's in his genes.
Are you pulling up the clip now?
Girl, to this damn head.
Wait a minute. Are you
What's wrong
saying
with
that
his head some damn time?
is in his genes?
Oh, what's
Yeah.
wrong with that?
Yeah,
Is those
I'm,
getting ready to
I'm
pull up
trying
the
to get it to
clip,
the part
guys?
now.
Scientific.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
It's science. It's a theory. We know it's scientific.
Y'all in the chat better
Okay,
not be.
y'all. Can I ask him? Okay, so after BadHombre builds his build, can I be the first person to ask the question?
Sure. Do you
Okay.
have I didn't know anything about the new movie though. I thought we
Well,
talking about
neither did I.
Dulcinea, are you getting ready to play a clip? Are you getting ready to
Yeah,
play
I'm presenting it now, and yeah, I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
That girl, Hallie, what's their last names? It's Hallie and Chloe. I don't know Bailey.
Oh
Oh,
no.
I didn't
Haley
know
and
it
yeah,
was
yeah.
Hallie Bailey that's in it.
Well,
Okay.
I still don't know how.
But I just don't see what the need to hurry up and want to play and talk about this. No, we didn't even talk about Tyrone. They cloned Tyrone. Why are we talking about this instead of that? I don't understand.
We can talk about who cloned Tyrone too, as far as
Yeah.
I think this came before. But what we're really going to talk about is that these men have a lot of smoke with both versions of the color purple. We'll go around too, because I want to see what you ladies like. Do you ladies like the color purple? Did you think that was a good movie? But we're going to talk about it in a second. But here's the clip of me kind of going over it.
I want you to tell me the clip.
Oh my gosh, he just trying to get us off so you can get you on.
No, I was just saying. He was just going.
No, she just asked her.
Yeah, to show the part.
Freedom, don't be trying to take up tonight on our Friday.
It says researchers have been hot on the trail for this the elusive Denisovans, a type of ancient humans known only by their DNA and thought to have lived across Asia. Now traces of them have turned up in an unexpected place, Spain. In a technical feat, researchers summarized the oldest human DNA yet, retrieving an almost complete mitochondrial genome from 300,000 to 400,000 year old sliver of human bone found in Spain's Atapuerca Mountains. To their surprise, this proto-Neanderthal yielded ancestral Denisovan DNA. 300,000 to 400,000 year old sliver of human bone.
We're going to bring up the full article here as you continue to read. And please show your inference where you're drawing your conclusion from. Read a source. But you're reading and reading. Let me
go specify what type of humans that we are, because we've lumped us all together now. The African or the American. And as far as this is why I say that we should not lump ourselves with the great apes. We shouldn't lump ourselves with the great apes because we have our own taxonomy through being Homo sapiens sapiens. And not all of us, in my belief, are Homo sapiens sapien because of the fact there were different species, different admixtures. And what we've done is we've just tied them all into one to be like we're under primates instead of us going in and seeing different classifications that we would be under human. So it doesn't stop the white person, the Asian person, the African, or the American from being human, but we don't actually specify what type of humans that we are because we've lumped us all together now.
Well, that was good.
So yeah, that was my point in saying it's right away. So yeah, I no way said that everybody's a Neanderthal or anything like that. I think there is one of us that is a Neanderthal, but I ain't gonna get into which one I think are Neanderthals, which one I think are more Denisovans or anything like that. But yeah, that's my pose on it. I know people think that we came together and we're all Homo sapiens sapiens that came out. But that's what I was saying is my belief. So no one said that the Moors are Neanderthals or that we came from Neanderthals or anything like that. That there were hominins all over the world, and they said that they all went extinct, and Homo sapiens sapiens only came out of Africa. I believe that there are hominins that did go extinct, but not all of them, and there was a multi-regional like I guess inference of where we came out of as humans, and that is a hypothesis. That is a scientific theory of the multi-regional. So yes, and some people feel like some scientists, not let me say people, some scientists have even felt like they debunked the out of Africa theory. So I know people like to say, oh, pseudoscientists. Yeah, but they're scientists nonetheless. So before BadHombre gets the thing, I want to know because like The Color Purple is my brother's favorite movie, and I grew up watching The Color Purple.
It's everybody's favorite movie. Come on, it's
Right,
everybody's favorite black movie. Black movie on top of that.
We definitely know the words or whatever. Like you show is ugly.
Oh my God.
You know the whole movie. We got the whole movie word.
Stop it.
We probably do that. Well, let's welcome our guest and let him tell us a little bit about himself, please.
Hello, how y'all doing tonight?
We're doing just fine. We are so
I want all the smoke tonight. I'm not holding back.
Oh, well, you gonna get it. Shit, you got your hands full tonight, brother.
I want all the smoke. I don't want any holding back.
You getting smoked.
We not. We promise.
I don't want to do. This isn't going to be like a gender war, though. I'm not doing the gender war foolishness.
Yeah, anything like that.
Yeah. We'll jack you up tonight if that's what you want.
You want the smoke? You getting all the war tonight. You can't choose
one at a time. That we're gonna do one at a time tonight. We're gonna hear every word he got to say. He gonna hear every word we gotta say.
But yeah, let's go around before he takes over and he says his qualms with it. Okay, so we know me and Gemini, we grew up on The Color Purple, and we obviously don't have a problem with The Color Purple. What about you, Sister Freedom? Did you like? Of course,
I had a little problem with it.
Okay, what did you feel like was your problem with The Color Purple?
Well, my problem is during that time, women were treated beneath men. And, of course, I had a problem with the fact that her father or stepfather, whatever it was molesting her, had her gotten pregnant, and then sold her children off. That part tore me all the way up. So that was one of the main parts about it that, that I didn't like. And she couldn't do nothing about it. So.
Nisha, what are you gonna say? How do you feel about it?
I love The Color Purple. I mean, it's a good movie, and by us seeing those things that happen with her getting raped and then selling the kids off, and they end up in Africa. You have to look at it like, okay, so if she would have traced her genealogy, she would have been wrong. So you can look at it like that. But no, the color purple is great. I love it. But bottom line is genealogy ain't everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Can I
the
throw
color
something
purple
out
is
there really quick though?
my one color purple is one of my. I'm sorry, that hombre. My apologies.
No, it's okay.
I'll be really quick. The Color Purple has always been and still is one of my all-time favorite movies. For many reasons, right? Like as an adult in hindsight, now I get it, but like it just always captivated me. And I think one of the reasons why, especially, is because it does such a beautiful job of highlighting. You know how we were always talking about like the deviancies, right? That we're dealing with, in terms of secrets, in terms of generational quote unquote curses, right? In terms of how our quote unquote people have, saw each other, right? Because really and truly, when when you want to colonize a people, or when you want to, take away a person's quote unquote inherent power, right? The most important thing one can do is get the brain, get the mind, right? Because once I have you conditioned, okay, once I have you conditioned to act quote unquote properly with rules that I didn't implement, I got you. I got you. I got your mama. I got your mama's mamas. I got your generations after you, right? Once I take the power of your mind, I got you for generations. Unless, you do the work of things. So it's always been really a good movie. One of my all-time favorites.
The color purple is a piece of garbage. And I'm going to get into all that. But really quick, I just want to say one thing I don't like. I mean, I can't tell people how to feel, but we have to take into consideration that the movie and the book, they're just a work of fiction. And I don't like the way some of us in the black community have internalized it to be true. Yep, you see how black men are? You see how they have incest with their daughters? You see how abusive they are? When Scorsese did Goodfellas, Italians weren't going around saying, yep, you see how all our Italian men are? They're all La Costa Nostra. They're all mobbed up. They didn't do that. They didn't internalize that crap. Why is it that we in the black community are so willing to internalize a work of fiction? That's my question for the panel.
Well, before that, let's get Sakina to say what she felt about the color purple, and then everyone will mute up, and then Gemini, I know you want to say something, so you'll be the first to answer his question about why have we internalized the fictional work. Sakina, what do you feel about the color purple?
I like the color purple. It was one of my all times. Because my mom used to tell me she couldn't go to work. Ruth was one of my favorite movies. My mom, I was deprived of watching it. And so for Color Purple, it was a sad experience to watch it. And then at the same time, it reminded me of stories I heard. Like my uncle had 24 hours to get up out of Tennessee, or if they found him in the morning, they was going to kill him. When a white man slapped him, he slapped him back, and they gave him 24 hours to get out of Tennessee. That kind of stuff. So that kind of things was true when they was burying relatives in the back of the house after the funeral. After things like that. So some of those stories was very true. When we went to a family reunion down south, my first time going was 18, and to hear family stories about how the family got connected and things of that nature, those stories were very much true. And so just for my mom to resent some of those things, and then to only go back 40 years later from when she left. Mind you, y'all, my mom had got, this is real personal, my mom had got cut in her 20s, maybe 22, 23, by some white men, and they cut her from the left side all the way to the right side of her body twice and left her on the side of a road to die. So regardless to what nobody believes, I'm a child from what's not supposed to happen. So everything about that was very much true. My mom was born in 43, and because she was light skinned with red hair, this is very much true of her life. And so the color purple had very much truth in it, as sad as it was. So yes, it was very true. And so when you listen to your elders, and we was born with that type of respect. So what wasn't true to y'all, or what it might not have pieces of truth in that movie, yeah, it has some truth in it as well.
So, BadHombre, can you repeat one more time your question for all of us, and then Gemini is going to be the first one to answer.
Yeah, why are we so willing to internalize a work of fiction? The book and the movie is just made up. It's made up. And if I could, I want to give the whole backstory. I have my notes right here. It's made up. But we're like, see, I told you, this is how those black men are. Look at them.
But yeah, that's why
That's my
maybe
question.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Gemini. I'm sorry, but I was
Yeah,
just gonna
I
say
see
that
what you. I
Humphrey.
see.
After that, maybe that's why it's a good idea for you to just, with the notes that you took in the background, just go into it versus asking the questions, and then you know what I mean. Like maybe that could probably work as well.
Okay, because I got to go back all the way back to the beginning, if that's okay with you all.
I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. You're the guest. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. In 1903, a white guy by the name of
Wait,
Charles Carroll.
there's like a mic
Wait, so
thing,
you
so
so
I
you're
think we
doing it now before I answer the question? No, you can
okay.
go ahead.
Yeah,
No,
I
go
think it
into
is.
it.
Yo,
Yeah, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay, and then go.
No,
And
I
I
was
think
gonna
we're
say
all gonna have to mute up. I think because there's a weird echo. But I don't know like whose mic it may be. But just when others are talking, we'll just mute up. Everybody mute out, and then Jim and I will talk right now.
okay. Well, I was gonna say something similar to what Sakina was gonna say, where I think we internalize it because it hits home. Like I'm a product of it as well because my great grandmother came from this kind of life. Right? There are all types of family stories about when she was 13 and my grandfather was, oh my fucking God, old. Right? She got sold. She had a husband before my grandfather who cut her from side to side, her stomach from one end to the next, just unnecessarily abusive, right? And so when you see something like this, it's not that this exact same scenario is the same scenario that we're talking about, but it hits pretty damn close to home. And lots of great grandmothers and mothers before that have lots of stories very similar, right? So that's why we internalize it.
Yeah, but again, it's a lot of Italians in New York who may have known somebody in La Costa Nostra, but when Goodfellas came out, they weren't saying the same
Okay,
thing
but wait
about
a
their
minute.
men.
Nobody knew any Italians. They had to live in the ghetto. They couldn't see an Italian. My great grandparents and they probably never seen white people that many times in their whole life being segregated to one part of the city that they lived
No,
in.
no, no. I'm
So
not talking
again,
about. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about why
no,
don't
but when you
Italian
say,
people do that?
yeah, I get it. I get it. But we're not, that time doesn't hit a time like that for us. When we see that exact type of situation, we think of a time best suited for us. We don't look at no what if Martin Scorsese and he made the Goodfellas and this and that. That has nothing to that. It doesn't hit home. So if we see a movie that he makes that's similar, because they're definitely a different color, we're not internalizing that because they're going to do it differently anyways. We're talking about
No, but
things
what I'm saying
from
is, why don't
us as a
Italian
race.
people do that? Why don't Italian people do that for those kind of movies? That's what I'm asking you.
I can
Maybe
I'm
it
not
answer
doesn't hit
asking
that.
home for
about the
them
way we react. I'm saying,
I,
why
I Go
don't
ahead.
they do that?
because
Yeah.
maybe it doesn't hit home for them. Maybe they don't have a situation that looks remotely close versus we do.
And not only that, bad hombre. I want to add on to that because that actually is not true. Now, regionally, and I know we're just paraphrasing, right? But I grew up on the East Coast, right? The Northeast, in New York, or what have you. Growing up in Harlem, it was nothing but diversity.
Found
Okay,
in
so
Spain,
I
North
went to
Dakota,
school. I went to
Chiles, and
school. I did. Oh,
South.
Gemini, you gotta mute up, sis. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, growing up, right, in Harlem, right, lots of diversity, right? So that's number one. So there was lots of interaction, and actually Italians absolutely, in my opinion, capitalized off of the stereotypes of what we think of like Italian men or the Italian culture with the mafia and all that other kind of stuff, right? They absolutely have profited off of those stereotypes. Okay. And so and I thought that the purpose of movies usually is a work of fiction, right? I thought that in terms of like comedy, or if you're in the entertainment industry, and if especially if you are, let's say, a producer or a director or a writer or what have you of movies, right? That is your job, to provide entertainment. It doesn't have to. It's nonfiction. It's a work, but it, excuse me, not nonfiction. It's a work of fiction, but it's also based off of history. But that's the point of a movie.
Can I now
That's
say
the
something?
point of it.
You done, Dots?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. First of all, let me make sure that BadHombre understands the fact that, you know why that's our favorite movie? Because for one, we love the ending, and for two, we love the music and entertainment that goes on within the movie. But you can best believe we do not like those parts. No woman with right mind would love to see a man molest a child, because that's all she was, and because she was weak at that time, get her pregnant and then sell off her children. No, nobody would like that. But yes, we can all say this one of our all-time movies because they win at the end, and we like the music. But I don't know why Color Purple was used as a movie that you would say to downplay men, because that was the what happened during those times. Not that things don't go on now with men taking advantage of women, but since you want to have the conversation, and I don't know why other races are brought up, because I'm at the age where really I only dealt with my race growing up, and I think that's what Gemini was saying and Sakina was saying. We really didn't affiliate with any other races growing up. We only affiliated with ours. You know what I mean? So that's what I had to say about the situation. Like, and then the abuse with the sisters and all of that. And I was going to ask Sakina not Sakina, Nene, when she says something about you don't have to ask about the genealogy. How would her kids know where, if she got the kids and took the kids over into Africa? I was confused on the genealogy thing right there.
So what I was saying is that, okay, so you know how the Abos and the Indians say that they only use the genealogy. So let's just say Sealy was using the genealogy only, and she didn't, as before she found out that her daddy wasn't her daddy. So that would have led her down a road that was not accurate. So
Okay.
she would have took this man who she thought was her father, and then his people, and then his people. So she would have had a false identity of who she was. So that's why I say genealogy.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the kids because they was over in Africa. Thank you for explaining. Thank you, Nene.
That makes sense.
Made
But
a lot of sense.
I just want to also add that it also brought in strength. It showed how strong we were and how enduring we were as a people,
Resilient.
right? We show strength in all situations. We endured a lot in all situations. I didn't see all this man bashing, like you say. She stood with her husband, and he was doing a whole lot of wrong, in all. They still together as a family, as a people. We stayed strong. So
Come on,
if
talk about it.
you hated it, but at the end of the day, as a people, we stayed strong. And I don't like a lot of. Oprah Winfrey movies all have that same heartfelt, drenched kind of thing to me, and I'm just being real. I don't like a lot of those movies that have that same. I didn't want to watch Who Cloned Tyrone and the past. My sisters know, and I had to get coerced to go back in and watch it because I was not.
Mhm.
I end up liking the movie. But so I understand, but this Color Purple was like one of those movies that you almost don't want to watch because of that same reason that you end up watching, because it told the story, and we too busy wanting to throw away history and want to build a new history, but you can't build a new history because it's our history, and you can't
I
keep
don't think that.
that man's history when it is ours because you don't want to believe what actually happened. No matter how it
Right.
may look, no matter how bleak, how blurry, it did happen. Right? We still got to find out the truth. You want to white out the parts that you don't like, but regardless to if you don't like it, you still need to find out if it's true.
BadHombre, you
Isn't it
wanna?
funny that the men and the women still have a divide even over this movie, something like a movie?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah. If
we
I could
can't
just go
agree
over my
on.
notes, maybe we could get like a better picture of what's going on and why
Go ahead.
it's
Yes,
so.
and
No,
and
it's
that
saying
hombre. I don't know if you're on your
that
computer or
was my
not, but if
sister.
you ever want to share your screen as well, just let us know, and then you can share your
Yeah,
screen.
but I'm on my phone. So in order to get a clear context of what we're dealing with here, I'm gonna have to take us all the way back to the beginning. Like I said, in 1903, Charles Carroll wrote a book called "The Negro, a Beast, or in the Image of God." And the tagline from that book is "The Negro a beast, but created with articulate speech and hands, that he may be of his service to his master, the white man." So this guy, Carroll, was saying that the black man is nothing more than a biped that just recently learned to walk on his two legs upright. He says that white men were made in the image of God, and black men are nothing more than animals, one step removed, brutish, animalistic, savage. You following me? Hello?
We're listening, BadHombre. You got the
Yeah,
Okay.
floor.
we're following.
Come
We're
on.
following.
So
Right. Keep
then
in pace.
in 1915, D.W. Griffith came out with a movie called Birth of a Nation. In that film, they had a white guy in blackface. And again, they had that same savage black male brute image who wanted nothing to do than to R word a white woman. That movie, sadly, was so the budget was like 50,000. It made $50 million in 1915 money. It was so popular that President Woodrow Wilson even screened that crap in the White House. Now, it wasn't just white folks that was putting out this image because in 1920, Oscar Micheaux, he was like the first well-known black screenwriter. He did a film called Within Our Gates. So in one of the oldest surviving films with an all-black cast, they had a young, helpless black woman who was terrorized by, wait for it, a brutish, savage, and animalistic black man. So this guy Michaud, based on my research, he was the first guy who used colorism in his films. So even though all of his films were black and white, it was always the darker complexioned black man who would play the villain. And even in today, we can kind of see that in some of the Tyler Perry movies, if you notice. And sometimes the darker skinned black man will be sinister and evil, and then a lighter skinned complexion black man would come along and he'll sweep the sister off of her feet. What y'all think about that? Because, like I said, I wanted to go all the way back.
Okay, well,
You know. Oh, can I go first, please? Listen. Thank you, and I love you. So listen, I did a paper on this once before in my class, um, back in school, back in college, and the teacher gave me an F because I said almost the same thing that you said, and I went through the whole history of the movies in the industry and how they perpetuated certain types of caricatures right, within the Black community, how sometimes it made us, it made us look like Uncle Toms or sellouts or weak and stuff like that. I addressed all of those issues and she gave me an F, right? Caused my financial aid to go down, all of that, right? And she wouldn't take it off because she felt so strongly about, TV, and saying that her stance against it wasn't propaganda. It was used for, right, an educational tool. But I get what you're saying, 100,000% that, what we're saying is more of an emotion tied to it. And what you're saying is more of the history, or the historicity, like we like to say on here, of it, and how it does in some ways harm the Black community.
And what
Can I say
Absolutely.
and yeah, and if I could say something, because I definitely understand everything that you're saying, Bad Umbre, but I feel like this is at a crossroads where, where we're crashing of two parallel streets. Because when it comes to what Alice Walker was saying, I don't believe, and I know you're going to get into her, and I love to hear what you have to say about her, but I don't feel like she had this objective to side with the white man or side with any of those people that you're citing to put Black men in a bad light. I do believe that she came from a point of being like, this is my life. And I know that in my family, this story does resonate. That's why we enjoy it. And for if you've ever heard or ever read Why the Cage Bird Sings, and the her story, it's awfully like that. She was raped very young. She became they put her out there to be a stripper or a whore, and she had to get in just inside herself to actually get past those things. So I get it that, like, sometimes the media will only portray the bad stuff, only portray the pimps and the whores and the beating and all this other stuff. But when does it get to a point that does happen, that does resonate with some people? And should we hide it completely to protect Black men, or should we say that these are stories that a lot of Black women do have?
Well, I'm going to get to all of that in a second. But like I said, I'm just trying to take us on a journey so we can get a big picture of what's really going on, if
Nisha,
that's okay. We're going to get to Alice Walker in a second.
Nisha, was you about to say something? Because I don't think you said anything. Okay. Well, I'm just going to say is I agree with Dulcinea. It was at a different time. Like, we've become a lot stronger now. But back in some time, and like everybody knows, I am older than everybody on the panel. So I can say that I can remember some of them times where the women just bowed down and did anything that the man said. And right now, even when you check it, it's like 17% of women was molested or raped by their stepfathers. You know what I'm saying? Later on in the movie, they found out why he wasn't raping the other one was because she was his biological child, and he knew that Celie wasn't his biological child. He knew that she wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So we're not going to act like these things didn't happen. No, that movie did not make me hate men. But we're not going to act like those things didn't happen. And at a time, women were looked at beneath men. And I'm not going to say that they don't look at us like that now. But
Well, this is why I want to get into all.
But what I am going to say is this is a different time than it was back then, according to what the movie was showing us. We can't just act like it didn't happen. I really don't think the movie was meant for us to hate men. I think it just was a movie that was made. Like, I don't think it was meant for us to hate men. But that's just my opinion, because it didn't make me hate men.
And BadHombre, I don't know if you're familiar with James Baldwin speaking on this, but if you ever want me to bring it up, just let me know.
Well, I have a point. That's why I wrote it down, because my point was about let me see, because I wrote it down. It was about how at the same time that these women had used women always backed up their men at this point. They wasn't running from a men taking men away, because you referred to these books at this time, and men at this point were the ones that were pretty much the more educated ones, and women depended on their men more at this time. And so they were pretty much led by men at this point. And even so, that the women were going to church and praying for men, so much so that they were going to church asking Jesus for a man. You know, even to this point, even now, praying for men, praying for the man, praying about a man, asking Jesus for a man, and so on and so forth. And even today still do this now. So it wasn't so much as using this to turn against. For it's a lot of less praying women now, and they running off. And so I don't think women are more supportive of men. So it wasn't so much as a turning around. It was more to me and being more supportive and being more united then. Some of this child molesting and all this stuff, that still goes on today. The bigger picture was being more united, more so over. Because even then, I remember when Stevie made those pair of pants and he said, imagine that. Women wasn't wearing pants. So he said, imagine that if I'm wearing the same pair of pants as, that's how he said, a pair of pants is, that somebody else could wear and he could wear them too. And something to that effect, right? So all of this stuff was coming into fold as life was progressing, things and times was changing. You see what I'm saying? And they still was doing, as life progressed and times had changed. So it was still about unification and everybody growing and moving forward, you know, because so yeah, it was a bigger picture to that. There was no man bashing like you saying it was. Men was still doing their dirt. But at the end of the day, it was still more unified because the minute his wife died, he needed somebody to help raise his children. That was still the bonus of it. No matter, I get the rest of that was all right. But at the end of the day, it was still about unification, and we were still as a community, brother. Y'all know what I'm trying to get to. Y'all know I'm
Right, yeah, and just
yeah.
like how we came together.
I
And
hear you.
I wanted to say to this, that's a lie. There's no other movie like this. What is the Farrah Fawcett movie where she burned everything down? The burning.
Endless Love.
Yes,
Endless
and then the
Love.
other one where like the men are beating up on everybody. There's a tons of them that has shown white men as abusive.
Listen, white daddy always been the puppet master. Well, it's a puppet master in everything. You know, so yeah, it's deeper than that. It's more than that, because if we trying to get it back to a solid foundation, let's get all the kinks out. If we want to look at the movie like that, let's get the kinks out.
Well, yeah, because it was an in general attitude, right? So you're right, it was deeper than that. It was an attitude that was across the board, right? Like for lots of men and lots of households thought this way and
Right.
felt this way.
Right, because it's kinks in every family, like it was in that movie. If you had a movie in your life, and me had a movie in my life, it ain't nobody in the chat that ain't had a movie in their life, and we don't have to get the kinks out of the movie.
Yes, absolutely. So this time we finish giving some more background context because I think it's going to be helpful so we can take a look at this thing. And I wanted to say something positive. So what I wrote down here in my notes, during the 1920s, believe it or not, it was actually the jazz musician who tried to make the term black.
BadHombre, sorry.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Okay, yeah, it's gone. So during the 20s, it was actually the jazz musicians who tried to get rid of the word Negro and replace it with the term black. It was Duke Ellington. He had a song that came out in 1927 called Black and Tan Fantasy. And it's supposed to sound like a beautiful black woman dancing in one of those clubs. And he also did a movie with Billie Holiday called Symphony in Black. I highly recommend it. So, and then you had Louis Armstrong would tell people, he would get mad. He would say, what do you mean that you're not black? What do you think you are? White like the Old Faye? So the point I'm trying to make here is that even starting back in the 1920s, we have specific examples of black men trying to fight back against the trope that the Negro was a brute, animalistic. Look at how these brothers carried themselves, always had on a suit and tie. But we can't just focus on, even though it may have happened, we can't just focus on the small segment of brothers who were doing crazy things. So now I can get into Alice Walker. But before I do that, I said this before. There was a lady, her name is Michelle Wallace. In 1979, she wrote a book called Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman. So in her book, she seems to believe that it's impossible to look at the civil rights movement without looking at it through the specific lens of a black feminist, because she believes that historically patriarchy and black men attempted to marginalize black women's role in the civil rights movement of the 40s and 50s and the black power movement of the 60s. I don't necessarily agree with that because we had too many examples of our women being praised by our men. And I'm not talking about the well-known, the Rosa Parks and the Fannie Lou Hamers, but what about the Kathleen Cleavers and the Erica Huggins and the Elaine Browns? We've always bigged up our women. So I think that she was operating on a faulty premise because black men have never really marginalized our sisters. What do you all say to that?
Okay. Well, if none of this, if you're saying this was all fictional, and then you have people, you have Mighty Hebrew, you have everybody in the chat saying, this is so false. This is a false narrative. It was pushed by the white man. There's a puppet master, right? There's all of these things except the truth. How come we all have family members dating back to about the same age and time with stories? How are you going to negate our stories and tell us that the white man or the puppeteer and the whoever put that in our heads, and then we're all just telling fake stories? So you're just
Well,
going to negate our
I don't
feelings,
think that
right?
could be. You can say that to every family because I don't really know about it in mine. I'm not saying it
Okay, well
didn't happen, but I
let's
don't
do it
know
here.
about it.
No, let's do the percentage here. Let's do the percentage here, right? We had Freedom, Sakina, me, Dulcinea, Nisha said something too. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 6, 7 people tell you yes. They had a story like that. So here it is again. You want us to really hear what you're saying, but you are negating what we're actually telling you as part of our historical narrative. We
Yeah,
are
but the
telling you
sample
something
size,
and you're
And I
dismissing
want to
respect
tell
the
again
you too. I want to tell
yeah,
you,
altogether. You're
Ray,
dismissive.
about you saying you never heard it in your story. I wanted you to know for a fact because this happened to my mom, and she didn't tell any of the guys. She didn't tell her sons. She didn't tell any of the guys in the store that this happened to her. I know specifically what happened to her, and I knew because I'm a woman. And she wanted me to know and how to see it and be like, if anyone ever does anything to you, you come to me first. So some of these stories you guys were shielded from. You were protected from because they were like, hey, we're gonna protect our little girls, but we don't really want to tell y'all the stories. We don't want y'all to end up becoming this or anything.
Facts.
We protected y'all from it. And they didn't tell
And we
you, but
don't want y'all to hate your
that's not to
fathers.
say that your mom or your aunt or anything wasn't raped or beaten. You don't know that.
Yep. Because they didn't want you to hate your fathers or your grandfathers. They wanted you because we do have a sense of self pride, and so
yeah,
we do
absolutely.
not tell all the kids everything that goes on in the family or things that go on, even in the relationship between your mother and father. Mothers have always shielded their children, but especially the boys from a whole lot of things. Maybe that's our bad because then we wouldn't have you all right that we give birth to being very dismissive and having the nerve and the audacity to have an argument these against females that are giving you stories about the women and the men at a certain time in relationships in their homes and in their family. You don't have to share that with you, right? But you still got an argument. It's like the audacity of a man, or is it just an audacity because y'all ignorant to the fact?
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I really want to get into Alice Walker and her backstory. That's where I'm headed now. The other thing I wanted to say, and I'm saying this respectfully, I feel for you if that happened to you. But to be honest, five people is not really. This is gonna sound up. In statistics, they tell you that in order for something to be valid, you need a representative sample size of at least 1,000 people. So just saying five people, and I'm not trying to trivialize anything, but I'm just saying that we need a larger sample size. That's all I'm saying. So,
That's
and
fine.
that's just math. It's not
Yes.
me. That's math.
Wait, back. Yeah. No. So that's why Bad Hombre, when you as you continue, perhaps that's why we keep suggesting that you just share your point of view versus like sharing your point of view and then you'll stop. Then you'll ask everyone a question or want the panel to answer. And then when they start answering, then it's like, okay, but let me jump in again, ladies. I want to get through this. So that's why we're suggesting perhaps this might be more efficient if you get through your notes versus stopping midway, you know?
Okay, because like I said, I want all the smoke. So now we got to talk about Alice Walker. She was born in 1944 and she went to Spelman College, which is basically a breeding ground for the black elite ruling class. Yes, Spelman College was founded by white folks. It's actually named after Nelson Rockefeller's maternal grandmother. So in 1967, this is very interesting. Alice Walker married Melvin Leventhal, who was a Jewish lawyer. So her and her husband were actually the first legally married interracial couple in the state of Mississippi after the miscegenation laws have been overturned. In 1973, she became the editor of Miss Magazine. Now, what kind of agenda do you all really think that this was promoting in 1973? Black love? No, hell no. Miss Magazine was founded by Gloria Steinem, who some people believe is a CIA operative. Just to give you an idea of some of the things that she would write about, she had an article in the magazine in 1974 called In Search of Our Mother's Gardens, the Creativity of Black Women in the South. So this was an article that was basically about Gene Toomer, who was a poet. He wrote Cain, fascinating read. Going through the South and talking to prostitutes, him finding out how creative and articulate they were, things of that nature. And she also, in 74, she published another article called In Search of Zora Neale Hurston, where she wanted to go around and find out where Zora Neale Hurston was buried. This is very important because when she published this article about searching for Zora, it brought a renewed interest to Zora Neale Hurston, who's, Harlem Renaissance. And we all know that one of Zora Neale Hurston's most famous books was Their Eyes Were Watching God. And who was the protagonist in that book? Wait for it. The mean, evil, big, strong, brutish black man who had rabies, who she eventually had to kill because he was terrorizing her. I also did some research on Alice Walker's daughter, Rebecca. Now, this is very interesting here. So, in an interview with NPR, Rebecca said, this is her own daughter, said, the truth is that I very nearly missed out on becoming a mother, thanks to being brought up by a rabid feminist who thought motherhood was about the worst thing that could ever happen to a woman. This is her own daughter talking. And then she went on to say, this I'm quoting from Rebecca now, well, I think she was extremely ambivalent about motherhood, as were her cohorts, that whole generation. She wrote a well-known essay called One Child of One's Own, in which she talked about how you could really only have one child, because if you had more than one child, you would be enslaved to your children. And you wouldn't be able to be creative, and you wouldn't be able to be free, and you would lose your independence and your peace of mind. That really reflected a great deal of ambivalence. She also had a poem that I discovered when I was, I don't know, maybe in my early 20s or late teens. It was a poem that she wrote about different writers and the calamities that they were able to overcome in order to be creative. Virginia Woolf and the Brontes, and all these horrible things the poets had to get through. And then she said, I have Rebecca. So sort of the idea is I was delightful, that she said I was delightful, but in the context you can see I was a calamity nonetheless. I mean, I think there was a real ambivalence about the role of children in lives of independent thinking women. And what was transmitted to me was not that being a mom was the worst possible choice, but it could definitely be a serious hindrance. And there were other things worth pursuing more. Now, this is her daughter talking about her mom. Now, her daughter Rebecca also stated on many occasions that her mother, Alice Walker, disowned her when she married her husband and had a baby. She said she stopped speaking to her. That's how much she hated the idea of her daughter having a husband. So I'm almost to The Color Purple, but I think it's very important to note in 81, the year before it came out, lesbian feminist Angela Davis wrote a book called Women, Race, and Class. You all probably have read it or are familiar with it. And what it is 13 essays on the American liberation movement through the feminist perspective. So the bottom line, once again, she was saying that Black women actually had a rougher time, not only because they were Black, but because they were feminine. They were women and under the evil Black male patriarchy. So now we're at 82 when Alice Walker finally writes the book. In my opinion, this book is just a feminist wet dream. Why do I say that? Because the central thesis of the book is misery, pain, and suffering. Because of who? Not because of white supremacy or white patriarchy. No, it's because of Black men. There's not one Black man in that book who's worth a damn. Excuse me for cursing. They're evil, they're brutish, they're what we call beta males. And I don't know how many of you all read the book, but one thing she did that was very clever. The guy's name, it was just Mr., and she has a blank under it. So she didn't even say his name in the book. And I think that what she was trying to do on a subconscious level is she was allowing the reader to fill in whatever Black man in that blank. Your boss, your dad, your uncle, your cousin, even if they did something to you and not. I think that's what she was trying to do. And then I also tried to look into her childhood to find any evidences of abuse in her backstory. And the only thing that I could find, not saying that she should put it out there, but I'm saying she didn't. The only thing I could find is that when she was a kid, her brother accidentally shot her in the eye with a BB gun when they were playing. So that's the extent of her being specifically harmed by a Black man. And they said that she invented her own form of feminism called womanism. And it's for Black feminists or a feminist of color. And it was made for the sole purpose to unite women of color and the feminist movement at intersection of race, class, and gender oppression. Walker states that womanism gives us a word of our own because it's a discourse of Black women and the issues they confront in society. So in 1985, she wrote another book, a collection of essays that you can go back and read. And even her first novel that she wrote, her first novel is called The Third Life of Grange Copeland. It was published in 1970. And once again, it's about a sharecropper in Georgia, big, strong, brutish, animalistic, who kills his sister's daughter. So in my opinion, this book and the movie, they don't have any redeeming qualities. She won a Pulitzer Prize for fiction in 83. But with the same tropes that I've been laying out. 1903 book, 1915 Birth of a Nation, 1920, the same tropes. This book is really just a lesbian feminist love story. They didn't really get into it a lot in the movie because in the book, they clearly were lovers. I'm going to read you a line from the book. She say, "I love you, Miss Seeley," and then she haul off and kiss me on the mouth. She say, like she surprised, I kiss her back. Say, two, us kiss and kiss till us can't hardly kiss no more. Then us touch each other. They didn't show that in the first movie, but you can guarantee in this new one that's coming out in December, this lesbian thing, this not in the way it was in the book.
First movie, they kind of gave a scene of them looking at each other or anything, but if you read the book, she goes full on. They full on
This one I remember her saying that in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. In this new movie, you can guarantee the this lesbian theme is going to be full display. Now, I also looked at who were the producers of this movie. It had one black producer, Quincy Jones. Why was Quincy Jones the producer? Oh, he did the soundtrack. Yeah, okay, then. We had Steven Spielberg, Jew. Frank Marshall, Jew. Kathleen Kennedy, the chick who ruined Lucasfilm. So we got 3 white producers and 1 brother. I really believe that the only reason, and I'm almost done, I'm going to be quiet and just listen, that the only reason why that book was turned into a movie in 86 was because in 84, that movie, A Soldier Story, came out. And in that movie, they actually did show black men in a positive way. We had Sarge, we had Denzel's character, we had CJ, we had Harold Rollins' character, I don't remember his name. And they all loved each other, not in a gay way, like in the Color Purple way, but they loved each other and respected each other as men. And even Sarge loved CJ. I don't know if you all saw Soldier Story, but when CJ hung himself, that's when Sarge fell apart. And he went from being this disciplined, strong man to basically just an alcoholic. And I really believe that these people in Hollywood, like someone said in the chat, after A Soldier Story came out in 1984, they were like, nope, hell no. Can't allow them to come. We can't let this happen. So let's just pick something and let's just nip that in the bud. Because I'm wondering, why don't people say, oh, yeah, that's my favorite movie? Hell, we have family members who were in the military. Why don't we say that's our all-time favorite movie?
Okay,
Why do we have to go to the extreme? I'm pretty much done. Okay.
Because I want to go in on Soldier Story.
Yeah, and I got something I want to say.
I want to say I'm going to go the way we said we was going to do it though. Okay. First of all, why is it that every single time? Well, go ahead, Sakina. I got a phone call, so
okay. Let me go in on Soldier Story because I'm a military sister and I love Soldier Story, right? And it was one of the favorite movies of mine. And Sarge killed himself because of the guilt. One, because he was French and black, and we know how the light-skinned black French felt like they were better. Okay? He called him a Geechee. And we know how they felt. And he explained that over and over again. He was also brown nosing. Okay, so we also know that he felt like he was Indian French, and he played that part very well. He was brown nosing up to them the white men and trying to play that black man, and he hated him just for that reason, because he was from Mississippi and because he was himself. And he thought he was better. And he antagonized that boy until he killed himself. And that's what was messing with Sarge. That guilt. That guilt ate him up. We're not going to tell that the other way around. That's what killed Sarge. That guilt. And then that's what they killed Sarge for. Because of that very reason. And so them other people that was doing that, and it was another movie Denzel Washington played in where I forget where that boy called himself Johnny Night Train Monfreeze. That's why he killed himself, because they left that woman to burn, and on that thing, because they knew that she was gonna tell. Courage Under Fire. That's why they got to doing what they did, because they knew what happened. When they left her on that thing to burn, because she was the captain and she was a woman, and they got scared. So if we're gonna tell it, let's tell the truth. It wasn't how these men, they making these men look. These men were looking that way, right? And so that's what that was. Because I'm a baby sister of a military family, and I got nephews, 21 of them. And they great nephews and nephews, and because my brothers were in the military, they wanted their sons and grandsons to be in the military. And this is why. So ain't nobody making these men look that way. If these men look that way, they look that way, right? So the Tuskegee men, these men will be fooled. And some of the men that came back from one of those Vietnam wars, they were on drugs for a reason. So we had respect for some of these drug addicts and crackheads, but some of these drug addicts and crackheads was out there because they was drug addicts and crackheads. That's a difference. So no, we're not gonna take this shit and twist it to how you want to twist it. If we're gonna twist it, we're gonna twist it because it was true. We're not going to erase the fact that history happened just to make it sound delightful and give you an excuse. No. Next person can talk because I'm done for a minute. I'm getting too heated.
Oh no, wait a minute. I agree with you. I love a soldier's story. What I don't understand. So I'm just saying I was just throwing that out there. Like I feel like that's one of the greatest films ever made. So I was just trying to give everybody a background of who Alice Walker is. And so you could see who wrote this crap. That's all. That's what I'm trying to do. So we can get an understanding.
Yeah, I totally get why you threw Alice Walker in there, right? So basically, this is what you're doing is, which I think is just so god awful, right? You are making a comparison because we all know that, first of all, Alice Walker was whitewashed, right? A lot of her work and everything, her poems and everything was really designed as a ploy. It was for her to make money, right, or be accepted in the white community. We all know that we had a whole era of Black people doing that, and she fit the bill for that at that moment. So, but anyways, because you're saying that we were whitewashed with this movie. You're saying that it paints men in a negative way, and that you don't, and that and because it does that, it gives us a false narrative about Black men and what, as it pertains to what they were and what they did or what they represented back in the day. But then you're giving us a story about Alice Walker, and you're saying her daughter said. Now you're using all women. She's a woman, and then you're saying her daughter said how she was cruel and unusual and punished her in all these unusual ways. And in the same breath, don't forget she may be Black, but she is completely whitewashed, right? So I'm trying to figure out, why are you making this comparison like this in the beginning? Why would you try to use a woman version of a man to us? Why you keep going down this rabbit hole, this weird rabbit hole?
No, because she wrote the book. She wrote the books. She wrote the book, sis. I can't make up who wrote the book. She's the author.
Can I say something?
She's a whitewashed author who prided herself, right, in trying to be accepted in the white community. She does not represent us. She didn't represent us back when I was younger and used to read her books and listen to her stuff. She didn't represent none of us then. What Black women did she represent? Only the women who were trying to come up off the backs of other Blacks at that time. She did not represent us in the right light. So how can you use her and then say her daughter thought she was abusive? The same way we're saying we think the men are abusive. Now you throw in a woman.
No, because her daughter. No. Because she didn't have a kid. She didn't. If she would have had a son, I would have said what her son said. But that's her only child.
Though, and you use that source though.
So you saying that her daughter? I shouldn't have used her own daughter to say what she said about her mother.
So you didn't think about this, or you didn't think about what you were going to say before you said it. So now that you actually hear yourself saying it, and we have something to say about it, now you're just now coming up with the big idea, like, well, maybe if it was a boy, but it wasn't. You chose a source that was a woman with a daughter and said that she was abusing her daughter. Come on now.
No, I didn't say that she was abusing her daughter. That's what her daughter said about her.
Thank you. You use a female child. How many more ways do you want me to say this? Woman on woman.
Well, I can't. But she was a girl, and that's what she said.
Right.
So you saying that?
Sister Freedom, go after.
Hold on. Let him finish out his thought. Go ahead.
No, this is what I'm just trying to understand. So I was just trying to give everybody a context into who the author of the book is.
But and if representative of that, she was a female. You knew that. You knew she was a female, and you knew she had a daughter who was going to say that what she did to her before you came on the show and said that. You were just hoping that this whole conversation went another way, and it didn't. Some of the stuff you're saying is kind of you're getting some blowback, or it's blowing up in your face because you realize
I can't help what she said, sis.
This is god awful.
Okay.
So
This is
you're
God
saying
awful.
I can't help. That's what she said, not me. Those aren't my words. Those are her words.
Okay, now we have to get Sister Freedom in because we got to get it more than just two people going back and forth. Sister Freedom?
Yes. What I'm trying to say is, and it's probably backing off of some of what Gemini and Sakina said. Both of them gave good builds on it. What I'm trying to say is, so every time a woman says something about something that a man does and do, we got to be considered feminists. I mean, that's not making no sense to me. So we're not going to say anything about what men do. We're not supposed to, because it makes them look bad in the eyes of other women. Some men deserve it. And we do have to be cautious, because 17% of women are being raped by their stepfathers. So why isn't that we're not supposed to say anything, or people are not supposed to make movies or let people know that these type of things do happen? Just like when a woman is doing something, the men is coming out. I don't think it was a good thing, because I see Precious is being brought up. I do by no means think it was a good thing that Precious was allowing this man to have sex with her child. That and then beating her child because she allowed this man to have sex with her child like she wasn't at fault. I mean, what is with this feminist stuff? Because we're saying stuff about something that really happens. If it didn't happen and if it wasn't being done, we wouldn't have nothing to say. That don't even make no sense to me. And then Mighty Hebrew is in the chat talking about who is the puppet master. Well, the puppet master is the one that did it. Because evil is within, just like good is within. Can't nobody tell you to do something. You do it on your own. That was confusing to me too. I mean, like, every man is not every one of them, but most of the men are in the chat talking about some, like, I'm just looking at these things like we're not being no feminists. First of all, Ombre is the one that wanted to talk about this subject because he is our guest. We granted him into talking about the subject that he chose, but he's not going to take a movie that stuff that really happened in reality and then say we are being feminists by saying something that really happens. What
I
we
didn't
supposed to
call anybody a feminist.
No, no,
okay?
no. She wasn't talking about you, Bad Hombre. She's talking about some of the
I'm
people in the
talking about
chat.
in general. I'm talking
Right.
about in general. I do hear him saying the word feminist. Maybe you was nuts on talking about me because I already said the movie didn't make me hate men. The reason why I liked the movie was because of the music and the good person wins at the end. That's why I liked it. But we're not gonna act like the stuff ain't happened and like it don't be happening, because it do, and women do be taken advantage of by men. Now I know the ones that's not doing that don't want to hear it because they're not doing it. But you're not gonna act like it don't happen. That we can't let you live that lie. That's not gonna happen. You can call us a feminist or
And he's
whatever.
still going, is what I don't understand. He's just really trying to prove this point of what exactly after you've heard all this. Do you still, why do you still think this is some weird debate and you have to go on and on and on and drive this point home? Because you just want, like, it was one thing when we had this build early on, and then we didn't really know the direction it was going to go. But now that we see the direction that it's going, you need to be waving the white flag, because we don't take it to a dead ass serious position on this, not us versus you.
And can we go? We're gonna do it how we said to do it. So Nisha, if you want to go, and then I'm gonna follow up after you, sis.
Um, I wanted to say that we are not on here downing our black men.
We're not.
Definitely not me. I love y'all.
Me too. It's a good one.
You know what? We love y'all so much that it hurts sometimes. It really do. And this movie, it shines some light on the realities at that time, and to some extent right now. Um, the lies, the generational lies. But first of all, we are women before anything. That's us on this panel. And if you think this movie shows black men in a bad light,
then what you're doing is you actually realize the reality of this movie. Every man, all black men, y'all not a monolith. So if it hits you like that, then look at yourself. It's a reason why it's hitting you like that. It's a reason why you thinking about it like that. It's a reason why you looking at us like that. It's real and it's hard, and we love y'all to death. Period.
Maybe not to death. I'm just playing.
I mean, so what's the difference between The Color Purple, when y'all say it shows black men in a bad light, versus New Jack City?
Ooh.
What's the difference?
That's my movie.
Y'all love New Jack City, and it shows black men in a bad light. So what is the difference? What are we talking about for real? Is this another excuse to talk down to us, to look at us messed up? What are we talking about for real? I don't understand.
And let me piggyback because you made the perfect alley oop for what I was going to say.
You did, girl.
And I love what you said because that's an absolute fact. And everyone knows I love the brothers. I love you guys. And I stick up for y'all when I'm even called names for sticking up for you guys. But one of the main things that you brought up is New Jack City. And when we bring up the drug dealers that have been in our communities, the different things that you guys have done, I'm always a proponent to be like, why? What happened? What did the government do? But on the flip side, when y'all want to bring up, oh, black women chose feminism, you guys never bring up the history. You guys never bring up that y'all went to war. You guys never bring up the abuse. You guys never bring up any of the things that you did bad, like the babies from different women and everything that helped push women to choose feminism. So instead of just saying, oh, you chose feminism, why? Let's talk about some of the reasons why we did, and let's stop the deflection that you guys did nothing and we were happy at home and just chose feminism, because that's not the history. It's not.
Yeah, but is feminism really for black women? I mean,
Absolutely
is it for black
not.
women?
It was never for us, but there was a reason why we chose it. There was a reason why the CIA was able to come and conflict us, is what I'm saying. If everything was good, there's nothing that the CIA could have done to convince us to turn against what was happening. But what was actually happening at the time is y'all were going to war. So now we were left powerless without money and needed extra money. There were things of you guys losing your job, and there were men that, because they were powerless, they took out their power on their women. So it wasn't just that we up and decided one day we hate black men. No, there is actual things that were happening to us that we can talk about happen to black women and say this is part of that. That's why I brought up why the cage bird sings, because there's different things that were happening to us. Instead of deflecting, let's talk about all of the history. But what happens is when someone brings up what happened to black men and saying, oh, this is why black men chose certain things like selling crack to the community or anything, black men are like, yeah, talk about that. Talk about what white men did to us. We didn't just choose to damage our community. There was so much going on, and talk about that, and they big you up. But as soon as you say what was happening to black women, for black women to do certain things, it's like, no, they had no excuse. Come on now. We have to be for real. There was stuff that was happening to us on both sides of the coin.
Okay, so we go back around again. Let's go back around again, please. I just want to say is I'm applauding the women tonight on the panel for speaking up, because like I said, I want Mighty Hebrew, first of all. Whatever you got to say, we're opening the chat for you to come up. Because for you to say that, that movie was to make women hate men, now, I don't think it was that kind of movie at all. It was a play. It really didn't have anything to do with a woman when trying to make us hate y'all, because we don't hate y'all. So it couldn't have been a movie. Like, it's been a whole bunch of stuff. And Nisha, you girl, All of us tonight, to me, hit it on the nail. No, we love y'all that much that even though we've seen these things and we know these things, we still love you. Why don't y'all give us some grace for that? We still love you and want you. So, I mean, this is 2023. You already know if you raise your hands to us today, what's going to happen. We ain't even going to talk about it. But, we're going to keep it 100. But what I'm saying is there was a time, and there is people still to this day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't hear none of y'all coming up here saying, you know what? It did happen. I want you to say that, Hombre. Did this happen at a time? And does this still happen now? Can you say
Since
that?
I never said it didn't happen. Of course it happens. I never said it didn't happen.
Well, then if you know that it happened, you know that it still happens. Why are you trying to make us feel bad or any woman feel bad about saying something about it or making a movie about it or even a play about it? Because those are the experiences that they went through in life. Hell, I can make a whole bunch of movies. It's a fact. My great grandmother, we don't talk about her father because her mother was raped by the master, by the man she was working for. So we don't talk about her father. In those times, those things happened. Let's do the percentages. You do a percentage on the women that's raping the men versus the men that's raping the women. You see what the percentage is. Now, how many rapes you know of a woman raping a man?
Well, you know what? We can't say that.
Or taking advantage of them. How many?
We can't say that. Do you know how many stories I've heard about the damn babysitter with these boys?
I want to know percentage. And I don't know about them actually raping them. They might do a little fresh stuff.
Men don't even tell how many. It's a lot of men get beat up. Men don't tell.
We can't beat them straight up. We can't beat
that, but a lot of women. No. I'm not going to defend men, but I'm going to tell the truth. A lot of women like me have raised our sons not to fight women. So because of that very reason, men don't tell. They don't fight back. And because they don't fight back, they don't tell. They get
their name ain't Redden.
No, they don't have to be Redden, but their name is I'm a good son and I don't fight women.
Ain't no woman.
Yeah, I know all of us don't raise because I know my son.
I don't teach my son to
knock
hit
your
back.
ass out.
Well, he might knock him out.
One at a time.
ISPUK or ISUPK or whatever the hell them acronyms is, because they say they don't hit a woman, but they'll beat a bitch. And so therefore make sure they Hebrew and go to them, because I'm not gonna say yay or nay, but at the end of the day, if you know what I'm saying, if he hit a woman, then your husband should be knocking you upside your head too, so that he know what a good ass whooping look like.
Oh well, I'm just saying.
And I think we shouldn't compare it to be like it doesn't happen to the men, because it does, and that's the point. We can't turn it around and do what they're doing. Say that it doesn't happen to
if you tell your son,
I can't hear both talking at the same time.
I'm agreeing
on
with
a
you.
woman. In order to be a man, he needs to see a man. So make sure he see your husband knock upside your head, so he know what a good ass whooping look like. That's all I'm saying.
Well, if I was ever disrespectful, my son would see that, because plain and simple, you can't hit on a man and expect him not to hit you back. It's called reciprocity. It's called every cause has an effect. Every action has a reaction. So it's fine if you don't.
I never raised my son like
that. I'm raising my son like that.
Me too.
Anyway, what I would say is to it, as far as we can't do that of saying that the men haven't experienced they haven't experienced things, because that's what they're doing to us. That's what they're saying to us saying, oh, we're just siding with the white man and we've never gone through anything. And I get it, it's triggering. So it makes us be like, what have you actually gone through? But we can't do that. We know they've gone through these things. We've always fought for them. We've always marched for them. We've always been on the front lines for them. So we're not going to stop, but we're asking them, when are you going to be on the front lines for us? When are you going to say there's something that's happening to y'all and I'm going to stand up front? When are you going to say maybe black women aren't as protected as we once thought? Maybe we can do more. That will never happen. All it will be is from y'all's thought process and y'all psyche, and y'all need to stop that shit. Honestly, you have to see things from both sides. If you only see things from the man's side, go be with another man. You don't help us.
That's my problem. That's my problem.
Wait, one at a time, please. One at a time.
You don't help us unless you're in Ma'at and you're balanced.
I am in Ma'at. That's my
I'm not
problem.
talking about you, Sakina. Listen to what I'm saying. You, as men, they have to be able to say if there is systemic racism that made them be a certain way and they don't always choose the right choices, and we have stuck with them despite that, they have to understand that systemic racism affected us too. So where is our empathy for what we've been through? There is no empathy. There is just, you should have always made the right decisions when we didn't, and you guys didn't either. So I get it. And we shouldn't negate that feminism is a bad thing and it happened and it wasn't for us. It was to tear our families apart. Absolutely. But let's talk about how feminism got in, how feminism was able to tear our families apart. Because it wasn't that we were sitting drinking lemonade and feminism came in and just was like, hey, hate your men. And we were like, yeah. There was reasons. So I would love for BadHombre to say if he understands the reasons why feminism was able to take hold of the black woman.
Let me
say, we got another guest on here too.
Let me say this, and then I'm gonna shut down because I agree with you on that. But let me say this: I am tired of seeing or hearing people say they don't see Chinese people do this. They don't see people do. Where do you see them doing it? Where have you seen Chinese people at? Where have you hung out with Chinese people at? Where have you hung out with these people? Because
in the Chinese store,
I have a multi-diverse family. So if you haven't seen them do it, when have you been to China? When have you been to these places where you say you haven't seen this done? Because if we want to say, let's have this, the feminine woman versus the other woman, divine woman, then let's do the same thing for the divine man and the masculine man. Let's do the same thing. It's a man out here doing this to women, and it's a man out here doing this. Why do we always have to have this man versus this man, or this woman versus this woman, if we trying to come together? This is what I don't understand. Why is this black man different from this black man, but we always can blame one white man? Why is that?
That part. That's Dots. I didn't know that was Dots. Can she please speak? I didn't know that was Dots, a little kitty cat down there.
I didn't know it was her at first either. You're cool.
They always call them European, and them Europeans got all these 4 and 5 United Nations. But when it comes to us, we only got this black man and this black man, and they can't even understand they the same black man, or are they? Because you got the sun sweller and the cave dweller, and I can't understand neither one of them.
Now, what you gonna say, Dots? Dots? You know what? Whose turn is it?
Mine. I mean, I really don't have much to say. I'm just thinking that
I'm right here, y'all. It's just that my Wi-Fi keeps lagging. Y'all know what's going on. Listen, I don't know. I think that honestly, like I said before, it's entertainment. That's the purpose of a movie, right? I think one of the most how do I say this? I think one of the biggest magic tricks, right? That I have figured out is believing that if we're
Oh, she keeps messing up. Now, what was you going to say?
A little, but yeah, Gemini.
I was just going to say that,
Like, okay,
For me, I'm just a little confused as why Bad Hombre really don't understand fact from fiction, right? So we're talking about a fiction book, but then we're pressing pause on that, and we're giving you real life stories. Why
Nitro.
can't you, as a male, stop yourself, show the leadership quality that you need to be showing, stop yourself and say, oh, snaps, you know what? This is very triggering. I do apologize, for some of this content that I'm saying, or I do, understand, what you all have been through. And, let's either try to, uh, uh, you know, di- direct the conversation to somewhere else, or take it and make it, on a light, put it on a lighter note, or do something. You didn't have to keep, going in and poking that bear over and over and over. And I'm trying to find out, where is the disconnect? This is like, and this is the same thing in borders abuse, when a man don't know he's gone too far, and you just didn't understand. For me, you don't understand that you went too far, and you wouldn't stop yourself. You wouldn't exhibit self-control. The same thing, are you trying to advocate for a man? You're not even exhibiting certain qualities that a man should have. Like when you hear us expressing and getting very emotional, and we're saying how it's hitting home about a thing, and you still want to be combative or debate us or try to redirect the conversation. To me, that's wild. That's wild, and I don't understand that.
I've never done that, sis.
Yeah, and I
There
know,
you
and I
go.
think we
There
are
you
we are
go.
conflating a little bit of what's
Wow.
going on in the chat and what Bad Hombre is actually saying, and I think that's why we're getting our emotions high. But Bad Hombre, can you admit? Do you have any empathy for the things that the women were actually going through that actually pushed them to this feminist movement?
Of course I do. And the only thing I was trying to do is I was just trying to give a historical context behind not only the author of the movie, but I was also trying to show how some of the same tropes from the early 1900s reared itself again in a book that came out in 1982. So all I was trying to do and give background information on the author so people can make up their own minds. That's it.
We
Wow.
appreciate you. I
And
know I appreciate
we
you coming on here
appreciate this
because
conversation.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted him to know we appreciate this
Yes,
conversation.
I'm
And
saying.
people in the chat are saying the same thing. This is a conversation that we need to have with our men, because there are so many men that just feel like that we just turned against y'all. We were just like, sign me up for the check.
Very dismissive.
And
Very
welfare is
dismissive.
pennies. Welfare is pennies. We didn't just sign over for some welfare. We really didn't, y'all. So we do have to have this conversation.
Darren,
And actually, Mighty Hebrew is white. It was white people that was behind this movie. That's why I wanted people to know who the producers were. So he's
But I
right. It
said
is
that
white. It is the
earlier.
white. It is the white people. And I did say it was. I started off saying it was a work of fiction.
But that's what I said
no,
earlier when I made the
Mighty Hebrew,
comparison.
that okay. I'm gonna just say this. Thank you, LaShawn. Mighty Hebrew. It's not that, and it's not that we don't care about what you say. That is definitely not the truth. But if you just saying stuff just to be saying it, and I mean, just come up here and and intertwine with us. You don't need to keep typing. You can come up here and express yourself. Your opinion is valid, just like anybody else's. And yes, whoever said something about somebody worrying, to me, again, that's downplaying our feelings by saying you worrying about 17%. What about the 83? We really don't know. That's just an estimate. I mean, really and truly. Yeah, we worried about that 17% because we got daughters and sons. We worried. And what's this about the Chinese again? We don't live in the Chinese world. We live in this world.
I think what he's saying is, and I'm not trying to speak for him, but I think he's saying is, where are the examples of other races of,
And you know, if we get a
I hate to
Chinese
use the
woman, a
word.
white woman, a Puerto Rican woman, all of them gonna come on here and say the same thing because they have it in their world too. We focus on our world. We don't focus on everybody else's world, and that's a fact. Because if when I go in the stores and I'll be talking to people, they have the same problems that we're having with their men too. And their men is having the same problems that we're having with their women.
And I also have to say, before I started, I did say I didn't want to get into any kind of gender war. That's not what I was attempting
I
to
know you
do.
wasn't,
Oh
but
no,
I'm actually trying. I'm actually trying. Believe it or not, I'm actually trying to figure out a way to get us together. Because when it's all said and done, the sad reality is we all we got.
we all we
That's
got.
black men and black women. And we don't figure out, I said this the other night when I was on here, we don't figure out a way to bridge this gap or whatever is going on between us right now. By 2038, the medium net worth, according to Dr. Claude Anderson, is projected to be $0. So we have to figure out a way to put this all out on the table, iron out all our differences, and come together. That's why I wanted you all to get a historical context behind the author of the movie and whatever was going on in the early 1900s to see how it keeps repeating itself. That's all I'm trying to do. So now that it's out there, how are we going to come together? How are we going to get back to the 80% marriage rate we had prior to 1965? What say you on to that?
well, before that, 1 second, I do have to address this whole. I never see Asians anywhere. I watch the Manosphere, so I see these Asian women come on and talk to these black men, and these black men soak it up, and they talk about their men so
They
bad.
sure do.
I ain't gonna say like that. It ain't true that Asian men aren't seen as weak or lesser or anything like that, because it is a thing. I think Issa Rae got a lot of flack for talking about that, because the least chosen man is the Asian man, and the least chosen woman is the black woman, according to certain statistics or anything. But what these Asian women are doing is going on to appease black men. They are downing their men. They are saying they're weak. They are saying, oh, they're not strong like you. There was one Asian woman I saw. She was like, well, an Asian mama just be like, oh, you're perfect, there's nothing wrong with you, and it makes the men weak. But black mamas be like, well, she gonna just use you and be giving their boys a heads up, so it's harder for them to get a black man because he's looking at them sideways, because their mama taught them to look at them sideways and know what they're coming from. So no, y'all aren't privy to these white women and these Asian women and these Hispanic women coming online and talking about their men, but we are, and they do it too. They do it too. So yeah, you guys have just not been paying attention. But to answer his question, let's go in order. So Sister Freedom, you want to start with answering his question about marriage?
Oh, what you want? Oh, whose question about marriage?
BadHombre was saying, can you repeat the question when it comes to marriage? I'm sorry, I wanted to address the Asian woman and that they down their men all the time. But
Yes, I said, what can we do to get our marriage rate back up to the 85% like it was prior to 1965?
Okay. Well, as my little sister Dulcinea always says, this is a millennium time, and I think it has changed the feeling of wanting to get married. I think that the men like being free so they can deal with a lot of women, and I think the women like to be free so they can deal with a lot of men. I don't know what happened, but they need to know the importance of being married. The importance of being married is, for one, that if something happens to your man, you have some say so. If something happens to your woman, you got some say so. But if you're not married and you just messing with the man and something happened to him and you go up there talking about something, I've been with him for 5 years. I've been with him for 10 years. His family gonna come and say, I don't care. And he could be Muslim or whatever. They or Hebrew or Christian. If the family's Muslim, they're gonna bury him in a Muslim way. It doesn't happen if the family's Christian and he's Muslim, because you ain't gonna have no say so legally. They're gonna do with him what they will do. It is a big importance of being married. You can't make no decisions. You can't go and if you got to get some information pertaining to your man, if you don't have it written down somewhere with contracts or whatever, how people do that, then you just been with this man for all them years. It's very important to be married. You can make decisions where you can't make decisions when you're not. So I know Niambi is saying wills, but we're talking about like that is important what you're saying, Niambi, and it's a fact what you're saying. Because I mentioned contract. If you have some form of contract. But marriage brings a bond too. When you in a marriage, it brings a bond between you and a man. It's a different type of feeling than when you just with the man. You feel close to him, but when you married to him, you feel bonded, and it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. So I wish it would come back. Ombre, marriage is good. I'm not gonna say marriage is bad at all. That's my opinion about it. I like marriage. So I think Sakina, you're next. You there, Kiki?
Mike
Okay.
said he blocked out. He can't get in.
Well, I see it says the service is currently unavailable. That doesn't mean he's blocked, but I'm checking in.
Or not blocked. Stop it.
You can go though, Sakina. Go next.
I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm sorry, because he said
his
he blocked.
marriage. That's how important marriage was, and you know he wants to know.
Well, he was talking about before, marriage was at it was more than actually any other race, and we were married at like a 80+% clip, and it's gone down so negatively since the feminist movement or anything. And he's saying,
"Oh,
what can
girl,
we
I don't even want to say nothing
bring
to
that back?"
Makes me sick.
Of the marriage.
Right, because like I said, we were more supportive back then, especially as a whole. It was not just even a marriage, it was the family, it was everything. Right? As a people, we were more stronger. That's how we made it from that point to the next point, all the way through the King, through the Rosa Parks, through the Malcolm X, through all of that. We start falling apart. Excuse me, we start falling apart later till right now. When we stop caring. Because right now, kids are at the, they really said they don't. If you don't give a damn, we don't give a fuck. That was somewhere in that era, and now kids just flat out, I don't fuck with you. It's the disrespect to this point, it isn't got that bad. They show it. It's to that point. We tried each year. We was raising our kids to make life better than ours was, and now you got little kids singing. I got grown folks problems. Grown folk money. What that little girl was singing? I got grown people money problems. That kind of stuff. Kids is killing themselves, being bullied. That's some real pressure on a little kid to want to kill themselves at 8, 9, and 10, and this is a whole different world. So marital status is this is just to make a family stay together. People don't want to make it through and take a problem, and it ain't no I and we.
Yeah, and I looked into it. I don't see him as blocked. I don't see anybody having to block him or anything. So I think it's just his internet. It went out in a bad time. His internet, Zimbabwe, not Zimbabwe. He's in Tanzania. It just hit him, and he was like, "Y'all blocked me," but no, that's Tanzania internet right there.
Gemini, could you do me a favor, please? Can you do me a favor, please, Gemini? Can you please address the person in the chat that keeps saying that we had horror stories from our grandmothers and all of this? We wasn't talking about marriage. We were talking about abuse. Could you let that person know that, please? And then stop lying on Unscrambled Mind, sisters, please.
They don't understand the true terms of a unified marriage. And when we talk about even old things and duality, and that's the whole thing about duality and principalities. The principalities, especially when you're talking about Mayat, those old Kemetic principalities was about.
Said nothing about marriage,
right? It was about a marriage.
No, I'm talking about what something's on the screen. Sorry.
Okay,
I put my mute on.
that talked about the a prince and a pal, though that was a unified thing. Once you become, that's the inside and the outside of yourself as a person. But then there was also a duality, saying the understanding yourself, being responsible for yourself, and then that duality. Once you can handle that duality in oneself, then you could understand with another person, because you can only be responsible for your reactions, your reactions. So if you could understand that within yourself, then you would be able to deal with someone else outside of self. But you also know that that would make you know how to be responsible for everything that you do. So therefore, for every action, there's a reaction. That would make it a universal connection. And if we could spread that to each, for a
Right.
father to a son, you keep spreading that, that would be a universal thing. And then that would make harmony.
No, stop dragging it.
And so that's
Okay.
what this is all
Gemini.
about.
Okay.
Gemini.
So wait, so this question has this whole show has just gone in a quite the direction. But since some of you ladies hit on it, do you think that, and and he wants to know about marriage, do you think that one of the reasons why we have grown tougher skin is because we don't feel safe anymore? Like, if is there such thing as when we felt safe, we were softer, a little bit more subtler, a little bit more gentle, and we were more likely to submit. And somewhere down the line, though, we begin to feel unsafe in a lot of more situations and times than one. So is it the men, or is it just life in general that has caused us to go this way? Because as Sakina mentioned before, you even have the children that's so out of control, partly because they don't get a chance, they didn't grow up with to see a softer, gentler side of their mother, right? Because the mother, her roles has changed,
But if you
right?
depended on you, right, and know that you could depend on somebody else, did that make you stronger? Knowing that you could, if you had to depend on you, but you knew that you could depend on somebody else,
Right.
versus, versus just waiting to depend on somebody else and then always having somebody else to blame. Which one was better? Because that's where we at now. We waiting around for somebody else to blame when we should always depend on us, ourselves, knowing that we could, if it ever came down to it. I call it in case of emergency, bust this glass. That's why when my mom was alive, I know I could always depend on my mom.
Okay, Nisha, it's your turn to speak. If you done, Gemini, we're gonna try to keep this in the right order, please.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to, bring that out, that, there was a time when we felt safer, and so our behavior reflected that. And now, we're violated, almost on a daily by so many things, that we have a tougher exterior right now in 2023. I mean, almost every woman does. My mom did, her mom did. She gave birth to me. I did. I have a daughter. She has tough skin, right? And so there isn't, and I know that men, keep saying this. They have this idea about a softer, some sort of soft, strong, at the same time type of woman, but that's not what it's producing. And when you don't like the how the environment, and don't understand how environmental influences changes over time, then I don't really know what to tell you. I don't really know what you understand then, right? Because those times are gone, and it'll be rare and rare for you to see this type of TV type of woman. This woman, this false woman with this false narrative that really doesn't exist, but yet men still chase after without really seeing, taking off the rose-colored glasses and really taking a look at the women in its communities. Take a look at the women in your family, the younger generation in your family. See how the women have changed over time. and then learn to accept that where we are.
Okay.
We,
And
you understand what I'm saying? Like we are here for, we have evolved for a reason.
2 minutes.
Yeah, and
Nisha,
it's a community that has to really come together and understand where we are and why we have changed.
Let Nisha go next and then me after.
Um, Marriage. We've all on this panel have been married at some point, and I think marriage, the idea of marriage, is overrated. I think that it's okay. So a lot of us get married for different reasons, right? So the idea of it is really not realistic.
mm,
Um, Marriage in itself is a contract. It is a business. And I don't want to be like I'm currently married legally, but not actually with my husband, right? So I think that if we really understand that it's a contract, it's a business, and I do not want to
yes,
be in
it is.
business with the person I lay with every night. I don't want to be in business with them. And you can get the same uh, rights if you've been with somebody for a long time that you can get with marriage. It just have to come in different ways. It has to come in trust, wills, insurance policies. That's a
What?
must to get on anybody. Um, and power of attorneys. So if we're going to speak, because marriage is a contract, so you can have those same contracts without getting married. I think the bottom line is that we have to be a unit, married or not. If we dealing with each other, we have to be as one. I got your back, you got mine, and being and feeling safe. That is so important to a woman. That is so attractive to know that you're with somebody and you know they got you for real. So let's not look at marriage in itself as the goal. Let's look at unity. Let's look at love for real without all of the contracts and this and that.
Okay, and then first I'm gonna answer your bad question, BadHombre, but I did want to address what Cube said as well about us raising the boys and who raised the boys and all this other stuff. And this is gonna be controversial. And I love my granddaddy. I love my granddaddy, but my granddaddy didn't play a lot of the games that other people did. I will say definitively, I think the men are today are better than our granddaddies. They are. They're more loyal, they treat us better. They definitely understand as far as that it's more than just, oh, I go to work and I bring home the paycheck. They now are learning that, okay, emotion side is important, the love side is important. So there's a lot of what we have done in the past 40 years that have made men more emotionally intelligent and have made them better, period. What I would say as far as to why marriage is, I do think we have a fanciful um, view of what marriage is, and that's why we're getting married less or anything, and that there is no benefit of us going through the state to get married and having this government be a part of our marriage. We're seeing how that has done us so bad, how they have taken our homes because we don't understand properly what the marriage license does without a will, without a trust. And now all the money's going to them, is not being passed down. All the wealth is going to them. And that's why we are going to be in this predicament, even with the amount of marriages that we have, of being zero generational wealth passed down. So I think when we talk about marriage, we have to redefine it. We have to be having marriage under our own terms and conditions. We have to be like, okay, it's not marriage through the government or marriage through the state. We have to really be like, marriage is for family, and we come up with our own contracts. We come up with our own things to do, and then less of us will feel like we're being effed by marriage, because it's not just us that are marrying a lot less. It's men, and of course, men are marrying less because, like I said, I believe you guys are better than the previous generations. But what do y'all get for it? When you get divorced, she's gonna take you for everything you got. She gonna get all the money, all this other stuff that are reasons why you guys aren't choosing marriage either. So we got to address those points and fix marriage before we can up the numbers. And that's my perspective on it.
Okay. Can I say something right quick? Men, let me just drop this, a piece of wisdom for our lovely men in the chat tonight. They have so many opinions, or their feelings. Which one? Pick a side, y'all. Tell the truth. But anyways, men men represent knowledge, and wisdom represent a woman. A lot of times men cannot get control or get through to another to a woman is because they're busy using knowledge, because they kept themselves from the woman so long. So when you step into a woman and you're trying to get her attention and get her to listen, you need to apply some wisdom. That's the only thing a woman is going to respond to. But when you apply wisdom, that is coming from a place of leadership within you. If you don't have that leadership quality, then you really can't even really begin to speak on about women and what women are and what you think you know about a woman. There was a question in the chat. Who was that asked that crazy question? How come a woman does da 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 da? Well, if you were wise, you would go over to that woman in the hood and in the ghetto, looking however she is, and apply some wisdom to her ear. But you can't do that. You want to be able to fix the community, but can't even fix yourself, right? Won't even take the necessary steps it takes to even try and attempt to build a community, let alone a family. Your family becomes your community. And then when you can give of yourself a little bit more, you take it on the outside of your family, which is your local community. So y'all got to take some steps back and really, start understanding where y'all coming from too, with all this that y'all come with. It's not from a place of genuine love. It's not coming from a place of wisdom. And no woman wants to hear what you're talking about, because it's the wrong thing to talk about to a woman. Apply some wisdom sometimes, and you'll get a lot further. But that's it. I'm done.
Okay.
I had a question for you. Are you part? I want to get an opinion, because I see how Derek is kind of talking in the chat. So I want to know: did you grow up in a two-parent household, or did you grow up in a single mother household?
Oh yeah, two parent. Married for like 50 years.
Okay. Okay. It's controversial. I just want to ask a question or anything, because I do feel like we're kind of going in on the chat, and I do understand
I feel like you're not going to order, but go ahead.
Well, no. I'm asking him a question, and then I want him to take over, because he hasn't said anything in the past good 15
I was going to ask him to speak.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say for him to take over after, but to this question or anything, do you think that there is a lot of more, not just hate, but just there's more of a disdain because of people and what men and what they've dealt with from their own mothers? And that's the bad hombre. That's to you.
That's a tough one, because I don't have a frame of reference from that. But I can tell you a lot of guys who were raised in a single parent home, they say, hey, this is what happened in my house. So I don't really have an example of, how to be a husband. But see, me personally, I didn't grow up in that household, so I don't really have a frame of reference. But I do think that having conversations like this could help to bridge a gap, or if there's because we went in 58 years from being the most married to the least married. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, what do you all think that Black men need to do? I know someone said women aren't feeling protected. So how can Black men show you that they are protecting you? What do you want black men to do? Because,
For one, we would ask you to be more considerate of our feelings. Try to understand us. Because I think that's where a division is between us. We don't understand each other. We have to get to know each other. That, they need to look at us and understand that their position is to protect. And protection comes in so many different forms and so many different ways, not fighting somebody over me, but protect my mind, body, and soul. Protect me. Be honest. We can have conversation and we can be honest with each other. But know that a woman is a different entity than a man. So we really do need to get to know each other. A man can do a lot. Protection, like I said, it comes in a lot of different forms. And getting to know us is a form of protection. So that's what I think, is, thing that we need to do is start understanding each other more, getting to know each other more. And know that we are two different entities and not stop thinking that we're the same, because we're not. So that's our emotions are different. A lot. So just too much stuff that's different. So we got to have more understanding with each other. We need to know what you like, what your dislikes are. The same with us on the other side. Well, and have patience. That's another thing that I want us to do with each other. Have more patience. And ask us what we want. And we ask you what you want. And what you don't. So that's what I wanted to say. Nothing too much. Sakina? Sakina there?
I am here. And I wanted to say that I want myself.
Oh my God.
Over my body. My head down to my toes.
You asked her, Umbra. You asked her.
Sakina gonna sing to you all the time, baby. She gonna make it right.
And she will end up with that. But you did ask her. And make sure that somebody mentioned that we're getting ready to have a late night show too. We getting ready to have a nightcap show. And it's going to be, we're going straight to the point, what a woman wants from a man and what a man wants from what we need, what we want and need. So y'all going to like that little channel. After 12 o'clock channel, nightcap. So, what we need to do to please our man and what we would like our man to do to please us. So I hope y'all enjoy that program. It's only going to be on the weekends, late night, after dark.
Just like look, Freedom. It's just like the guy Derek. He's in the chat saying we want a meal, and now men like, yeah, we're hungry, and I'm like, well, all you have to do is ask us the right way. So when we get into that late night,
unscrambled mind, right. Special dish.
Yeah, we'll show you too how to work on communication so that you'll get those meals that you've been needing so much, right?
Yeah.
And so asking us is in a different. We're women, so we're communicative. Word play, right? Touch play. However you need to do to get that food on the table, but y'all don't want to play ball. So when we get to those late night conversations, we got some hot topics.
Great.
Topics.
Hot topics.
Nisha, did you want to jump in here?
Well, what Cube said, he ain't asking for nothing. Offer him a meal. We're going to give you a happy meal.
That's only you can believe that.
So I feel like we need to what these brothers need to do is just the main thing, and just be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Just be honest with us in
Honest.
every aspect. Be honest with yourself, number one.
Mm.
Be honest enough, even if it hurt. Because with the honesty comes understanding.
Ooh.
And we can't move further if we don't have an understanding. So, honesty, because if you guess what, if you want 2, 3 more women, just be honest about it. Don't cheat.
Uh-huh.
Just be honest about it. We could talk about it, and we might could work something out. But with these games, these mental games, these mind games y'all like to play sometimes, that don't get us nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
No.
You
Just
don't
get
have
your
to
face scratched
pretend.
up.
You don't have to pretend. We can see y'all better than y'all can see yourselves, for real.
That
And
part.
a lot of y'all are lost, but we still here.
Yeah.
I'm not a divester. I would never go nowhere else. I love my black man. So
Mm.
just be honest with us. That's the most important thing for me is honesty.
Honesty.
Mm.
She
And
ain't no
don't get your eyes scratched out.
She want all this.
It's your turn, Dulcinea. There's something screaming in the back. What's that?
Everyone has to mute up. I think it's
I
because
think it's Bad Hombre's phone. Bad Hombre, get it
well,
together.
it may be his phone, but everybody should mute up while everybody else is speaking. So
I'm muted.
oh yeah, he's muted. So everybody got to mute up. Okay. So what I would just say to it as far, I mean, I don't believe that too, being like they should have to ask. I don't think you have to ask. I think when you care about someone, you're going to automatically care about if they're eating. You're going to care about if they're, horny. You're going to care. You're going to take care of all their needs, and vice versa. So it's one of those things that when you're not doing those things, then you have to look into the actual relationship. Maybe if that is that person or not. Sometimes y'all like certain women and that look a certain way, and then maybe she don't know how to cook like that. So now you got to choose. Do I care more about looks, or do I care about that she can make some smothered pork chops? Like those are decisions that you have to make. But like if you are willing to teach her to cook, and then she'll do those things for you. But I think you don't really have to tell someone that loves you to get to know you and know how to please you, because they're gonna do that automatically. So a lot of the stuff that you're asking for and not getting, it's y'all are choosing not to get it because you're choosing the wrong women. And a lot of things that women are not getting from men, they're choosing the wrong men. So now you have to make those decisions of what you are your non-negotiables, what are your boundaries, and be upfront about it. But we're never real with the fact that, like for instance, for women, some of us will get attracted to the outer appearance. We get attracted to what's happening in the bedroom, and then we're saying, "Oh, he ain't ish because he does this, this, and that." No, you allowed him to move in, sis, because he was good in bed, and now you're living the consequences. A lot of men, she's fine, her body's nice or anything. You met her, she was boobs out, she was twerking when you met her. And now that she's with you, you're like, okay, I need you to change and be this conservative woman. Be Candace Owens. And no, you didn't choose Candace Owens. So a lot of things are happening because we're choosing who we're being with. And you're not going to change someone after the fact, man or woman. So choose what you want up front. Give your deal breakers up front. You can't just be like, I like the outer package, and then I'm going to make them be what I want them to be, because it doesn't work like that.
It's my turn. It's my turn after Dulcinea because Dots isn't on here. I go. And then you go. Okay. I don't care what kind of man it is or what kind of woman it is. Y'all need to get to know each other. I mean, Dulcinea was just talking about you just jumping in bed, being addicted to what the dick did and all this here kind of stuff. That's true. That's what women do. That's why I was saying you need to get to know her, because if you don't, and it's gonna be too late once you already got addicted to what the dick did. Point blank. So you need to get to know each other. You need to say what you like and what you don't like. Because if you don't, you're going to run into right smack into a wall. People, like Nisha said, fear is the mind killer. You need to say what you like, what you don't like. And here's another thing. Stop saying that you're not ready for a relationship, but you're doing everything that a relationship has. I notice a lot of people do that. You're not ready for a relationship, but you spend it every night with the woman. Y'all going out to different places. Y'all doing this and doing that, doing everything like y'all in a relationship. Then just because you said you don't want no relationship and months done went by, y'all doing stuff. She see you with Tracy, and now she want to fight, and you going to turn around to her and say, well, I told you I didn't want no relationship. She going to scratch your behind up because you've been doing everything with her like you in a relationship. That's backwards and vice versa. I'm going to make sure I say vice versa because I don't want y'all to say that you know, and that addicted to that's I got that from my husband. He say that all the time. But what I'm saying is, I'm saying vice versa. A woman can't do the same thing with y'all. Say, I really don't want no relationship, but every night you with her, making sweet love to her, she allowing this to happen, and then she with Tom months down, and you like, what's up? What's up? You trying to fight Tom and all that. Because she said, you know, she like looking at him. Well, I told him, like, I don't know what this. I don't even know him. That's my cousin. I don't know why he always acting stupid. You know how we do. I'm just saying, we don't need to get too comfortable with you men that's saying y'all don't want no relationship. Like Nelson there said, a person can only do what you allow him to do. Now, if he's saying he don't want no relationship, and you know you really want a relationship, don't play that game like you okay with it because you like what it felt like when y'all was laying down. Don't do it because he ain't the only man. Be with, if you know you really want a relationship, well then be with somebody who wants a relationship, because you're going to get yourself hurt. It's going to be a game, just like Nisha just said. And this is a form of one of those games. If you don't really want a relationship, don't do relationship stuff. Because it just gets too comfortable. Another thing, don't kiss and all that stuff. You don't want a relationship, don't do the all the stuff that go with it. Do part of it. Because it just brings all them unnecessary feelings. Don't be doing all that extra stuff like you in a relationship. Woo! Might make the hair go pop off. Make the hair pop off. You lay up on that side. I'll lay over here. I'm just saying, don't do it.
You do understand what this is.
I always say like this: don't do all that kissing, all that extra holding afterwards, and all that. Those is relationship things. You want a little peck here and there, that's fine. We ain't doing all that tongue action, all that there, all that holding, all that. It was just what it was, and that's it. All that. Now, I'm just keeping it 100.
Marcel said, conscience.
Marcel know what it is too. Don't do all
that. Let me say this for the women too, though. While you're still on that subject, I feel like if a woman doesn't plan on being with the man, for a long period of time, then you should establish some sort of going Dutch, right? Don't be a woman that leads the man on too, because these days, it is getting. It's very interesting how this axe is swinging both ways. That's something I like to say all the time. The axe swing both ways, right? So the men, stop doing that stuff Freedom was talking about, and for the women, go Dutch. Don't have a man spend $150 on you and you don't have no intentions on, being in a relationship tomorrow or next week. That's kind of messed up and misleading, right? And then when he get mad and he come over there and choke the mess out of you, then you mad, right? You like, well, he's like, give me that. I need some of my money back. And sometimes the men will text that too. They'll be like, hey, I need some of my money back. You know, you weren't trying to go out tomorrow night. I was just to come up for a meal, and they be getting mad.
I ain't
So
cooking my man all that. What's all that about? No, I'm not doing no relationship stuff. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? In a relationship, the fried potatoes, French toast, and that bacon, ham, bacon, and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Turkey bacon, excuse me, because you know I don't do no pork. Turkey bacon and all that. All that. Y'all not getting all that. You're not getting no French
look,
toast. You're not getting no
freedom.
pancakes. The fried potatoes with the onions and the green peppers and all that kind of stuff. For breakfast, scrambled eggs with cheese. Then for lunch, you know you want your lunch all good up and stuff, warm sandwiches, all that kind of. You're not getting all that.
You're not.
And someone needs to address
Listen.
what Sakina is saying on the stream, because this is part on, and there's a lot of men in that are talking
Well,
about.
wait a minute. Let me say, Mr. Freedom. I got a girlfriend who say she give him oatmeal.
Oatmeal is a good breakfast, and if you
No,
get
it's not. No, it's not, Dulcinea. Stop.
well, it depends on how you
Yeah,
make
it's a
it.
No,
crap
don't depend.
breakfast.
No, don't depend on none of that. You get the steel kind. That's 90. Wait a minute. She said this. Look, wait. Then she said with some parquet. She said she get a ass some oatmeal with some parquet.
We ain't even get real butter. Oh my goodness.
Put some fruit in there, some cinnamon, some butter.
Stop,
put a little bit,
Dulcinea.
some
Stop.
sugar,
You killing it, Bill. You
whatever.
killing it. No, you killing the bill, boo. That's not the point. The point is,
There.
yeah, it's
That's all
lousy
it'll
ass.
be. Now Dax on the right point. He said, but you'll F me. Yeah, because you ain't making no love. Making love is when the feelings start. That old stuff that you talking about. That's all you do. I'm keeping it 100. I'm a grown woman. We might, but you ain't getting no making love. It's a difference, baby.
Y'all feed these
No,
people.
that, honey. It's a difference.
But I do want to address her point, because I feel like this is where KS got a lot of y'all messed up. And that's the point I was making. You're complaining and you're saying, oh, young women should want to get married. No, they don't. Some young women want to get married. Some young women look good and they can go and get your money. So they're going to go get your money. They don't want to get married. Just like some young men, they're going to be dope boys or anything. Someone's complaining about that. So you have to find someone with your values. You can't complain because the woman you want doesn't have your values. You either put your values over the physical, you put your values over being shallow, or you die alone too. Because at the end of the day, if you really wanted marriage so bad, if you wanted marriage so bad, you would be looking for a good woman, not a good looking woman, not a woman that's a size 4 and got big boobs and a big booty. Because that woman knows that, and especially if she's in her 20s, she's not looking for you to do nothing but pay her bills. So now you mad because you went after the Instagram model and you like, oh, who these other niggas sending you cash apps? And she's like, oh, you're one of many. And now you're sad.
Okay.
And now you're sad. And you're
that part.
I admit it.
Because when you had a good woman, when you had someone that was down, you wanted to up for better looks. You wanted to up for your homeboys to be like, damn, that's you. But damn, that's you comes with some other problems. So it's the same way. That's why I was saying, as far as a lot of women are young women that do like those dope boys. They like the charisma. They like the money he's bringing in. You have to deal with the consequences of that. You can't be like, I like all that, but he better not cheat on me. No, sis. He is. He gonna be with every other girl. You're not the only one riding in his car while he's doing the deals. You just the one riding on Tuesday. And then there's gonna be a girl on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and the weekend. So you get what you go after, period. So if you cared about having a good woman, you would be seeking a good woman and not her dress size, not what she looks like or anything like that. And someone seeking a good man is looking for the same. They're not going to be shallow. They're going to look for a good man. They're not going to care about his money. They're going to look for a good man. Now we got to find each other now. And we got to stop this BS of being all about the physical, all about the shadowness, and then being complaining because we were all about the wrong things. If you
And
want to be
pay
all
attention
about
to the right
family, there's
person.
so many women that are all about family. Find them.
Absolutely.
And pay
Find
So let me
them.
throw
attention.
something out there. Let me
That's right.
put something out. Let me put something out here. I'm just sitting back listening. And it sounds like we all can agree that there are a lot of problems going on right now between the sexes. Would you all agree with that?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh
Absolutely.
yeah.
Okay. Now, do you all think that movies like The Color Purple, not just that movie, even though it's a work of fiction, even though it happens in real life, do you think movies like that are helping us or hurting us?
I think they help.
Helping.
Helping. You gotta be aware. Stop playing.
So you think back in 1986, black women went to see that movie and they were like, you know what? Damn it, I want to marry a black man.
You think
We still want a
Why
black
wouldn't
man. I
they?
don't care what
No,
movie
I
come
think
on.
what happened was a
Oh
lot
my
of men, I
gosh.
know
Like
my
really?
brother as well, what they saw is what they were like, I don't want to be that man. And then they
Right.
made themselves better from it.
Exactly.
And my brothers have always been like, you gonna get a real man and all
Right.
this stuff. And he can see these losers and he would make sure, like, no, my sister not gonna be with the loser, period. So like at the end of the day, I think it did help because men were like, I'm not gonna be Mr. And then women were like, oh, I'm not going to be in that predicament. And we were able to see certain things. I don't think Color Purple has anything to do with where we are right now. I think us being where
I'm
we
not
are,
saying it is.
well,
Not
I'm
a single
well, I
thing.
think where we are right now comes for more so because we stopped getting with each other while we were young. The men started being like, I want to have all my options when I'm 18, 19, 20, and then I want to settle down when I'm 40 and 50. And young women will use that man, but we don't want that man. We wanted the guy in high school that said they want to play around. And I think that's where we have the biggest lapse between us because young women do want to settle down. They do want to be with their first love and they want to marry their first love, but their
Sure
first
do.
love wants to play the field. So now once they're playing the field, the women are playing the field. And once we play the field, honey, we are playing the fields.
did you see all that in that? Did
I
you
have
see
to,
all that in
go
Color
ahead,
Purple?
Sakina. I'll jump in after you, Sakina. Go ahead.
Because I didn't see all that in Color Purple. I saw a young girl marry an older man that was trying to raise a family. I saw a
Forced.
huh?
She was forced.
Okay, whether she was forced or not, I'm still talking about a family go through a struggle of time. I saw even though I saw a woman getting abused, I saw a black woman and black people go through a racial time in life. I saw black people being treated different and how they still came together. I saw how white privilege was prevailing. I saw black families stay together. Even when Harpo left his second wife and went back to his first wife, and the second wife was still part of the family, and sat at the dinner table when they were still all together. I saw a family come back together when the kids came back from Africa, when the sister joined, what was that called?
Missionary.
Yeah, the missionary, and ran into her niece and nephew to the missionary, and a family came back together. So, I mean, I saw more than that. I even saw a hoe become a housewife and join the band, and even saints became sinners, and sinners came saints again. So I got more out of that, but I didn't see whatever you talking about, Dawson. There, so I love being on Unscrambled Minds. So I didn't see all this, but again, it was more to the story than just that. So
That's that that's that age thing again. I don't know why y'all always take it there. It's that, we be having ageism on this damn show sometimes.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, Sakina, go get us.
it
We
wasn't
suing
that
each other. Everybody's suing each other for ageism sometimes.
right. It wasn't that far in advance. I didn't see all of that yet into the future. I
Oh,
saw
Lord.
going a episode in time and saying we come from this and we made it this far, and the family was still the family, and no matter what, we stuck together as a people, and we're not there again. And
But
that's
y'all both right. You do realize this,
But
right?
I just said, I wonder
You're
what
both
Don
right.
said.
I understand what she's saying, but I don't see the because I always see a finger pointing, and I don't want to point a finger.
Yeah, because you know what? That's a bad habit that we do have, because I'm guilty of it myself, right? Especially when it comes to talking to someone, younger. I think the oftentimes when me and Dulcinea disagree because she is the same around the same age as my daughters and gets on my nerves. And so I'm always pointing the finger, forgetting that, Dulcinea is not my daughter. She's a grown woman. She has the freedom and the ability to think like she want to think the way she want to think, do what she want to do. But we do that. But as long as Dulcinea, you do realize too that, right? What's the Kina saying? Because both points are valid. You guys are both right, two different times, and you both makes you both right.
I
This
just
is
want
what we evolved into.
Well, wait a minute, y'all. Doc didn't get a chance to say something. Please let her go back to Umbra. Let Umbra. Dots.
Okay. So,
What do you
all
think
right,
a man needs to
I
do?
want to take it back a little bit more. Back to something, the point that Bat Ombre had initially made when he first started out in the conversation. And he was mentioning like Gloria Steinem and listing other names. In essence, just to say, look, they had no good intent. Look at them. Conspiracy theory type thing. And I always think about the time frame, right? And I think that it's real foul sometimes that I'm hearing more and more just like blatant dismissiveness and disrespect to those who have come before us, right? And now that we have more information, and any time that character is questioned, it's almost like, you see, told you, Marcus Garvey wasn't for the people, so and so wasn't for the people, Malcolm X wasn't for the people, right? But forgetting the time frame and forgetting that at the end of the day, they left a legacy and they must be important and valid because we still talk about them. Put respect on their name. At least they did something instead of just talking. At least they did something. So I don't really care about what the behind the scene intent is. If Gloria Steinem or any other producer, writer, artist, or whether you're talking about our civil rights leaders or whomever, put respect on their name. But no, instead it's always like now hindsight is 2020. Hindsight now is 2020, so it's okay to throw mud at those men and women who did what they did. Yes, they were flawed. Hell yes, even they shouldn't have been trusted, perhaps. But we also got to remember the age in which these people were born, right? And the fact that at least they did something. It's like, come on, eat the chicken, spit the bone out, take what you can. But then to be here 50 years later, 20 years later, 80 years later, and when we're talking about certain things, it's like, yeah, and she did this. I bet you I didn't know. You see, I always think that what? What we like? Come on, at least they did something. What are we doing? What are you doing? In 50 years, is anybody going to remember what you did or what you said? Put respect on these people's names, man. And so again, I say props to who did The Color Purple. I don't really care about their personal lives. They put money up and it was an impactful movie, clearly, because we're still talking about it, right, wrong, or indifferent. That's it, that's all.
Okay, gotta go to Nisha next and then me.
What was the question again?
Power to the people and people to the power.
Put some respect on it, whatever you're about to say. Josh is back. She ain't playing. No
The
game.
bottom line is,
Yeah, did you ask a question, Bad Hombre?
He said what the men need to do.
oh, well, I already done told them they need to be honest and quit all this playing. and just be honest. That's pretty much what it is. If they could be honest and they could really look themselves in the mirror every day and feel good about that, then I think we can make something happen. But these lies, these deceptions, we don't need all that.
She said
Just be
this.
for real. Just be for real. We got y'all. Just stop them games. Tell a woman straight up what you want. This is how it is. If she can't get it, then that's not the one for you. Move on. Find the next one. Don't play with her because she got something that you want. If she ain't got everything, then don't waste her time.
Okay, BadHombre, let's ask you, what do y'all want from us?
It's my turn. One
I'm
second,
sorry,
Sister Keita,
Dusty.
it's my turn. And I want to say to Sakina and just address that point of just being like what you didn't see. But like in our generation, that was a big thing. As far as I don't know what you've seen or not, but a big thing was the LeBron got Savannah because he settled down with Savannah. He didn't say, "Oh, let me play the field. Let me see if I can get better." No, he was like, "I have this good woman. I'm going to settle with her and I'm going to build with her." And that's a lot that happened with the older generations. But our generations, they didn't do it. The men said, "Okay, I'm going to play the field for longer points." Even in college, they played around and played the field. And then when someone is in their Lori Harvey stage, they're like, "Lori Harvey, settle down." And she's like, "No, I have this dude that's an actor. I have this dude that's a baller. I have this dude, and they're all in my DM. So you know what? I'm going to date them all and see which one I like better. And sometimes I'm going to date one and then go back to the other and date one because of the fact of looking at these men playing the field. And now young women have chosen to play the field. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm saying we do have to go back to choosing each other earlier, or then you can't be mad at what's happening later. Because if you're not choosing them while they're young and saying, "Okay, she's invested in you. She's like, I'm willing to invest my time, even though you're not at the spot you're going to be. I'm willing to work with you or anything." And you're like, "Well, is this my best option? Let me go and play." Like guys will say, "That's the one that got away." And she will get away because she ain't going to stay waiting forever. And then she's going to go and play the field. And she is going to go and see multiple options. And that's just where we are as young people now. Guys want to be like, "Okay, no, girls sit back, y'all be ladylike while we go and do that." And now these young women are saying, "No, we gonna be just like y'all." That's what they're doing.
Well, you know,
Well, let me. It's my turn.
well, let me just throw this in real quick because you said you're gonna be real
No.
oatmeal.
It's oatmeal actually is a
It's
really
my
good
turn. It's my turn to get with him. I'm gonna get with him. BadHombre, what you want from the woman?
Black men just want black women to be nice to them.
What? That's it?
Pretty much.
I thought they wanted honesty. They wanted, I thought they wanted more than that. I thought they wanted honesty. I thought they wanted somebody who's going to make them breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Keep the house clean. I
Black
thought they
men,
wanted somebody that
no.
made love.
Black men just want to come home and have peace.
Okay. You said just be nice to them. So peace is something good.
Yeah, black men just want peace. They want to come home and not have to fight the white man and come home and fight again. You just want peace. They want their woman to be nice to them. That's it. That's all they want.
We do too. And that's so nice. I like that. We like being nice. I hope you know that. That isn't a woman's nature to be nice until we're messed with. Until the games start. But I know my girl ain't go get no popcorn.
They don't want, and I tell you what they don't want. They don't want conditional femininity. Like some sisters say, "Oh, you know what? I can be submissive for the right man." Would a sister date a guy that says, "You know what? I can be masculine for the right woman"?
I don't know. What? I'm looking at this popcorn. You said you don't want a submissive woman. You don't want a woman that's
No, no, I said brothers don't want conditional femininity. Like some women say, I can be submissive to the right man. But what woman would accept a man that says, I can be masculine for the right woman?
well. I hate feminine men. Men that go back and forth arguing with women, back and forth like they in high school or her girlfriend and stuff. I hate men that do that. I hate men. I'd rather a man just be like, it's over. I don't want to. I don't want to do. We're not doing that. Walk out the door. If you want to run your mouth like that, then go ahead. But a man that'll go toe to toe with me and argue with me back and forth, like I'm arguing with Dulcinea or Gemini or Nisha, when I'm like arguing back and forth right there, I'm done. I can't deal with men that do that. It is so sickening for a man to have feminine ways. I can't stand it. Just arguing back and forth.
So then you agree with what I said. A woman doesn't want a man that would say something
I
like
agree
that.
with what you're saying because I
Yeah,
accidentally
so
call a man girl and all that. Like I'm arguing with my girlfriend, and I accidentally say, "Girl, I'm not gonna argue with you," and he'd be like, "Oh,
yeah,
you
it's
know,
just like
well,
it's
stop
like a man. A man doesn't want a woman who would say, "Oh, I can be submissive for the right man." It's the same thing. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what submissive is. I mean, it sounds like to me like I'm just doing whatever you telling me to do when you just use the word submissive. But if you say kind and cooperative and you know what I'm saying, that we could, understanding and things of that nature, I can get with that all day long. But all that submissive stuff, really, that's fake. It's a lie. I don't know what's submissive. What do you mean? You tell me to do everything and I just do it? I don't argue with you back. I don't say nothing back, and I might even agree with it. And I just do it anyway. It's the same.
Now we're gonna have to go back and get some Shahrazad Ali clips because she laid all this out back in the early '90s. Submission isn't a bad word. Okay, no, it's not
That's
that
what I was
you
asking
don't
you
want a
what you said.
slave. No, it's not like you want a slave. Like I said, you just want to come home to some effing peace, and that's it. Oh, I got it. Treat black men the same way some of you all would treat your white boss. That's what we want.
What? I don't even talk to them. I wouldn't even talk to them. Some of us don't really talk to our bosses.
Shots fired, baby.
It's
That's what I'm
Oh
Akina's,
my
saying.
God.
it's Akina's
I
turn,
don't know
yeah.
what the white stuff is all about.
Katina,
Let's
give him, boo. He can't fly from this. Give him, honey.
Listen.
I don't know what to say.
I mean,
wait,
that was
Sister
so
Akina, let's Akina
disrespectful.
get
Ugh.
First of all, let me tell you something. Somebody said in the comments something about me and three women. I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if you heard me. I'm a sister, but I love me a brother. You can drag me from North Dakota to North Carolina on the back of my head. I don't want you, but I want another brother. Let's get it right. Thank you, daughter. I don't know what to tell you. If something ain't right with me, I don't eat calamari. So, next thing. I've been married, I'm divorced, and right now I'm settling in my divorce. So, let's ride out with that one. Thank you. Get home safe. I'm talking to me, child. Get home safe. But anyway, what was the question? I got threw off with that. They always throw me off. I don't,
He said that the
No,
black
you
men
do
want the
not
submission that they
have
get
a
from their white
microphone.
bosses.
They want you to be submissive.
What?
Here I go. So my last boss, I worked I don't know, 17 years. My boss was black, and it was a elder, black woman, right? And so with the white with the white boss, I
You need
forget
to talk to them.
how it worked, but I remember one of the last bosses I had. I remember having my mom come and get me before I went to jail. So yeah, I remember that day. And after that, my next boss was black. So yeah, if you want to compare them, right? Because people always think is the shoe is better on the other side. It depends. Because we can be something else too. If y'all really want to know the truth, y'all don't want to know the truth like that. You know, stay black, black power, and all this other. So we something else with ourselves when we own our businesses too. Because we as a people, because we know that it's us, we tend to get lazy because we know it's us. And we tend to want to dog us out because it's us. Let's look at the movie Soldier Story. So you know how I go. Since it's us, let's look at the eyeballs and the Africans. Since it's us. So we can only imagine if we was working, because we ain't working, and we abos and Africans. Let's go there. Just based off of that right there. So, but when it come again to the white, we always want to throw somebody under the bus and say this is the reason. So either he holding us down or he holding us back, or will treat me like you treat them. But how you treat them? So don't ask me how I'm gonna treat them. How you treat them? I treat them the same way you do. I don't smile on their face more than you do. How about that? Especially when they come to check. How about that?
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to understand this. Make me understand. Why would you say that comment like that and then would say at the end, treat us the way that you would treat your white boss? This is 2023. What makes you think they're still treating our white boss like any M and effing thing?
Anything.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you that you're not updating your profiles and understand where we at as a people? If we talking shit back to our mothers, the kids talking shit back to their mothers, the boys disrespecting everything and anything walking. If you don't understand where we are and what the hell is going on, I'm confused by that because I treat my boss the same way I treat the shit that I have to deal with every day. And if he's a problem or part of the shit that I'm going through, then I'm treating his ass accordingly, my white boss. So where you been at? You talking about some motherfucking 1919 stuff or some 2023?
No, I'm just telling you what black men want, sis. That's it.
Ain't no black woman kissing no white ass no more. Not ever, not today, not tomorrow, not even yesterday. So my question to you is where you been? Where you been? The gloves is off when you sit here and say that we treat the white man better than we treat our black man. Are you fucking serious? The white man would get his teeth knocked out, but we would come home to that black man who sat here and possibly knocked our teeth out. We will love you unconditionally to the ends of this earth.
Then if that's true, then we have no problem.
No, if it's true, then you should have never even went there. Right? For me, that's a slap in my face. That's a slap in my face to think that I would ever treat you that low. And I would be that submissive to my white boss before I would be submissive to my black man. What is wrong with you? We don't do that no more. I don't know not a single woman on this panel and a single woman nowhere taking shit from nobody, job or no job. That's where we at. Fucking taking out the trash because because we, that's the only job we can get. Now we can get a lot better jobs these days because we're a lot smarter people.
Then if that's true, we have no problem. I'm just telling you all what black men want.
Okay, and I'm just telling you that you just made that up right now, just to piss us off, or at least piss me off.
Yeah, I'm not trying to piss you off. I'm only answering a question. Somebody said, what do black men want? And I was just using that as an example. It was just hyperbole. I wasn't being literal. It was almost metaphorical.
Okay. So what do you want then? So since we
smoke, wait, Nisha, because it's dots in you. Dots. Okay. Go.
Dots.
I'm just playing.
That's sleep, girl. That's
no, never mind. Yeah. Oh,
that's okay. Fell asleep.
Nisha,
like
you can go.
Okay. So be nice. That's the word we gonna use. Do we need to look at the definition?
Wait a minute, who got Section 8 up here for Riot Pack? He said everybody got Section 8 and food stamps. Who got Section 8 and food stamps?
I want to buy some food stamps.
I want to buy some too, Niche. So great. See, you took the words out my mouth.
I want Section 8. Shit.
We all homeowners, baby. We ain't no broke bees up here. Okay.
Can you give me Section 8?
So let's get back on being nice. First of all, those words come from Elaine to me. Be nice. Really? For what? It's not that means agreeable. So I'm just gonna go along with everything you say. No, I'm not. We're not doing that. So what I will be is respectful as long as you respect me. Now, if you my king, the way you claim to be my king, then you don't have to tell me to be nice because that's going to come automatically.
Take them all.
I'm going to treat you how you deserve to be treated. And if you taking care of everything that needs to be taken care of and not just financially, if you taking care of me the way I need for you to take care of me, because I'm going to take care of you the way you need to be taken care of. So you ain't got to ask me for nothing. I got you. Period.
Okay, so let me ask you this question then. So what should black men want from black women?
That's a question that you got to tell us. We're not
right. Something else.
I just did.
No, you
They just want black women to be nice.
Well, let me answer the question before we get into
they
that.
understanding, child.
I didn't get to answer the question. So I want to be clear on this as far as there is no such thing as conditional femininity. There is no such thing as conditional masculinity. Femininity and masculinity are natural identities of this universe. How this universe works is that there's femininity and masculinity. One point that you brought up is like, oh, be submissive like you are to your boss. Well, that's a natural place in nature where you're going to submit. I need money. I need to be able to afford my lifestyle. I need to be able to afford this house and all this other stuff. So I'm put in a natural place where I submit then to my boss. I submit then to my manager. I submit because this is how I get to live. So what's happening is not that someone has conditional femininity and then sometimes they're masculine. What's happening is they're in a place that brings out their toxic feminine side that looks masculine. Because let's talk about like what toxic femininity looks like. Is it masculine? Masculinity isn't yelling in your face. That's not masculinity. Masculinity isn't being super upset where you're breaking stuff or anything. That's not masculinity. Those are toxic behaviors from being in a toxic place. So what you're seeing as, conditional femininity is sometimes people are in toxic relationships, toxic situations, and that's bringing it out of them. But men don't complain about having to get submission from women. They just get it because they understand how to get it. So it's not a question for a lot of men to get submission from women. A lot of men don't understand the even question that you guys are saying, and you guys will say, "Oh, well, that's the dope boys. That's this kind of men." But no, it's the pastor too. It's the teacher. It's the master teacher. There's a lot of men that can get submission from women, and men never sit back and say, why is this man able to get that and never has complaints that you do?
BadHombre, you wanna
elaborate
yourself up a little bit?
Is he there?
I think
and
so.
I have a question too.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I was just, like I said, I was just telling you what black men say that they want. That's it.
Of what they want. Do you feel like you had?
Well, what group of black men do you represent? Can we get some data on what group of black men and what age range that you thinking you represent?
Wait, he has a wife, so I wanted him to answer. Did he ask his wife for submission, or is she just naturally submissive to him?
Every woman I've ever dealt with has just been naturally submissive to me. I'm not talking about me, but the question specifically was, what do black men want? So I was just telling you what I believe that they want.
But damn, Amber, you must be fine. Fine and fine. How tall are you?
Oh, see, I just asked that, right?
I'm black.
Don't
I'm
let me
black.
down.
I'm black. I'm black and ugly as ever.
Yeah, that's not nice to say about
However,
yourself.
you
However,
stay coochie
I
down
stay
to the
Coogee
socks.
down to the socks.
Okay, that
Mhm.
part. Now, how tall are you?
That
I'm
How
means
tall
bad
are
on
you,
shame.
Amber? Can I guess your height? Can I guess your height?
4'4".
Nope, 5'8".
No, I'm like 5'11".
Okay, 5'11".
Yeah, see, that's good.
Wasn't too
That's a
hard.
good
And you're built. You were a large or extra large. I can't hear them, Sakina. Extra large or large?
Yeah, we're like an extra large. This is
Oh, that's
going way off.
no.
You know.
I was asking that because I just was saying because you said you stay coochie down because some people don't even look right in the coochie. So that's the only reason why I was asking you. I mean,
Yeah,
well,
I
yeah,
love classic hip
your
hop.
flowers. You got a nice voice and all that. Take your flowers. You know, I'm gonna
Oh,
say psych.
Gemini asked,
I'm
how
gonna
old
say
are you,
psych,
Bad
but
Hombre? Do you mind saying the age range that
I'm
you are?
48 years old, Gen X.
oh, he is
Oh,
a baby.
y'all are both Gen X. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
I was just saying it. I was just trying to make him. I
Right,
was
feel
keeping them
young
in coochie.
again.
Yeah, I'm keeping them in the coochie down.
40 is 40 is young, but I guess
Yeah,
not that
Biggie was
young, but
definitely top
still,
5.
No, he said 48.
yeah,
He's legal. He's legal, but he said
he's
he will.
legal.
We're all
But I
legal.
still, I still think he,
How do y'all say this? Is this caramel or caramel?
I love them.
This is what your granddaddy ate.
Mm-mm.
Yes, he did.
that's your granddaddy.
Now, how do y'all say this? Is this caramel or caramel?
That's what they say to me all the time. Caramel. That is caramel.
Is it caramel or caramel?
Do you
Ask
like cougars?
Amber.
What
What
did
you
you
say?
The answer in the chat, you like cougars? Everyone's way older than you, so let us know. You like old yes, Akina. Do you like older women?
Look,
Okay,
I'm
I still
supposed to
want to
be
know about the
doing color
men.
purple and all that. So,
Oh,
Well,
we going way
why
off.
can't we ask you
Going way
some
off.
questions? We got on the conversation of what men want. Do you like older women? This is a yes or no question.
He like oatmeal. That's why you gotta be sexy.
I just like women. I don't really want to get into my like
Playing
personal
with me
life
the whole time,
only
gang.
because only because it's like I've seen this space, and I know if I say one thing that someone piss
You
somebody
already
off, I
done
don't want them
said
to
it.
do like a
I ain't
5-hour video on me. You know what I'm saying?
no, I would
already
never
done
do
did
that.
it.
What you gonna say?
We don't do that over here, okay,
What
sir?
you gonna say? What you gonna say?
nothing, nothing.
We would never do that because guess what? We ain't built like that on Unscrambled Minds. We
No, no, no,
love
no. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking you all. You all are mad cool. I'm talking about some. You all
yeah,
know how it
Oh,
goes.
okay, I
Yeah,
got you. I
we've
got you.
seen
Yeah.
this.
Freaks come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. What you like about it most is that they're all good lovers. And there's some big old freaks in this panel. Uh-oh.
Is it after 12, y'all?
Marcel, he young
It's
too.
getting
Yeah,
close to there. We can, yeah,
he
because
said
yeah.
Marcel, you know
And
what?
I'm trying to watch TV.
Please
Right,
tell
it's
me.
the weekend. I've had a lot of stress. I want to watch TV. Do any of y'all watch TV?
I do.
I do, but we in our
Did
nightcap.
did
We
our
ain't
show come
watching.
on yet?
We
The
ain't,
fourth
we ain't
one?
It
watching
did.
TV right
It
now. We
did.
the TV.
You
We
lying.
the
I'm
nightcap.
gonna get off.
We tapping in.
I
That's all
know.
the
Gotta go,
nightcap.
y'all. It's
All
Friday.
the
Oh, I
king's
thought we were talking about Tyrone.
men. All the king's men. That's what y'all should be looking at. All the king,
Boom.
all the queen's men.
That's
The
it right there.
queen's men. See?
Mm-hmm.
All the queen's men. I
Yeah,
love it on
yeah.
TV. Check it out. Go from the first to the fourth to the third season.
All the queens or the king?
We're
The
on
queen,
The
Foundation
all the
right
queen.
now, and
All the
Foundation's
queen's
on season
men.
2. So Foundation is good, and we watch From. If you have Amazon Prime, From is crazy. From
What
is
did you call it?
crazy.
Oh, I gotta see that.
That's from. It's
Fun.
crazy. It's
It's
from.
slow. It's slow.
I can't
It
hear.
is.
FROM from.
Oh,
You seen it, Ombre?
Yeah, yeah. I did the first season and the second season when they came back. It's like it's slow. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it's a
They're
build
gonna
where
need to speed it up.
well, I mean, I like it.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
a bill.
How about down in the valley where the girls get naked? Y'all don't
When
want
it when is season 2 over? When is how many more episodes in this season?
That's really. Oh,
and in the
I don't know, because
shake it.
I've heard they fired or let go certain actors and stuff like that, and so, and then you see Fonz, the guy who plays Alphonse. I mean, the actor who plays what's our guy named Freedom? Uh,
Who?
the
Oh
boyfriend of
no.
the gay.
He played
What's his
not
name on the
what
show?
he played, oh girl, girl, the rapper.
Okay, yeah, the rapper. So, anyways,
oh, okay,
he's
it's the
on different
rapper.
TV shows now. So I don't know if
Oh, he
how
played
he's filming
Tyson
all these
Hill.
TV shows, yeah, and still gonna make a third season. So I don't know. I think maybe it's done for now.
Listen, Sakina Muslima, you gotta go on BET and find all the Queen's men, girls, start from the
Girl, you
first.
will love it.
Get hyped
You
up.
will love
Now,
it.
what's the other one? You like Sisters? And the
Yep,
spinoff for Sisters is
yep.
what's
Which
the
is
girl name
Zatima.
again?
Zatima is the
Fatima.
spinoff from
Oh, that's
Sisters.
good.
I love
That's
Yeah, you
Zatima.
just need to
She's
go
so
to
good.
Disney Plus and watch Luke Cage.
Oh
what is it?
yeah, Luke Cage is outrageous.
That's
You
old, ain't
think
it?
From was
okay.
slow, but you don't think Luke Cage was slow? That was slow.
We
That
already
was
had this conversation on another chat. Luke Cage may be one of the best black shows in the history of television.
What the man with the bald head, the dark skinned guy?
yeah, it's a
He was
Marvel.
on
What's
Netflix.
those names?
That was on Netflix.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. Luke Cage from the fight.
No,
Like he has
They moved it to
superpowers,
Disney
like a
Plus. It's on
Marvel.
Disney Plus now.
yeah, they made it a series. Luke Cage, the original Luke Cage movie that you're thinking of. They made it into
Combat.
a series on Disney Plus.
I know one thing. My daughter says she did not like the Little Mermaid at all. Felt like she wasted her money.
At all. My grandbabies didn't like it either. They were like, ew. All the
Bad
little
hombre.
nieces and nephews, they didn't like it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Bad hombre. Luke Cage wasn't from Mortal Kombat.
No, he's like it's from the MCU.
Okay.
But I think they did. Well, I don't know because I don't know which way one's first. But there is a Luke Cage in one of them, either Mortal Kombat or Street Fighters. Yeah, but they made a Marvel character, and he has powers. I don't know. Some Marvel's good, but some Marvel, it's just not hitting for me. And they just done too much. Like I watched WandaVision, that was pretty good, but then they came with some other stuff I haven't really watched. I don't really like the what is it when they all come together. I don't like any of the Avengers or anything like that, but some of it is good. I just can't do it all. But this ain't uncut. We need to go back to the uncut. No, sorry. Just kidding.
Yeah, not Luke Cage. They said Johnny Cage. Y'all talking about Johnny Cage, not Luke Cage.
Oh yeah. But what is the Luke? Well, no. Well, what's
Luke
the
Cage
main?
is more of a yeah, he was a
Yeah,
black
that's
guy.
what
What's
He
the
was
I'm saying.
main
a
guy
Cage, you
in
talking about
Mortal
the wrong
Kombat?
yeah,
Cage.
right.
You talking about the wrong Cage.
Y'all know I'll be messing people up.
Not you. I'm talking about he should know it. He talked and
So
bragged
Luke
all about it.
Cage, that's who you're talking about. Mortal Kombat, Sakina. She ain't that far off. It's Liu Kang is the main character of Mortal Kombat. Liu
Oh,
Kang.
okay, it was Luke Cage.
So, but he's saying Luke.
Finish him.
Say it again, Sakina.
Okay, all right, we ain't praying much longer. I'm gonna get some sleep tonight. Absolutely. They trying to think it's not tomorrow night. We might do our first nightcap. Y'all got your coolers ready and stuff. Down in the valley where the girls get
Are we
naked,
doing it tomorrow
shaking
night?
and twerking and all that bacon.
What was the conversation that we doing?
Tomorrow night we might do
Dulcinea, any which way the wind blows, son.
No, we were saying that there was gonna be one that we started off with. What are we starting off with, Sister Freedom?
Oh,
you talking about for tomorrow?
How to please your man. Is that the first one we're gonna do? How to please your man, and we're talking about the pineapples you need to eat and all that kind of stuff.
Oh my gosh, I don't know nothing about that. That is,
You
oh
don't
my
know what
goodness,
pineapples mean,
Lord
so
have
you don't
mercy.
need to use
Need
that.
to be clean, huh? That's what I'm supposed to do.
We have had,
You
I
right,
don't know.
Marcel.
Listen, I
We
would invite
grown, way grown
we
women
had
on
Rose
here.
Sanchez on here before, and we are gonna get Sonetta. We just gotta get him to come and be interviewed by us.
That's right.
Did
I won't be saying
the
nothing.
other thing, Dulcinea?
I won't be saying a thing. Y'all won't get nothing from me. Not a single thing. You can forget it. You can forget.
Right, Jack said, well, all
Well, me
right.
and Nisha are gonna be
Oh my
down. We
God.
gonna tell it
I
all.
know that's right. Now we grown women. We're gonna show little
Mm-mm.
clips on different things on
Yep.
what happens to you when you don't have sex, what happens to your body, and the need for sex. Because if you don't have sex, because when you do have sex, it relieves stress. No, we ain't gonna give y'all no little bit about what we're gonna talk about. We'll talk about it on
Retention
the
is
night.
good too, but you don't want it to be too long of retention. So it's both
Right.
good for you. You have a little time period for retention, but having a release too. And we're gonna talk about it and different things.
Yes.
I mean, it's true what you're saying. Because I do have a.
What? See,
light of your life.
heels. What are you talking about, Kind Sean? We don't
I
want
want
to see
to ask you a question right quick. To see if what's the name I'm caught up with y'all.
Who?
These nuts. These right here are called these are fudging around almond dream cookies. And these nuts right here are packed inside of a cookie. And they are actually a cookie with a brownie inside of, and
oh my goodness,
almond inside of it. My daughter brought it for me, and so they are absolutely delicious. And so these are some delicious nuts inside of a cookie. And I just want y'all to know, if they ever catch up with you, or if I ever catch up with another one, I'm gonna make sure that y'all get some. All right, Dawson.
I'm allergic to certain nuts, but I can have certain.
I'm allergic to all nuts. Okay.
And so that's
I'm not allergic to all nuts.
Fudging around dream cookie. So if they ever catch up with you, say who it's these nuts right here, fudging around dream cookie.
Well, listen, y'all. Please, getting back to the seriousness of our nightcap. It's a really important channel. Some of y'all that know y'all need to come over there and learn some things. Come on over, help us. You know what I'm saying? Grow the channel because it's gonna be a good channel. And then after we get real good with it, y'all gotta go on a different channel to see it again.
No, we're not. Wait, we're not changing the channel. It's still gonna be on this channel, but we're gonna put it like in the title and make sure that it's known as far as our nightcap. And now that we've been monetized and stuff, it is gonna be something you can watch us live. But I'm thinking that we should make it members only as far as the nightcap, being that once if you didn't catch us live, it's gonna go on members.
Yes.
So catch us live or be a member.
That's it. And guess what, y'all? We have been offered to be on a radio station. So I think it's going to be a new adventure for us. And it should be good because we can play music and everything. And we would like to play some of the original music that we hear floating around on YouTube. I've heard some real good on Size channel, real good music on Q Butter's channel. Smash got some things. This is so much music, and we'll get the opportunity to play some of that music. And to also, a lot of these different cities and areas have never heard of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, Delbert Blair. They've just never heard of anybody. The only person they've heard of in Wilmington that I know of is Dr. Umar, and that's because I brought him here. But other than that, nah, they need to hear from all of these different historians, and all of this different information needs to come, so we'll have the opportunity um, to play a lot of their different things, and along with music and things of that nature. So get your music together if it's original, because we're going to give it an opportunity, and they're going to hear it all over the world. So, we working it out. Unscrambled minds in effect. Moving up.
Yeah. Michael
So
Jackson.
I'm trying to work that out now. So.
Yes.
Okay, Riot. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. But it's many of them, bro. It's many of bro Sanchez. A lot of them got their own original music.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we
And
give
all
Even
that
open to the knowledge, open to the knowledge music go hard. It's Southern.
Yes.
It's a South. He from the South.
Yeah.
He got that Southern flavor. It is so fire.
I love it. Open to knowledge, yes.
Mm-hmm.
He got some too. We ready for it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it going. So we're going to see how long we can be on the radio station, and while we're on there, we're gonna put information out and good music.
Come on.
All right.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So anyway, I think that these new adventures that we're embarking on is going to be pretty good, because we want y'all to actually on the nightcap come in and tell us what y'all want, and put the fear away, because fear is the mind killer, and ain't nothing about being scared. It's about being grown. Okay, that part.
Right, and my school will be open that night. So if you need a good one, let me know. Ain't nothing like a
because
and Sister Freedom, you just gonna have to take what it takes as far as to please a man, and you can't be like, "Oh, I can't believe y'all saying that."
Okay, I'm really am.
That's me. That's me. I'm so skittish with certain things, but we can always be, or maybe some of us can be, the advisors, as opposed to what can you do, to please your man. The advisors, like some of y'all can tell them how to please their men, and then some of us can be sideline hustler advisors, and then let it flow.
Some of us.
So you're a counselor behind the scenes, like you like.
Because I'm really skittish sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like,
I'm usually the skittish one. I can't even believe Gemini saying that.
Mr. Bad.
That's a fact.
That's because it's so private, and I'm so private with a lot of things that I do.
Got to talk about your business.
Yeah, that I just some stuff I'm just like real skittish. I'm like, I'm not talking about that. Hell no.
I think Doc asking BadHombre a question.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Nish. BadHombre.
Yes.
Okay. Because I heard you.
Oh.
Huffing. Bruh. I heard you huffing and puffing. And I was wondering if you felt like you blew the house down, because you kept on saying how you wanted all the smoke in the beginning. Do you think you gave us smoke?
I think that I accomplished what I set out to do, and that was to spark conversation. I knew it would be controversial, so I'm glad, because I'm pretty sure people, enjoy what they heard. Put it all out there and let people make up their own minds, and that's what I wanted to do. So I guess, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So is that a no?
No, it's a yes.
Okay.
I mean, you all put the link in the chat, and I was the only guys that still came up here, so I didn't run away from the smoke.
Everything around you.
That's true. He got a point. He got a point right there.
Everybody else was scared.
Right, Derek was saying
all
a lot.
Derek, all that you talked, you ain't
Derek said a lot.
the thing not one time.
I said Derek had issues. He say so much, and I said, "Wow, you got a lot of issues, brother." And he said, "What kind of what you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?" He was like, "What you talking about?" I was like, "This dude, Derek, man, he sounds like he got things going on, brother. You
You
talk to
never said if
somebody.
you like cougars or not, Najee. And what are you drinking on? You intoxicated on what? Brown liquor. Um, I'm
Don't
gonna stick
encourage
with
him,
brown
please.
because you said don't encourage. That's what we talking about too, Sister Freedom. What are you talking about? Don't encourage.
What? No,
It's
I'm
fun
not
on
saying
liquor.
nothing. Oh
It's
my
fun
God.
on liquor. If you not having liquor, that's fine. But
I'm
you
gonna have a
for a
cooler.
lot
I'm
of
gonna have a
for a
cooler.
lot of men to please them, you need to know what kind of whiskey, what kind of bourbon to get.
That's
Make sure
true.
it's on
That's
ice.
true.
Make sure you're doing the right things, and stuff like
Do
that.
you
So
like
that's
why we, do you want me to feed you some grapes, strawberries, and some watermelon? Or do you want me to eat it off, or do you want me to see that the way we're
I
gonna
was
wait?
gonna say, where do you want me to put the grapes?
That's what I'm talking about. I know that's right, Hucklebuff.
Bong chickity
Both.
bong.
Oh, I thought he said both are necessary. I thought he said a bath is necessary.
He sound like Biden just showed up.
Bong chickity bong
I
bong.
know that's right.
Oh, for real.
Dun,
Where
What
you
dun,
been, Hucklebuff?
dun,
Don't
dun,
play.
dun, dun, dun. Hucklebuss, they be messing with you all the time, huh?
She said, my sisters better not do me like that. You don't want, oh, you know what? Let me be quiet because,
Oh, shucks. Yeah,
and I'm
this has
telling
been
you,
a good
say you don't
conversation.
drink at all?
it's going to be
Do
fun.
you
Carmel, would you say,
smoke?
Sakina?
If you
Caramel.
rolled
Oh,
up,
I
do
love
you smoke?
caramel
Or
and
you
vanilla.
don't do drinking or smoking?
Too.
He said, I don't drink, so what next? So I was like, wait, do you smoke? What do you do anything? Yes,
I
and it's
don't.
Freaky
I don't.
Friday. It
Cooler.
is now it's Saturday, but like so, and yes, you are always invited. You're the one that want to act like you don't want to come on, but you want to, I ain't even gonna say or put you on blast, but there should be no reason why you don't come on anymore. But anyway,
Who?
you don't know who this is?
Girl, huh?
You don't know who this is? Did you see
Who?
in the chat? That's my husband.
Where?
Oh,
Yeah, he be watching and he be in the
Where
crib.
he at?
because
JB,
we ain't
how
never
you
seen him
at
before.
now? Don't play, JB. You know you've been invited every time. Stop playing.
Facts. No smoke, no drinking. I mean, I guess a massage is next. I
I
don't know.
know that's right.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie or whatever. You don't have to
Every
drink,
part.
you don't have to drink or smoke to have fun. But for me, you have to drink or smoke to have fun. But not for everybody. I don't discriminate. Sister Free.
I'm just amazed sometimes how we don't see each other of no real type of value when something of this magnitude, just the men and women being able to conversate in this environment without no real type of deaths or losses or anything, just gathering together, strong men actually talking to strong women. Once upon a
Right.
time, that
Here.
did not exist. Yeah, so whether we agree or
Come on,
disagree,
Hucklebuss. You're the only one got
at the end of the day,
Right.
we have made great strides, and I think these platforms prove it. Just the conversation alone, no matter if it's all good or all bad.
And what
That's
I love about it is it's more balanced. If you go up to any other platform, you're gonna have the echo chamber. You're gonna hear all from one side, and they're gonna be like the other side is horrible. But I think tonight it was really good, and I hope BadHombre you liked it too, because I think we were open just to be in like both sides. We did want to educate you on some of the other side that you may not have known with our families or anything, but we are in no way saying to shame all black men or to say that all black men are misters because they're not. And we love black men. So
X,
and
I know I
let's
do.
not
Yeah,
forget
we
this.
can't heal if we don't at least talk about this stuff.
That's true.
Come
But
on.
let's not forget that Dulcinea, letting everybody in the chat know it. Dulcinea will be having a debate next Saturday with
Put the
what's his
flyer up.
Luther.
with Lex Vortex, hold on.
Oh, I keep thinking always about it.
Lex
Lex
Luthor.
Luthor. That's what we call his ass too. Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
Cause he a
Let me
mean ass
call
type
him
of
out
nigga.
real
He
quick.
is so mean and always trying to pay Superman back, and he's trying to pay us back. So he is our Lex Luthor, and with his mean ass, he's so
He is
mean.
Lex
You gonna
Luthor, and
say
I
it
have
like
to
He
he
address
is
it. And I
mean.
was going to address it earlier, but I'm going to address it now since we're
Warlock.
on nightcap, okay? And I'm going to say it as nice as possible with
No,
saying
don't.
it as truthful as possible. Lex, I never knew Lex before. Maybe I've known him for a month. There's nothing where I'm taking his teachings because I didn't even know he had teachings. Like
Right.
I'm none of that or anything. And I do not understand why he is acting like I slept with him and I done peed his shit or did something. Like he's like, I'm not even dealing with black women anymore because of you. And it's like, okay, like what happened? Like where you
He said because of us. He
oh yeah,
blamed. He said we all stuck knives in his back, and I have no idea what he's referring
Call us
to.
evil witches. We did
Yes.
nothing.
what did we do to what were you imagining to do to us that didn't go
Girl, it didn't come to fruition.
Peace to the power of the dark side of the light.
I don't think that he's mean. I think that it's a defense mechanism because he don't know how to handle if anybody challenges him or he gets caught up in feelings. So I don't think that he's a mean
But
person.
they all act like that, Nisha. They all act like that. And a lot of them are mean. They're mean as heck. They say mean things about women all the time. And I'm just putting it nicely when I use that word, right? Mean. I could say a whole bunch of other choice words, but I'm just using mean. You know what I mean? So mean, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah, I
that's
just
how come
But
but
let's
it
be
wasn't,
real.
yeah,
A lot of them are mean because how they feel about other men, and they take it out
And
on
women.
the women
And
because
women.
they feel like we need to be under there, and it is this wanting submission from women over the internet, and that's just weird to me. But anyways, his real problem is that he feels like there's submission that is given to other men on this platform, men that he doesn't like, men that he doesn't respect, and he's like, oh, I should have gotten that submission, not the other way around. When it's like, have you seen, like, we're this way with everybody. You say, oh, you cut in while I was talking. We do that to everybody. Like we are rowdy women, okay? Live with us or let it go. So there is nothing that he experienced on this platform that none of the other men that get up here on this platform have experienced. And you cannot dictate who we learn from, whose platforms we're on. You can do that for your woman, but where your woman at? Are you gonna ever have one, or are you just ordering one?
Right.
ooh.
And nephew, we're not talking about you or anybody you mentioned. We're specifically talking to the mad scientist, Lex Luthor.
Always trying to pay Superman back.
Please, some of
Right.
He's
you.
trying to pay us back.
And
Well,
we
I won't pay for your passport. I'm lying if I would say that, but I would definitely take you to the agency. I'll give you a ride to USPS. I'll help you get your picture. Like, please get your passport. Some of you, we ain't stopping you. Go get it, please, please, Lord.
Right. This is like cosmic Egyptian lover. Egyptian lover, baby. Right. I don't understand him. And then all of a sudden you get so disrespectful. Now you want to fight. You're a woman beater. You got two wives to fight. I just said I'm gonna match that energy. If you want to get manly with me, I can match that energy. Now you wanna, yeah, we can do that. Oh no, I wasn't talking about me. You want to fight women? You got two women to fight at home. What are you talking about, sir? You was ready to come on the panel? Come on the panel. You didn't come on the panel though. What are we talking about? Any man that's quick to fight a woman, you already showing yourself. What are we talking about here?
And yeah, let's talk about this too, because your passport should already be on deck. It shouldn't be a threat to women. Oh, I'm gonna go get my passport. How old are you? You 52 and you just now getting a passport because of us.
What part of the
unscrambled minds? We're happy to help.
What part of the game is that when you feel like you need to fight a woman over some internet talk, sir? What
It
is?
sounds like high school.
Yeah, you that depressed that you fighting or arguing a woman over a conversation. You can't have a conversation without wanting to knuckle up, Buttercup. And I'm gonna call you Buttercup because anytime you want to fight a woman, something wrong. You that sensitive in your feelings, Buttercup?
They don't be wanting to fight for real. It's not real.
It is real because if you that sensitive over something that she said to you, honestly, then we know you're a woman fight. You're a woman beater. You're a woman beater. You can't handle this situation. You're not ready. You're not ready for fatherhood. You're not ready for brotherhood. You're not ready. You're not even ready to play. And that's serious because you can't even caring and sharing. Who do you play with? Nobody. You're not ready. This is very schoolish. That's the first thing you need to do in recess is to go play with someone else. You learn that at home with brothers, sisters, or siblings. This is schoolish. It's all about respect. You don't have that.
I would say I 100,000%. Let's leave that here. Let's leave that right here. I think that the point has been definitely made.
Facts.
Yeah, right along.
I love to drag kids with this kind of stuff because this way, if you shame them, right? If you stop doing what makes you shamed, then either you gonna either you don't be shamed and stop doing it, right? Or either you live up to your shame and it catch up to you. Cause see, Karma got a sister named Dharma, and that's when you live up with it. It ain't karma. Everybody talking about karma gonna catch up with you. No, but dharma you gotta live with. They don't tell you about that part. That's that part in that universal. That's dharma. That's when you gotta live with it. See, if you start stealing and somebody say, well, no, we don't want you to come around Dots because see, Dots a thief. And you be like, you told them? Yeah, because you do it. Stop stealing and I don't have to tell people you're a thief. How about that? Living your truth. So yeah, either that or maybe they'll stop coming around here because they know, look, I talk too much. No, I don't talk too much. You do too much. Then you'll stop coming around here because I'm going to keep riding you till you stop coming around here. Either that or you start respecting around here and then I won't have to talk about you, what you do around here because you'll come around here with respect. How about that? Let up? No, get up from out of here. Because I'm tired of people saying where they do that at, where the hell you was at. That's where they do that. They don't do that here.
And if you don't know about Sakina, she gonna swing that belt. She gonna swing that whip. She gonna swing. What she got in her hand, okay? She whips niggas.
The whip and the belt, same thing. Same thing.
And that's a fact. But no, she wasn't talking about Cube. She was talking about someone else in the chat that was big mad earlier that was coming at her all wrong or anything.
I was talking about whoever was talking that mess to you.
Okay, yeah.
I saw who it was. They know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. That too, yeah. And no, I wasn't saying that you hadn't been traveling or anything. I was just saying because people be like, get your passports. Like, that's fine. And you should get your passports. That's something we should all be doing. We should all be traveling. But if you're getting your passport because you're saying, oh, we're leaving Black women alone, we're going to get our passports. I mean,
they just don't catch STDs. That's what they're catching.
Even if not even going to that of what they're going to be doing over there. It's not a flex, nor is it a threat. Because someone that we're threatened by or that we wouldn't want to deal with, like a person outside of us, we're not, they don't even have to use the threat of get your passport. I'm getting my passport. No, they already know we want them. it's a lot of people that don't feel wanted, and yeah, you should do whatever when you don't feel wanted to go get what you want.
Girl,
So
they just passing out those passport days are real, and they just catching STDs and passing it around. That's what they doing. It's ridiculous. That's using that as another pickup spot and thinking it's gonna be better because it's far away. That's insane.
yeah,
Right.
because
More
that's true. Because
lanes.
they looking for those young women. They looking for money, and then there's the fact that some of them ain't even young women, and
Well,
that's
then they're just like they are over here. You only proving my point. They just
yeah.
like they are over here. You can go California and all the other big cities. They act just alike. You ain't got to go that far just to do the same thing and catch the same shit. That's ridiculous. That's a dream you selling yourself.
Because
That's
it's
right. You can go to
lanes.
Houston and get an STD. Syphilis is high right now in Houston, so
Oh, that's
y'all need to be wrapping it up. We need to talk about that too. Of
Yes,
why
did
are
you
y'all
see the
wrapping it
gonorrhea
up
thing
no more?
too? They got this new gonorrhea out.
There's a new gonorrhea.
That's what. Who was this talking to me? It's a big sign where they said it was, and said that the next time they see the sign, they're going to take a picture of it. It's a big sign,
Ew.
Oh,
and this one they said that they can't get rid of.
oh wow.
Mm.
So
Why
there's
would they name
COVID
it that?
gonorrhea,
Why their name is something else?
You can get rid of the other one.
right? But you can't get rid of this one. Oh no,
So you
gonorrhea.
can get rid of the other one.
Well, it'll probably be like herpes, where you'll be able to suppress it,
Oh
but
my
not really get rid of it out of your bloodstream.
My
Mm.
goodness, COVID gonorrhea. What is going on?
What is
I
going
know,
on?
right?
I'm glad I'm in a different time.
Look
It
here.
don't matter. Men are men.
That's true, baby.
It don't even matter.
For
Men
some
are
reason.
men. And a lot of the men, a lot of the women think that, oh, I got a good man and he go to work and he come home. But yeah, he
Ain't
do
that
work.
something?
And
Look,
that is
these
he
women
has
is
to
going
do his job.
through. People, let's just say people now, because
People.
some of these women is snatching that coochie back too now. Ain't
Oh,
no way.
what?
They sitting on
She
these
couldn't wait
damn,
to say that. She could
you know,
not wait to say that.
they sitting on these pots trying to snatch that coochie back.
I sit on those pots. Those are good pots to
And
sit on.
therefore,
You
so
should see.
We're supposed to be having this conversation on special channel.
Yeah, it's taken it to another level.
Yes.
No, but yeah, we should talk about that too, Sakina,
Yeah,
because
because I'm getting
people
off here
should
in 10
know
more minutes.
how steaming works and how the benefits of steaming
On
and
our
steaming is
special channel, not this
on our
one.
special
okay.
show. We'll talk about it. And I guess we gotta talk about these new STDs because STD done became
Girl, who was it that told me that? Wait a minute, was it?
what the heck? But really, like this younger crowd, y'all that don't use condoms, y'all really gotta use condoms. Like,
Use
y'all
them, baby. See, y'all keep on talking about this stuff, and we put it on our special channel talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all
We'll
in
talk
the
about that
fact they
too,
get
but
all into it.
they don't. That is a thing, though. Really, they don't use condoms, and that's why it's running so high, and that's why there's a new super gonorrhea out because condoms don't use condoms. So y'all gotta stop, okay?
They said it's a big old one of the big things.
They said a one.
You see a big old thing. Ooh, what's that?
It's super gonorrhea.
Oh, come on, Sakina. Gosh, she goes too
She
far.
said it's a one-hitter quitter, though. Like
I know, that's
they
funny,
don't-
isn't it?
Penicillin
The
don't
one
even
hitter
take it
quitter
out.
gonorrhea.
It knocks out the penicillin like that penicillin shot. Nope. Try
Nope.
again.
That is so funny. Mm.
But yeah, so we definitely have to talk about that. We got to talk
Okay,
about being
Yambi.
safe and different things and stuff like that, and getting tested. Like, and,
Oh,
and
my
really,
goodness.
Yeah, we have to talk
really
about the
gotta talk
safety
about
of
this.
women.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
you brothers, because you brothers getting tested is not asking her for her test. We got to talk about that. Like, y'all
Yeah.
got to get tested too, not just be like, well, the girl I said she's cool. No. Y'all got to get tested.
One thing in Islam, you cannot get married without getting tested.
Well, you know what? And also to throw in, the more we may talk about, the safety of women and women, but the more women are together, the more y'all will be together.
Yeah.
When you meet a woman, you want her to be a proper kind of woman,
Somebody was trying to
so
come
that
in, but
she don't bring you back.
Yeah, it's non-G. Your device is says it's not connected. Make sure it's showing your mic and stuff. But we'll bring you up when everything is connected. It won't let us do it right now. Sexual diseases are nothing by comparison to leprosy. Well, I don't know who got leprosy.
Yeah, leprosy is breaking out in Florida again.
Oh
It's an
Lord.
endemic.
Oh my
Oh,
God, that
So
is so
like
crazy.
leprosy is like
somebody,
Wow.
when you start turning white, right? Or your skin tone, right? That's leprosy.
It's when you have a swelling under your skin. It's effed
oh
up.
Lord.
Oh my goodness. And why do
I
you
thought
get it?
when
Is
your
it
skin
is it
starts
spread
turning
through?
white,
Is
it's
it
like an albino
contagious
or something.
or what's happening? How are they spreading it?
I don't know. I read that the other day. It's like really growing in Florida. So whoever said that
Wow.
in the chat is right.
I do all that. I know how to do everything and make gravy from scratch and biscuits. So stop
Okay.
it. Stop
Who
it.
said
You're
something about
talking to the
cornbread?
wrong crowd, okay? And cornbread and
I know
oatmeal
that's right.
and neck bones
Woo!
and I make
Okay.
Hey, they
oatmeal without
tripping. They want
sugar.
to they
And I
want to
make
have
You
that
better
oatmeal
kind
without
of
sugar,
chat right
ladies and
now.
Gemini.
you better
But I
preach.
put
And rice
fruit in my
pudding, the
oatmeal.
old school rice pudding.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And I put fruit in it and cinnamon and
And
sugar and
raisin,
love. Exactly. So you on the wrong channel.
banana pudding with the
Banana pudding.
wafers in it, the real wafers.
Yep.
Mm.
We all can cook up on here, honey.
Real making it
Some
from
fried chicken,
Jello.
some wings.
Oh
Only
yeah.
thing I don't be on is the grill. My husband be on the grill.
Now I love
No.
baked chicken. Now I will tell y'all, as long as it's seasoned really good, I love me some baked chicken. Some string beans, homemade everything. I love homemade string beans, homemade greens, cabbage, all the good homemade stuff. I don't want to buy nothing in a can. Miss Glory, okay, but I rather
Marcel.
mm,
I don't know why. Why do y'all still like that?
I don't
what?
buy nothing in a can, honey.
I don't like
Chitlins.
nothing in the
Why
I
do
can.
don't eat.
people still like chitlins? Do y'all like
Oh
chitlins?
my
Oh,
God.
chitlins, yeah. But because chitlins, some people like them, some people don't. It's an old school tradition. That'll be like saying why one certain group
Not
practice
for
this
me.
and a certain group practice that. We
Yeah,
it's
but I like pig feet and stuff like that. I'll even eat pig
Oh,
ears,
I
but it's
don't.
something about how chitlins look. I know,
And
and my
smell.
husband do
They
like chitlins.
yeah.
stink.
I never ate them, but
And the
I'm
smell
They
not.
is
A,
stink.
yeah.
yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
against people that do.
beets is something I don't like either. I know people like them, but I don't like beets or liver. It'll never be cooked in my pots.
Yeah,
Yes, Lolita, we went from BCU Freaky Friday to now we talking food.
we
We
talking
we
chitlins.
went straight
That's
from
Dulcinea.
I
I
love
know,
corn on the
I
cob.
know when we talking about sex, and I'll be like, what about this food though?
I want corn on the cob, girl. And
Y'all
I love me some French
eat the
toast. Oh my
feet,
God, I
y'all
love
eat
that.
the head, y'all eat the ears, y'all eat the tails, y'all eat the
Mm,
ain't nothing on the pig to go in the garbage. Ain't
yeah.
nothing.
But see, pickled
Mm-mm.
pig feet and pickled pig ears, I used to not eat it, but then my friend showed me how to eat it with hot chips, and I'm telling you, that sounds crazy, but it's so good to have some hot chips and a pickled pig ear. Oh my
I
goodness.
can, you know what? I can believe you because we didn't eat pork back in California. As a matter of fact, nobody does eat pork. I don't know a single person that does. But when I came back to, when I moved first back to the Midwest, my family welcomed me, and right, so they had all these barbecues, and we're not rude people, so we're not into telling them, we don't eat pork, we only want beef, and they spending their last money or whatever to make us feel comfortable. I think it's kind of rude to disrespect another person's food. So we did eat a couple of ribs, but then for me that turned into sneaking packs of bacon, when Mister was gone, and then I was sneaking another pack, putting it behind stuff, wrapping it up. And to be honest, I still ain't stopped eating bacon and that's about the only pork that I will eat is some bacon because I'll eat bacon anything. I really don't care what animal it is. Bacon is bacon, but you
I
know,
like turkey bacon. Turkey
Yeah,
bacon.
I'm
I
just
still do
saying.
pork chops, but sometimes, but like bacon, the other bacons just don't hit like it. And I understand. I be trying to do turkey bacon sometimes, but if you ever had like stuffed jalapenos and wrap
Yeah.
some bacon around them and on putting them on the grill. Like it's just not the same with any other bacon but pork bacon.
I don't eat that shit.
Stuffed
Mhm.
jalapenos or bacon.
I do. I never, and I probably didn't eat pork for maybe, I want to say 25 years, maybe a little bit longer. But yeah, because I've been out here only 16. I've been out here 16 years, so it's getting there. And I've been sneaking bacon for the longest. Like I couldn't even hide it no more. Like so I don't eat ribs and I don't eat pork chops. I don't eat none of that other stuff. But bacon, I'm sorry, I can't stop myself.
Oh, I lied. We definitely do ribs too. I
I
used
eat
to-
all. I can have all that shit. I don't eat meat at all.
Oh, you don't eat your
eat
your
that much
full
meat,
vegan?
but I love grits.
No.
Who loves some grits in the morning? I love grits.
Yeah,
Somebody
grits is it. Grits is
grits is
definitely
right.
on.
No, drink more smoothies. I'm a smoothie type of fresh juice person.
Do you like
In
sugar in your grits? Wait, are
in the
y'all
AM.
sugar? Wait, we gotta ask. Are y'all sugar in y'all grits or salt? Let's go around.
Oh,
I'm
Salt,
both.
exactly. Both. Okay, we're gonna come. Why not eat cream of wheat? But anyways, we'll come back to you.
I don't eat wheat, cream of wheat, or none of that. Yeah, those. I mean, I love the struggle foods, but I don't eat them. I eat way healthier these days. way healthier.
Kind of
What
struggle.
about you, Sister Freedom? Are
It
you
is
salt
struggle
and grits?
food. It
Are
fill,
you
fill your belly up.
are you
Wheat
sugar?
fill your belly up.
I
The
can't hear
grits.
you. Only one person can talk at a time.
Oh, I
Oh,
was talking to
I was just
Sakina.
asking about the salt and grits or sugar and grits, Sister Freedom. Which one are you?
Oh no, I have to have some sugar and some butter in my grits, girl.
And
And I
Nisha,
like it. And with it, I need my eggs scrambled with cheese on top. I need my fried potatoes. All this got to be on the same plate now. I need my fried potatoes and I need onions and green peppers in my fried potatoes. Don't play with my fried potatoes and season them just right. Just right. A little bit of lard, a little bit of garlic powder. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of pepper. It got to be right. Fry them up good. And then I might have to have me a little piece of turkey ham. Now I usually don't. I've been not eating meat like that. I've been on a good diet, but which means I ain't had one of them. Ooh, girl. Y'all playing. Y'all playing. And then y'all know my husband Jamaican, so he up there. But I like my own food. I like the soul food. But they be cooking some good
Yeah.
breakfast too.
Yeah, and I like and the vegetables and stuff because if I'm gonna eat them, even as a vegetarian meal, I still want them to be soulful. Like, don't change the recipe and then call it and then say, well, this is vegan if you don't put a gravy on it. If you don't put and then say, well, see, this is vegan because it has nothing on it. You should eat it and it should taste great. Your taste buds will adjust. No, your taste buds will not adjust. We need some Lorry seasoning salt. Then my taste bud will
Yes,
adjust.
yes.
Right? We need
There it
some
is.
garlic.
On the spot. Garlic powder, honey. Yes.
I'm
Yeah, I don't
telling
use
you.
Lowry's no more
I
or
mean,
whatever. Do y'all know about Slap Your Mama?
well, yeah, some of the black you talking about it's a black seasoning.
Yeah, it's a Cajun seasoning.
Oh, I want to try that. I like trying
You
new
gotta
stuff.
do. Yeah, you gotta do it. It's good. It's good. I promise.
I don't eat
Yeah.
Cajun. And
You
I
don't
wish
eat
somebody-
Cajun?
I don't do spicy. My dad ruined it for me. But if anybody ate some shit with called slap your mama and you hit me, I'm gonna knock your ass out.
It's not as spicy if you don't put a whole lot in it. It just adds.
I don't eat those at all, but girl, I
Hey, do
remember
you-
when I did, I used to love sloppy joes and everything, girl.
Cayenne
I
pepper is
mean,
good for you, and paprika is good for you, and that's what makes it Cajun and spicy. They mix cayenne.
It's not really pepper.
Yeah, see, yeah, it's not bad. It's really not bad when people say Cajun, and you just put a little bit. You don't have to go.
yeah, but my point is I don't want no nasty vegetarian food and don't change the recipe to make it taste like something else. It's like, no, which way would we regularly cook it? If we were cooking it for a big family or this was Thanksgiving or whatever it is, how do we make this vegetable? Why does it have to taste so bland to be good for us? No, it is good because if that's the diet that we're on, it really don't matter the sauce we're putting on it or how we're mixing it up.
Wait a minute.
I just don't want no bland vegetarian, type food. I don't want no bland vegetables. I want them to be cooked and taste just the way they would at a real dinner that we would
You
cook.
could do that
How do you know this,
without adding
Hecklebus?
meat. You could do
No,
that.
I'm not talking about any meat. I'm not talking about meat. I
I'm
said
talking about
vegetables.
for the seasoning. You can make vegetable taste good. You just got to understand your herbs. You
Right.
just
No, I understand the herbs, and I know what I don't want them to taste like. I don't want them to taste like herbs. I want them to taste like soul. That's the point. I don't
but
want
that
no
is soul.
herbs out vegetables. I
That's
want
soul.
some soulful vegetables.
But that
Good,
comes
good.
with what? The seasoning from the meat, right?
No, it comes from the seasons that you put on there, the dry rub that you mix together,
But you could do
or
that.
your fresh ones, or your fresh ones. Because if you're cutting up fresh bell peppers, fresh garlic, fresh onions, you need very little seasoning, right? It depends on what you like in your vegetable, but that's the way we would cook it. And there's nothing wrong with making our vegetables taste like real food that we would eat every single day if we had to.
What you put in your string beans, Sakina? You making your fresh string?
I use
Tell y'all my secret. I'm gonna tell y'all my secret.
yeah, I use vegan bacon. I also use
I'm trying to get Hecklebus to come up on the panel after that one. I'm like, where is that? And why does he know about it? Hecklebus, come
Look.
join the panel. Peace, OTK.
I
Well, I'm gonna
use
tell y'all my secret. What I put in my string beans, and they be so good. You know them Lipton onion soups?
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
Girl, I
they
put them
do.
string beans, honey.
Yes, they do.
Don't get it twisted at all. You put a couple packs of them in there.
But that's an old school recipe when they used to use that Lipton. But it's still good. It still make it taste really good. You can't argue with that.
I use the onion
I use real onion too.
No, I use onion flakes, and then I'll use Mrs. Dash. They got a
Click, what's going on? They not coming up on the panel when I click it.
That's open
You
to the
click
knowledge.
it
I think trying to
Because
get on.
I'm cooking it. That's what
I'm
I was
sorry,
saying.
boo boo. I ain't know. Shoot, I was wondering what was going on. I know who was doing the clicking. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. You put that seasoning in there. Look, you talk about food, everybody want to come up on the panel.
Facts. We got to
You
have a
talk
sit
about,
down.
oh Lord,
We'll get it
oh
on
my
the grill.
Lord, my
Wait,
honey
hold
right
up.
here.
Hecklebus said he know about some slap your mama soda. Do you get on the grill, Hecklebus? And how do you know about so much about our culture?
Well, like I said the other night, when I came to the panel the first time, I noticed a few of you ladies had the Egyptian background. And like I said, this isn't the first time I've researched this. My research is always going to be to the roots of everything, the root words, the root knowledge, and the root cause. And that's all I study. Everything in between is a consequence of the changes over time. But if you go back to the original sources, you always find a more powerful spiritual sense in everything. And so,
Have you tried to use my eye to get a black woman before?
now,
You ever dated a black woman?
well, when it comes to that issue, I was born in a very heavily seated German Catholic town, and there were no white people. And back in that time, like I said, I went through foster homes and stuff. And when I was adopted, we moved to another town. In this town was our first introduction to the melanated people. And my mom and dad, I can't say that they were racist, but I do know that when my sister brought home a melanated boyfriend, my father got highly upset. And that, even like I said, even though it was never discussed in our family, that imported a very deep-seated feeling in me that was not right. However, again, as I grew up and I got into my own line of thinking, I realized that was different. And so my opportunities in relationships with colored women, even though they were there, inherently it was instilled in me that it was wrong. So I never went that way. But again, now that my research has shown me differently, I find that deeper spiritual connection. And like I said earlier, the cultures, there are new cultures that come from two cultures. And the original cultures have to be maintained yet. And that's what this whole spiritual battle is to keep that deep-seated spirituality, but let those spiritualities mix so that we can overcome all of the diversities that we end up coming into in life. And that's the inherent of the ego over the spiritual essence.
Okay, I would just say stick to melanated. Okay,
Yeah,
now
we don't really
don't
say
say colored.
colored, so that's
Yes,
like
Yeah,
and
don't
taking
my
say
us back to
colored.
the 50s.
and my
Yeah.
apologies. Like I said, I'm still learning the origins. And like I said, when I come up on this panel,
Yeah,
you
but
guys
then
have
don't come use us like no they clone Tyrone. We ain't no test subjects. Get your facts straight before you even get here. Don't come. I don't want to hear all that sob story. That's ridiculous.
so
I mean,
so
this is like 2023, bro. We don't really say colored. That's like we're not in the 50s anymore. You know what I'm saying?
well, and
And I
that's
know that I know what you're gonna say about not having any dealings with, but nobody uses that term anymore.
well again if
He
that was all
said what he
if,
said.
yeah
Man, why
if
your voice sound like you computer orchestrated, man? Why that don't sound like your real voice?
who me?
Nah, not you, Heckle
Oh,
Bus. You done
okay.
showed
I
yourself.
was gonna say so when it comes
I'm talking about who always come on the panel, man. Why he? I'm saying your voice sounds like computerized, bro. Like some little shit.
That's big crazy.
You talking about BadHombre? That's his voice.
And let that boy,
So let me get this straight. I'm checking the white guy for referring to our women as colored women, and then you come back with that comment, brother? Really?
I got nothing to do with that. You handle that shit on your own time. I'm talking about your voice and you not never showing your picture. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care about what you got going on with him. I'm saying that, damn, I was just talking out loud like, damn, why your voice sound like that? You think I'm gonna jump on your side because you're trying to check a white person about something about that's black? When I'm out
But
here
here's
trying
the
to
thing.
teach
But here's the
black
thing.
people
But here's the
about
thing, brother. I don't care what. I'm not thinking about your voice. Why are you thinking about another man's voice?
Hold up, let me put my face on here. I forgot I had my robe on. I got cold,
you
y'all.
can be the same race as him,
But
but
let
you
me
don't
say
know why.
this.
You can be the
Let me
same
say
race
this.
as him,
I'm not gonna
but
argue
you're
tonight.
trying to go against him. That's why I say that.
That's true though, BadHombre. We have never seen you. Can you show yourself?
Ooh, y'all is spicy.
Why does another man care about another man's
I'm a woman.
voice? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm a woman. I've always wondered why you don't show yourself. And not only that, you know what I'm saying? It ain't
Well,
like
like I said before, as far as it, and he said he's ugly, so let it alone. A lot of guys that they don't think that they look that good, maybe they ain't showing it off.
yeah, but I would love to see
Some
him.
people are camera shy. Why do they have to show their face though? That's a low blow.
Because they
It's
do.
like, okay, hit them, but you didn't have to hit them that hard. Like, dang, I mean, he ain't been showing his face all this time. Yeah, but he ain't been showing his face all this time. So why is the pressure to do it now?
But we shouldn't even allow it if he didn't show his face. But it is
But
over
yes,
with.
too late for all of that.
It is over with now. Oh yeah, but we ain't going. We probably sick if we wanted to.
Oh, okay, peace, Naomi. That makes sense. If he's somebody famous, then that makes sense. So, brother, I apologize to you. If you're somebody famous and you're doing that, I apologize. I totally apologize.
Well, I ain't know about all the apology, but I'm just saying. Anyway, can we get back to the good?
Well, you like that MF word? I can tell you ain't been raised by a woman. You've been using that MF word all night, man.
Oh,
Gemini. Cobb in the chat. My bad. Let me fall back and get back in this fucking chat with these niggas.
I want to know what you cook up there. Where you at?
He had some fried fish the other day, and a fish fry and chicken. And
Woo,
all
girl, I love some fish.
And he
fried fish.
Okay, so we just gonna wait a minute. So we just gonna glaze over the fact that he just said he can tell I wasn't raised by no woman because I've been saying MFs all night because he didn't like what I just said before that. We just gonna glaze over that.
We gonna blaze right over.
I mean, so like, what's the problem with that? So again, no, I'm gonna make my point and I'm gonna let it go, but I'm gonna address that, right?
Go right
Right,
ahead.
exactly. So you just hit Huckleberry. I said you hit him with a low blow, and you just did the same thing to me. So was I lying? You
No,
just
he
exhibit
wasn't
that
saying that
twice.
to
I'm
you,
just simply
Gemini.
saying.
He wasn't
You
saying
know,
that
I'm like,
to you.
sometimes it's a hit 'em low, but then sometimes there is a bar of low. Let's not think that it's not. Let's have some sort of integrity. You know, there is a bar of low, and you shouldn't hit that far down.
Gemini, he wasn't talking to you though. He didn't say that to you.
Yeah, no, he came back and said, right? That's why I said we just gonna glaze over the fact that he said, well, who been saying MFNs all night?
The dude.
Derek Cobb. It's a dude in the
Thank
chat.
you. And then Freedom said Gemini.
Somebody in the chat.
Derek Cobb in the chat.
Derek
That's who I
Cobb in
was
the
talking
chat.
to.
That's who he was talking to. And Derek is going back at him too. I just haven't put it on the screen.
Well, put it on the
Somebody
screen.
trying
Let me
to enter the
see.
studio, but they can't get in because there's too many people in.
Right.
So,
Well, they need to get in then.
Well,
Hey,
anyway,
Gemini, we get to Mexico. We get to Mexico, Gemini. I'm gonna film you being humble, Gemini. I'm trying to tell you, you can act the way you want to act on this panel, boy. When we get to Mexico, I'm gonna film you being humble. Ooh, ooh.
Well, listen, I
What
want
is she not?
miss
What
you
is she
flying
not
up there. My God, I just want to know what kind
Mexico
of
is
fish.
crazy.
What kind of fish are you frying up there? OTK.
We got fresh water. We got fresh water and salt water. So we catch bass, brim. That's river fish or whatever like that. That we eat out the ocean that we catch. But I was frying white in that day. That was the day that y'all had Jane Elliott back on. That's why I couldn't really come on. I was doing something for my little cousin. She was on her way to the Junior Olympics. She ended up like 7 years old. Right. So I was just doing fundraising.
What was your side dishes? Was it greens and sweet potatoes and mac and cheese?
Nah, just fries and chicken.
French fries.
And chicken.
And chicken.
Oh,
Regular
my fried
people.
fish. I need me some mac and cheese, sweet potatoes.
It was just
and
a fundraiser. $5 a plate. You get chicken and fries, or you get French fries and fries.
I ain't no
Instead of
Indian
giving
like
her a
that.
couple of $100, I took that $100 and went out there for like 3 or 4 hours and doubled that money. So she went, instead of me giving her $300, she went up there with $600 by the time I was finished. And that's because I ran out of food. So that's what I do.
Okay, well, Nisha, what you eat with your fried fish?
I don't eat fried fish.
Oh, that's right. You don't eat meat.
She don't eat meat.
No, I do eat fish, but I don't eat it fried.
Oh, you eat it baked?
Yeah, I bake it, and I don't eat it fried. I don't eat anything fried. It's just not healthy. So I just look at it like that. I'm already a big girl. I ain't trying to get big. I'm actually coming down.
I stopped eating meat. I lost 30 pounds.
So it's not. I don't care about traditions or holidays and all of that shit. It's nothing to me. My health matters more than.
I know that's right. And fish is not considered a meat.
Yeah, I don't. My health matters more, so I'm not even interested in eating like that. But the ex-OTK question, I ain't knew Indians eat fried chicken and stuff like that. I thought y'all.
Yeah, and beans, and they cook them almost the same way too.
Hey Nisha, don't you do that shit. Y'all ain't been frying shit. We was frying off of bear fat a long time ago. So stop it, baby.
I said it all fast. Nisha said, "What you say?"
And Nisha, you know
I'm Indian. I'm gonna mess with you because you know.
Come on, Niambi. What you putting on them pots, girl?
Pay for that African because those Africans, they don't just fry stuff. They weren't frying stuff. They put stuff in a big fire and put stuff over the fire. I be loving them. I don't be watching a lot of the Africans or whatever. I be watching the Indians.
Dulcinea, don't you do that. Don't you put yourself in that corner, Dulcinea.
I be watching the Indians. Let me finish. The Hindu Indians, and they be outside. They go and they build their fire, and they have all that rice and put all
That's
that.
not African.
I
That's not
understand
African.
that.
That's a
I'm just
Hindu
saying what
Indian.
Africans do now. I'm not talking about what they did before. I'm not
Mm-mm.
saying where they got it.
Y'all
I'm
too
just saying
deep.
what
Time
Africans
out.
and Indians do now. You don't see them having fish
Time out. Y'all are
fries.
too deep.
You
Y'all
see,
way too deep. Y'all
you
went
see
deep
them
in
putting
fishing Black
stuff on
Sea
the thing.
waters. Oh my goodness. Time out. Please lighten this conversation. Jeez Louise.
No, it isn't a bad conversation. What I'm saying is, if you look
It's
at
a
any
lot.
kind of African market and see what they're doing, even in Legos, they be having the fish and stuff. They go and they have grandma at the stove. She putting it on the heat. That shit look good, but it is still a market, and it's not a fish fry. It's just they do their meals differently. It's not a tit for tat. Someone's better. I bet you if you go to Legos, that shit gonna hit.
I know
Okay.
one thing. I like fish that's been done on the grill too, and
Exactly.
shrimp on the grill too. That's good. And I like my salmon on the grill too. Good.
So I can't see the names of the people who came up on the panel.
Hey, I got a quick question.
Go ahead.
Hey, do fish have consciousness like mammals, like cows, deers,
Fish are mammals.
stuff like that? Is that
Yeah.
why is it better to eat?
I don't know, but they say fish is not actually considered a meat. But I believe that they have some form of consciousness because they know how to stay away from them sharks in the ocean. That I think that they have a form of consciousness. Who's that with that big fish?
But the consciousness does
That's
not
heckle bust stuff.
negate the fact of the health benefits
No.
or the lack thereof. Consciousness has nothing to do with that.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a
Then what is it?
I believe everything has consciousness, but
Me
I'm gonna
too.
still
I
consume
believe
those
the
things
flower
that have
has
consciousness. Why I say that is because I believe we are made to consume things. I think having consciousness, there is predators, there's prey. Everything has a time and place, and I don't necessarily believe that we're not supposed to eat meat. I believe we're on the top of the food chain when it comes to predators, so that's why we eat lower. But that doesn't mean they're not conscious. It just means that's their time
right,
when they
Jarvis.
up on my plate.
Hey, I
Jarvis.
heard that
Yep.
eating meat make
Yep.
your
Yep.
brain
Facts.
larger.
Really? And
I
then
just
secondhand
it
smoke,
made our brains larger.
I just
toxins
heard
in
it.
the toxins in wait, so secondhand smoke, toxins in the environment, all sometimes when they're doing all their construction, all that fine dust and cement all over in your pores and in your clothes. I mean, come on. So how can I'm not understanding. There's lots of other ways, right?
Let me ask.
That we get these toxins, but I'm just saying. That's
Someone
that's that's
trying to come
crazy.
in again, Dulcie.
No, my question is, what is a brain aneurysm?
That's when something busts inside
Yeah,
the brain.
it's
Blood
when
vessel.
Exactly.
High stress.
So if you get a brain aneurysm, that means your brain is swelling until it pops.
Yeah.
So why would you want your brain to swell thinking that something will give you something to make your brain grow? You understand what I'm saying?
No, it's not
This
that
is something.
they
This is
meat
something
gives
I
you
heard. That's
brain
all.
grow now. They're saying
That's
in
a
the
misnomer.
evolution process.
Don't twist it, Dulcinea, to make it sound more than what it is, because that's gonna take it somewhere that it don't need to go.
But no, that's not what they're saying.
No,
That
that
meat
is what he's
today
saying.
makes
That
it
is
grow.
what he's saying. So don't take it somewhere to make it
But
go.
what he said, because I missed it.
That in science, what he said in science is that they say the meat consumption
Only
made
can
our
hear
brain.
one
Well, let
person.
him answer.
Let
He's
me
right there.
explain. In science, they say that the meat consumption has made our brains grow, and that's why our brains got bigger because of meat consumption. That is what
I
he
don't
is.
believe it though.
You don't have to believe it,
Yeah,
but
that's
what
what
they
I'm
say in
referring to.
science. And he's not saying that eating meat right now is going to make your brain grow. That's just what they have said as far as to have made our brains grow larger
Yes.
because
Thank you
we
for
ate meat.
articulating my question, Dulcinea. Right.
You're welcome.
When did they say that?
I can bring up the studies if you need them.
Because that is
Well, bring it up.
It has to be something that has been newly said because the brain has a timeline of when it started growing and when it stopped growing. Because that has been tested with the size of the brain of the animal, the brain of a mammal, and the brain of a human, and the size of the animal. So now all of a sudden we're gonna say that the brain grows due to eating meat. When was this scientifically done?
And
Wow.
through that scientific regime, they have currently changed that and said that it did not cause the increase of the brain,
Thank
but
you.
rather that it may possibly have been the fats,
Thank
which
you.
is
So
where
this
the
is
oils exist.
newly done, and then they debunked it again. Thank you very
Right.
much, Hucklebuss. So
Oh, we got an article.
I
Mhm.
say, don't listen to the foolery and
Right. And
whatever
that's
I said, what I was trying to say, because in the end, it was a bunch of mess. An aneurysm is when you get all of that to make your brain bust. So whatever they said again, then they debunked it again, trying to erase the history of what they said. Okay?
right. And that article is an older
You know,
article. And like I said, new science, new theory, new processes prove that it's not the meat, but rather the oils in the fat.
So that's all I'm saying.
No, I agree with both of y'all on that. I was just
Interesting.
bringing up
yeah.
his point that he didn't say he even believed in that either. Y'all went hard on him. He
No,
was
no,
just bringing up something that
How about people be scared to come up here?
no,
They
it
be scared to
wasn't
come on YouTube.
trying to bring out something
but
that
we appreciate you, Ryan, for coming.
For sure, for sure.
wasn't
Oh
true. So
well.
it was just in circulation to
You
go
know
back and say, don't
the
listen to
old saying.
What's the old saying?
What's the
Y'all
old saying?
be,
Drop it.
we gonna call y'all the
Oh,
pit bulls. Roof, roof. I said a little chihuahua roof, but
no, it
that's
wasn't
all
that.
I hear.
It wasn't that. It was just to say, don't believe what I was saying in the beginning. Don't believe that mess. Because an aneurysm is when your brain swell up and it busts. You was getting ready to go there and say it's true and me do this, that, and another. And Hecklebus came in and said, no, they debunked it. It's not true. And we're gonna go back to what I
No,
started.
it's just no one said it was true. That's the whole point. You didn't let anyone finish what they were saying. No one said it was true. I was saying as far as that there's a study, and that's what he was talking about. He didn't say he believed it. He just said there's a
He
study.
heard
So
it.
you got to wait for people to finish, and that's the best part of waiting for people to finish because then you'll know what they would have actually said, and then instead of assuming that they believe that study or not. But yeah, that is a real study that happened, but no one said they believed it. You jumped on us before that.
I thought it was my question, but it's okay.
No, that was his
But we,
question.
There he go. That poor brother Law been waiting all night long. I said, "No, where my brother Law at?" Now I see him in there. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brother Law. Good morning. Yes, it is the next day. That's why my eyes are so sleepy. Y'all already know what it's getting ready to hit for.
What, your bedtime?
You are girl. You already know. I'm sitting here asleep on my arm right
Oh
now.
shit.
Najee, I was like, oh, I think he just dropped. Oh,
Hey,
wait.
did
Oh,
I
he's
miss
still
the
here.
sponsorship
Najee,
for
are
the
you
night?
still here?
Man,
Shakita,
I'm
did I
live
miss
and
the
in
sponsorship for the night?
It was
I
thunder.
guess so. Peace, Najee. You were quiet, so I had to bring you in and everything. Everybody's talking like we don't have guests on the panel, so I got
man.
to bring you into it. How
I
you doing? Do
just
you cook and stuff?
I
Did you
just be
join us for the
respecting the
food?
panel.
I know. Do
What's
you
that? No, I
do you
just I
cook?
just wanted to come on and say respect to all the sisters, man. I appreciate everything y'all bring. Man, I've been following all different ideologies out here, and it's just it's a heartwarming to see sisters come together and do something for us to appreciate, man. That's all it is. That's all it is at the end of the day. It's much love and respect, and shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to all the brothers, man. I rock with a lot of the brothers, but Me personally, I'm big BCU, man, big old Indian, and that's how we coming. But shout out to the sisters, man. It's a blessing to see what y'all got going on. I respect it 100%, and it's much appreciated. It's needed. It's something that the people, they definitely appreciate to see the sisters come together and bring something that is just different. It's much respected and needed at the end of the day. That's the best I could say. But
Oh,
yeah, I'm just listening, man. I'm just tuning in, man. I'm just listening. I'm here. I'm definitely here. I'm rocking out, man. I'm hearing everything everybody got to say. Shout out to everybody.
oh,
And
we
yeah, man.
thank you.
Shout out to the panel, man. I appreciate all y'all. Man, I got respect for a lot of y'all sisters. Everything y'all bring to the table. Man, I be learning so much just listening, just tuning in and just participating as one of the followers, one of the subscribers. And yeah, man. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. That's all it is.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Thank you. And I thank the other brother for coming up. And I really didn't want to jump down on you. I just don't want you thinking your brain gonna swell up because you eating meat. I don't
Yeah,
eat.
y'all. I'm gonna say y'all sisters is real deal business, man. Brothers be scared to come up here because y'all sisters ain't no joke, man. Y'all sisters be, man, y'all be straight business. And it be hard to come up here dealing with y'all because we don't want to get chopped and screwed. But some of the brothers, man, they stick their chest out and they come up here, man, because they deal with the information and they just want to build with y'all. But for the most part, it be, man, you gotta be wearing your armor vest when you come up here, cause these sisters, they be real deal and they know what they talking about. I just seen Dulcinea. Man, I've been watching her for a minute, outside of just what I practice, but just doing her own thing, and I see how she build, and I'm like, man, to just see a sister carry herself the way she do is much respect. And yeah, for the
That's
brothers
what's up.
coming up here, they be, I ain't gonna lie, they be shook, man. It's a tough y'all baby Sonetta over there trying to come up here. It's like,
Like,
man, them sisters over there, they crazy. They chop you down in a quick minute.
the boy done beat me up damn near every time I've been on the show. Boy, we can start off good, but at the end of the show, somebody gonna go in on me, bro. So I know what you talking about. And still me
There
like a
you go.
dumbass, I still come back.
That's what it is.
We appreciate you, honestly.
And you know we love y'all.
Yeah.
That part.
That's a fact.
We
Definitely love OTJ.
appreciate I appreciate you. Thank you.
Sakina, you got a jam for us tonight? You gonna jam us on in our closing?
Oh my goodness.
Wait a minute, because I heard Freedom say,
I'm coming down.
right. So maybe we're not closing, but Sakina, you got a jam?
Freedom gonna rock us out.
I'm laying down.
Oh, let me think. What's a good song? What was today?
Play my song, Hustle.
Oh yeah, play his song. I like that song too.
Ooh, Sakina.
I do.
I was just tripping, man.
Where did we get your song?
My
You
nephew-
ain't never played your song for us.
Yeah.
We feel some type of way.
So that's why JB texted me like, "Yo, I ain't know you rap."
Exactly.
Yeah. Look it on YouTube. Just look up Hustle, HUSTLE, and look under Trap Boy.
Yeah, Shimon Help
Trap Boy
Shimon Hotep Jarvis.
Yeah, because OTK stuff is fire. I mean, it is fire. Some of that stuff is lit.
You said Trap Boy what?
Reese, REESE. You got to put the hustle in first. It's just say L Burner and then Trap Boy.
Good night, Marcel. Ooh, I'm echoing.
Keith Marcel. That's the OTK.
It's always me, Nisha.
It is.
It better be some fire, man. You got us waiting.
And this is it. Okay, ready? Hold on, let me make sure it's turned up.
Yeah, that's it. That's the video, man. I mean, that's just something we filmed.
What we gonna do? No, ain't no fucking light bill do it. No, the rent ain't lit, cause mama.
Uh-oh, somebody echoing.
Exactly.
Dang. Fuck I'ma do now, man. Hustle. I got to do now, man. Fuck you what I do best. Like Bill do, plus my rent lit. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. See, all I know is hustle, that's all I know. Cause I'm a country boy, straight from them dirt roads. All I know is hustle. And if I don't talk to you, dog, then I don't trust it. See, I'm a go-getter, nigga, I go and get it. Cause I'm a hot boy, certified weed splitter. All I know is hustle. Something I inherit from my fucking grandmama. See, I'm a paper chaser, nigga, I chase a paper. I'm trying to make moves, get money like Tony Drapers. All I know is hustle. And if you cross the line, then my dog and I'm a fuck. Like Bill do, plus my rent lit. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle.
2 Chainz.
I'm a trapper, trapping, that's how I live. I give it all I got and I ain't got no more to give. All I know is hustle. I kill y'all niggas for my child gotta suffer. See, I'm a swamp nigga, swamp of alligators. I stay away from bitches, snitches and all you haters. All I know is hustle. I died for my family and I put that on my mother. See, I'm a real nigga, 1,000 is all I been. Only care about the ones, don't care about no friends. All I know is hustle. I never let you niggas try to play me for no sucker. Like Bill do, plus my rent lit. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle.
What? That.
OTK.
All right. Goddamn shit.
That's why.
Was that Darvis dancing?
Nah, man, quit playing, Nisha. Nah. Dog is the one. Dog is one of the ones who put the money behind it. But y'all notice that Creekside shirt I had on there, right? Uh-oh. Come on over again with that boy coming up with Creekside Indians. Uh-oh. Creekside. All right. That's the name of my outreach group too. So yeah, that was on that shirt that y'all seen in that video years ago.
Okay,
y'all. This is Riot Pat This is the one that was on talking to us before. Let's hear.
Turn it up some.
You know I'ma be there. Hey, baby, why you tripping? I told you that I'ma be there. Shit, why is you scared? Why is you going crazy? This shit getting crazy. You gotta pay me. And do this shit, pay me. I do a day. I'm in the studio, and you know I ain't going crazy. And you know I ain't lazy. I want a baby. This is how the family. Why you trying to clown me? Shit, telling me I ain't gonna be shit. Man, you know you want that bullshit. Man, this shit getting crazy. Cause girl, why are you trying to play me? Why? Yo, please stay in your place. I'm a man like any other day. So you know that I gotta keep you safe. Yo, shit getting wild up in the streets. Wild little bitch like, yo, I can't stand this shit. Getting wild in the streets. My little bitch saying, yo, I can't sleep. I can't this shit. Getting wild in the streets. My little bitch said she can't sleep. This shit getting wild in the streets. My little bitch said she can't sleep. She can't sleep. Go to sleep. I kiss your forehead, baby. Go to sleep. Just lay right next to me, baby. Tell me what's on your mind. And I'ma take my time. I'ma mess around with her. I remember times when I couldn't provide. Looking in my eyes and I don't know where to go. This shit ain't crazy, man. This shit's so crazy. You don't even understand all the fucking things that I had to go through to be a man. But I was a man when I was small. Got older and I got a little tall. I started smoking that weed, running with my niggas and I'm right in the streets. Man, hurt me to my soul. When I knew my nigga died, hurt me so deep. It hurt me so deep. I tried to guide him in the right way, but he thought that the crime paid. But you gotta pay with your life. Man, you know we getting sacrificed. See?
That was hot.
Yeah.
Hey.
That was hot.
Yeah, that shit was tight. I like
jamming tonight.
That was hot. That was old ass got a song. I'm just playing. That was it. Play. I'm the shit.
Oh no, that song I'm on my shit. I don't got that on live. I think I do got it on YouTube, but I think it's the video, but it's not that clear. That song I'm called On My Shit.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna take you, Shakina, you know, when we be talking, I'm gonna take you through some things and I'm gonna show you some songs that I got.
Okay.
And I can show you that other people came out with those songs, and I show you, I don't know if it could be a connection, but I show you the people that we was dealing with that finger fucked the shit out of us.
Wow.
OTK, have you heard of Niggas music?
Who?
Akili? Niggas?
Oh no, I haven't heard of Keely Niggas. Nagas. No, I haven't heard of. That's my Congo brother.
Yeah, exactly. He says
Play some of his shit. Play it. Hell yeah.
I don't want to do it because he said, well, we have to give fun. So, I want to make sure it's respected and he's on here when I play.
So you got to pay him to play his shit?
That's what he was saying.
Oh, well, fuck it then. Fuck it then. Don't fuck him. We ain't begging, we buying over here. We ain't begging, we buying over here, dog. Y'all tell them boys y'all got backing. Y'all got financial backing over this motherfucker, dog. If we gotta pay a motherfucker.
Wait, Heckle Bus, you need a beat or something, or you just do freestyle?
Oh shit. I got some bars for anyone interested. Might amaze you on what I do about the slavery issue. Mm-hmm. Oh, he done wrote this like 8 years ago.
Oh, gee. Wait, we don't hear
33 years ago.
33 years ago?
Okay, so that's a poem now. Okay, so it's a poem now. He can turn that into a poem if he wants to. Right.
Do you need a beat or what?
Is somebody echoing?
Oh, it's OTK. Hold up, mute up for a second.
Yeah, always me, Gemini.
Okay, and we just need to be quiet. You got it from here? Okay, we can.
Brother Law tripping.
Signified monkey said to the lion one day, "There's a big bad motherfucker heading your way. The things said about your mama and you, well, shit, they made me mad too." With this, the lion headed through the jungle at a heavy pace, like a 6-year-old kid with a pussy in his face. There he spied that lop-eared fucker underneath the tree. Said, "Come on, you lop-eared fucker, it's you or me." Well, the elephant and lion, they fought all night, they fought all day. I don't know how that monkey got away. The next day, the lion went through the jungle more dead than alive, and up a tree that sat that monkey saying the signifying jive. He said, "Ho, ho, ho, king of the jungle, ain't you a bitch? You look more like a whore than 7-year itch. Your eyes all black, your nose all blue. I knew all along there wasn't shit to you." With this, he got tickled, started to jump up and down. His skinny little paw, Mr. Lim, and his ass fell to the ground. The monkey, like a streak of lightning, both white heat, that lion was on him with all 4 feet. The monkey looked up with tears in his eyes, said, "Please, Mr. Lion, I apologize. Apologize shit to the lion a little bit by bit. I'm putting an end to your signifying shit." Monkey said, "Let me get my balls up at this sand. I'll fight you like a newborn man." Well, the lion, he backed off with pride and prepared to fight. Wouldn't you know it, that fucking monkey jumped clean out of sight. The moral of the story, folks, is quit listening to other people's bullshit. Learn how to coin your words or purse your lips. You know what?
What in the world?
Wait, no.
What is going on right now?
Wait. You said it was about slavery, so is the lion the one or the monkeys?
The monkey's the one that runs around talking about the signifying shit. And this is exactly where your rap culture came from. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. All I'm doing is,
oh my God. You know, what in the world is going on with the show right now?
No, we took that from Dolomite. He took that from Rudy Ray Moore. Are you serious? Don't think that we don't know who that is. I know exactly who that is. That's Rudy Ray Moore. That's
what in the world?
That's Dolomite. What are you talking about?
Oh, yes, he wrote it for Dolomite. That's what he's saying?
So what's going on?
No.
It was. You took.
Are you serious? That's Rudy Ray Moore.
Yes, it was. Why would you do that? That's
crazy.
It's best, and then you add.
Crazy.
Oh my God! That's why I could not believe
they do this to their own self.
That is pseudo as hell. That's what we would call pseudo as hell.
Goddamn, Uncle Bus. I actually like my fucking runch. I like my runch to hear your shit because I thought we was about to go deep. God damn.
You sat there and put that bullshit in the
game. Pseudo as hell. That is so pseudo.
Why would you
get
that? Oh my God.
What is going on?
Where's E-Bizzle when you need him?
I am so sorry, but you have minus almost all of your points.
Here, he would have took that in so many levels, right?
Do not take $200 and pass go. You went straight to jail.
Listen, he would have been.
Echo Bus needs another Top Cats intervention.
Listen, Top Cats would have took that, and when anybody else at this point, look, OTK don't even know he on mute. This how bad this is because that was prejudicial. I don't know what you want to call that right now.
That was during our blaxploitation era.
Right?
Yeah, and so a lot of things were being exaggerated as as for entertainment. So when you use that exaggeration, and that's very disrespectful coming from you to us.
That wasn't slavery. That was slanderous, racist. I don't know what you were trying to say. Was you trying?
Yeah, that was bad. Oh my God!
Give you 5 on the knucklehead side of the inside of your nostrils, giving somebody calling, what are you calling us, monkeys? And what are you calling, dumbass lions? Because at the end of the day, lions.
What was you trying to say? Because it came out wrong, honey.
It did come out wrong because we all know that the lion is mother in Africa. So you calling us lions and you also calling us monkeys. So what the fuck? I'm not taking this wrong.
I didn't say you. I never was hearing the wrong thing all night.
Yeah, because this is his second or third oop,
It's all
right?
kinds of racist ways
So we're
right
not gonna have too many
Yeah,
more
and I'm even though I could go in, even though I can go on this, I'm gonna sit back and let you sisters handle this because you all are on top of it. But I'm right here if you need me. You know what I'm saying? That was way out of line the second time, but I'm gonna be back
exactly.
quiet. I'm here if you need me, sisters.
Bad
That's the second
hombre.
oop.
Go ahead on that, bad hombre.
One person talking at a time, please.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead, Frida.
Brother La, what did you? Salaam alaikum. What did you have to say, Brother La?
Walaikum salam rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm gonna be blatantly honest with y'all sisters. I woke up out of my sleep and I seen that you sisters was on, so I figured I'd jump on.
Hey, brother.
I'm gonna just be honest with you, blatantly honest with you. I don't even know why he's still on the panel.
I wanted him to explain himself. I really did.
No, ain't no explanation needed. I agree with Law.
I'm saying word.
I really did. I want to hear what.
Please, good night, Heckle Bus. If you could just drop off for the night, you know, it's just tonight's not your night. We'll just get you another time.
That part.
Strikeout night.
Be nice and let your step out.
I'm trying to understand what you.
And I told you before, I've been heckled many times in my life.
Oh, God. I don't even want to hear it.
I don't mind the heckling. I don't mind the correction. Listen, I don't mind the correction. That's what I need. That's
yeah,
what
but, you know, again, we're not no test subjects. You don't be coming in here to tell us what to
I'm not
do
playing it as a test.
No, if you need some sort of a catering tool, or you have some sort of underlying something that you need correction, you need to go to the Joe Foundation, which is whoever is still closest to you. We're not that close to you just because we're online. You need family. You need somebody to give you some extra attention that we just not willing to give you, and some extra extension that we're not willing to give you. So when you sit and say you need correction, all I hear is that you need to be off this channel and back to a reasonable source. Whoever you're supposed to.
What I'm trying to point out is if the information I put out is wrong, then please correct me, because it does have to do with the slavery as it was in.
Hold up, Queen. Hold up, Queen.
Have a good night.
Let bad hombre. I want to say I apologize to you. I was just talking about your voice. I wasn't talking about your info or what you was going in on. I was just like, damn, your voice. That's it. You and Brother Lie, please cover these sisters right now. Damn, why y'all kick Hucklebucks off? Because they had some questions for him.
No, I had that back 100%. Only thing I was saying was like he already messed up with colored women.
Right.
Then he came back with the poem about monkeys.
Right.
So next nigger was coming.
Exactly.
And then he was gonna say, "Oh, I need correction. I'm sorry."
Because he was testing the water.
Not feeling that. I'm not feeling that, man.
He was testing the water.
You give him that time. So now, reason why I say you give him that time, because now he might not say nigger. He might say the new things that what the people are thinking about today and how they are looking at it. See, we might be off. We looking for that nigga term. We looking for that nigga term, but
Only
these
one
motherfuckers might be talking about us. They might be talking about us in a whole nother language, in a whole nother construct. We looking for nigga. So when we don't hear nigga, we like, all right, cool with it. But these motherfuckers could be talking about us just like in code, just like what he was doing, until you get in that position to where you can't hide no more.
They always show
they got to come out with it. So that's all I was saying. I'm trying to find out what the
But
fuck.
can I say something? Let me say something really quick. I feel what you're saying, brother, but I don't know if you were in here earlier. One of the sisters said that black women want to feel safe around black men, or they want to be protected. And as soon as he came in with that colored women crap, I had to step in because I didn't know what was coming next. And then he went on with the signifying monkey thing. As a black man, I cannot allow a white man to come in here and disrespect our sisters. So I had to get on that ASAP, and that's all I'm saying, brother.
Man, woke me up out my sleep when he said it. I said, "Did he say monkey?"
As you should, that hombre.
Open and
Yeah, I
knowledge.
didn't even recognize the Dolomite thing, but yeah, Heckle Bus, you pretended it was yours and then you did it and everything. So it's not about if it's about slavery or not. I don't know if it's about slavery. It's just about the delivery.
Brother Lie was about to get into them questions with him, and he was gonna bring it out when Brother Lie started questioning. But go ahead, Brother Lie. Peace to you.
What I was trying to figure out is this. What made him feel that he had the white man carrying authority to come on a panel amongst sisters to even speak in that manner? He
Yeah.
was ready. He was ready to let the white. He was ready to let that white girl Karen come out. He was about to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know why they keep coming on our panels when they know they can't keep. They always show
Hey,
they.
Brother Lie and Bad Hombre, I'm gonna have to apologize to y'all boys. Listen, I wasn't here. I did put in the chat that I was in and out because I had some things to do, so I didn't see the beginning of it. I just came in from where I came in, and I thought it was a starting point where I came in at. So I apologize for that. I'm a real man. When I feel that I'm wrong or I stop something from going on, and then I see later what I stopped, I don't have no problem with apologizing, and that's why I had to apologize to Bad Hombre, and I'm apologizing to you, my brother. If y'all was standing up for the sisters, what I know you always do, Brother Lie, and Bad Hombre, yes, you always do too, even in the chat. I apologize to y'all boys on some real shit.
And this goes back to what I was trying to say originally. This guy, Hucklebus, or whatever his name is, he's the same thing that wrote that book in 1900 when I started out at 9 o'clock, sisters. It's the same mentality. And he proved my point. They haven't changed. So what we have to do as a people, we have to forget about all this extrinsic stuff and come together. Because once we're united again, black man and black woman, they're fucked.
Yeah.
And that's all I want to say.
I want to see them together.
That's 100 on that.
And we showed that just tonight how we can unite. You see how quick that was?
Shoot, I already knew. When I said Brother Lie come up there, I already knew it. Oh my God! Well, I said, "Oh God, poor Uncle Buck gonna be beat down bad."
Because the thing was, he put that Rudy Ray Moore, and then he also used that Eddie Murphy joke. That's what the two things he put together was the monkey and the lion with Eddie Murphy with the I can make the stars come out at night when the monkey shitted on the lion, right? And then and then that's the other one. So that's why I was pissed. You see what I'm saying? So you gonna try to put these were the two things he put together like we don't know. Like we slow. We ain't slow. But again, you got these
y'all
two.
Y'all gonna give him a chance to defend yourself and let Brother Lie and let
him think about
other brother.
No, because
the way he's making it look like in the chat, he said
we
that
don't
he
care
didn't say
about
that
him.
was
He need
his.
a break tonight. He need a break.
Yeah, no.
You wrote that 28 years ago. You said it was about slavery. It was not. It's about plagiarism. And then again, just like Bad Hombre said, you tried to sneak in. See, remember when we met him? You came in talking about 37 years of lying and being mischievous, trying to throw this Bible back at folks, right? So you already coming in trying to tell us. Remember how me and you came talking about something? Yeah, you trying to send us to jail on that little short yellow bus. Remember? You had a picture of a short yellow bus. So we gonna ride with you. You ain't sitting in jail, right? 37 times, and you
girl get underneath my skin.
Came on the other day. Just came on the other day talking about using the back of your social security card, still trying to show us how to go to jail. Whether it's or not, I don't care.
Brother Lie, what you say, Brother Lie?
All about my damn self.
I've come to realize, Sakeem, something really wrong with you.
I'm not a risk taker.
She said that
a pony. He is a pony, man.
That's a short yellow bus. Oh my goodness.
Yo, open the knowledge. Open the knowledge. He is a fool, bro.
That was
I
Go ahead and
promise
put
you.
that money in my name. Send me that money. Show me
That
it's
is
real.
crazy.
Send that money to my cash app. But
She
yeah,
said the
Heckle
little yellow bus. The
yeah, Heckle Bus,
AARP
it's
card.
not your night tonight, but we understand you're apologizing. We just saying it's not your night tonight. And it's another night.
He gonna have to think about that damn joke he told. And
That's
then
real.
the name of plagiarism is copyright, and you did not write that. You copied it, and you're damn right. So why you think about that? And then you think about how you're gonna come back 28 years later, or 28 days, 28 seconds, 28 minutes, and you think about that with that Bible and figure out how you're gonna come back right.
Boom.
That was not right how you did that.
You on punishment tonight, Uncle Booty? I mean,
And they're gonna sit here and act like he didn't know what he was saying. Talking about, well, that's I get kicked off of many of platforms. Yeah, we see why.
You see why? 37 times why. You better go back on Mount St. Helena and get a new beard when you come down, Moses, and then figure this one out, because you didn't do that right. You
you on punishment tonight, Heckle Booby. Heckle Booby, you on punishment tonight.
No, you did not do that
Girl,
right. Still trying to
that
use
was
that.
outrageous.
Use it to punish your own ass. Start with thyself and get true. How about
That's
that?
right. How about that?
Sakina is something else.
Sakina ain't playing it tonight. She already got Cosmic. She gonna get you, Heckle Bus. She ain't playing none of that.
No
Okay?
commercial break. So this commercial break is to the man that they call South Carolina Purple Runs. Calm down all the time.
Oh, so you got purple energy?
Okay, can everybody be quiet for just a second? For the live question. Brother La, would you like fried with grits and some scrambled eggs with cheese? I don't know if you want some toast with some butter and jelly on it, but I'm just or biscuits. I don't know which one. But would you like to have the fried potatoes with it? I'm just asking. I'm women. Brother La.
Queen still trying to get breakfast. He is not playing.
I didn't hear. I didn't. It was going in and out. What did you say, sis?
I said I'd like to know if you would like to have some fried fish with grits, some eggs with cheese on it, some fried potatoes, and maybe a biscuit or a toast with jelly on it.
I'm good, sis.
No?
Nah, I'm good, sis.
You don't eat breakfast?
Yes, I do eat breakfast.
But he want a smoothie. He wants something natural and fresh.
He
in the
wants
morning.
oatmeal. Boom.
Okay, well, I mean, I thought all. You eat fish with the grits.
Yes, I eat fish. I eat fish and grits. Yes.
Why'd you
I'm
say
just
no?
trying-
You don't
I'm
want
just
that.
trying to. No, I'm just trying to figure out where did this question come from.
I'm trying to skip the subject and get back to the food because we didn't talk enough about the other stuff. We was talking about food before you came on.
Oh, okay, okay.
When you gonna say no, I'm good. Oh, now see, you gonna make me go there. I don't want to. Would you like?
That's a true Muslim, man.
Where
That's a
would
true
you say
Muslim.
that? I'm going back to sleep because you know what? Y'all playing. We were just
Wait, Brother Law said that like he got a woman at home. Brother Law, I didn't know you was married or had a girl.
That's exactly why he said it like that.
That's what I'm saying, and that was unnecessary. I told you
He has said that he has a
Whoa,
girl.
y'all calm down. Y'all calm down. Put all the 50 questions. Y'all ask them 7 questions in a row. Let them at least answer one. Jesus Christ.
Somebody, Ryan Pack said, "Fix me a plate." I don't know why, Brother Lada, one that's supposed to be a cook. He's so scared.
Listen, Brother Law don't cook. He a chef.
Well, he's a chef.
And he says he has said he has a girl because he was saying the other night he wants
food.
He can't just be accepting food from women. That's why E Bizzle can't come back. Y'all are the reason why E Bizzle can't come back, and he's
No, I asked what he
like y'all telling him, "Oh, let me make you a plate," and now we can't even play with E Bizzle anymore because they're like, oh, those girls over there trying to make y'all some.
Well, I asked him because he's a chef. What does he want with his breakfast? What do you want with it? Ain't nobody trying to take him from his woman tonight. Ain't nobody trying to take
fish and grits and some
oh
other.
my God, I can never get words out. I can't. Once y'all get loose, the rules all went out the door.
Get loose. Let me see you get loose.
I can't. I ain't gonna do all that because Brother La, you know, and tonight they don't know me like that. They just know I'm a good girl. But what I'm saying is, Brother La, you supposed to be a chef. You supposed to say no with my fish. I like X, Y, and Z. You gonna say, nah, I'm good. What?
That's because he don't eat everybody tuna.
Oh no. I just only eat calamari. I'm not eating nobody's tuna. So why are you saying it like that? I'm saying I
like nothing.
Okay, baby girl. I only eat seafoods, Brother La. And for breakfast, I like to have some fried fish. Now, some people eat other stuff in the morning, pork chops, all that kind of stuff with they stuff when they're from the country and stuff. But I just want me some fried fish in the morning or some fried turkey hen. Ain't nothing wrong with that, is it? I don't know why Nick's got this big old smile on her face. Let me leave Brother La alone. He quiet. He's scared.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't get him where he can't come outside either. That's why I'm trying to change the subject. I already got it where one guy can't come
Brother
outside.
La, you know you my honey. I don't even know why you playing like that. Don't do that to me.
I like to eat tuna.
I know that's right.
Yes.
Do you put bull eggs and all the fixings in yours? The bull eggs, the onions, and green peppers, and all that kind of stuff.
I don't need all that.
Just the regular tuna with no seasonings and stuff in it.
It's not playing.
On the phone, my boy.
He probably holding it like this. Unga bunga bunga.
I don't know what
y'all do you guys like calamari? Do you eat calamari, BadHombre, and Najee?
Oh no, I don't know where y'all going now.
Nah, I'm good with the calamari.
Y'all don't like calamari?
I'm a good girl.
That's a sound bite right there. I swear. I swear that's a sound bite right there.
Right.
I
Y'all don't like calamari?
What is it?
Well, he said I eat tuna. I like tuna.
Right.
Octopus.
Oh no.
Somebody said calamari.
Don't weirdness. Now y'all stop.
There y'all go again with that puss.
I try to take it right back to the good conversation.
Dom is a bitch. Dom is stupid as fuck. Y'all
get right and y'all know he's shy. Stop, y'all. Why y'all got to say it on a good conversation?
You're good.
Yeah, late night chat is supposed to be tomorrow night. You all are taking it to another level.
My name
Yes,
is Leonard,
damn,
and I
this is
am
not our special channel. And he don't even know, but let me fill him in. Be quiet and let me fill him in, to knowledge. We have a special nightcap channel that we starting on only on the weekends after 12 o'clock. You are welcome, Brother La, to come over and learn a couple things that we will be talking about.
Learn what?
Food up fucking Friday. Food up Friday.
To knowledge, will you let me finish this? We have an over 21 conversation, maybe over 31 conversations. Nightcap channel.
Open the knowledge, you man. You something else, bro.
I don't understand what's so funny. You know what?
Now he gonna have to hide to watch the channel just because you won't leave it alone. Leave it alone.
It's to knowledge. He's terrible.
So let's go ahead. Leave Brother La alone.
I'm not messing with Brother La. No, it's over. I'm not messing with Brother La no more. I'm sitting here and I'm rubbing my arms and stuff. So I'm tired. Why won't y'all just let me go to sleep? Because y'all know after midnight I get silly. Now let me stay up.
So you ain't cooking no more?
Huh?
You wasn't cooking no more?
I'm great. I was making me some soup and I burnt it.
How the fuck you burn soup?
I was online and I forgot.
Right.
Talking to us. I forgot I put it on. I messed it up.
Right. Talking to y'all, you can burn up some shit.
I can't believe I did that. Now all I got is macaroni and cheese left.
No, Heckle Bus. We're not saying you're trying to put people down. We're saying that it wasn't the right time for what he
And we are so over him. I am so
Oh my
over
God,
him.
Jesus.
I do not want to hear his
What
name.
I'm saying
Why is it that one person can open their mouth and then everybody else's mouth is open?
That's right, because I'm
Let me
a
finish
black
what I'm saying, y'all.
Nobody gets to talk so he can feel guilty. Nobody gets to talk so he can feel guilty. Nobody gets to talk so he can feel guilty. Nobody gets to talk so he can feel guilty. Nobody gets to talk so he can feel guilty. Nobody gets to talk so he can feel guilty. Nobody.
Man, I
She a fool. I keep telling y'all, Sakina a fool, man.
Nobody gets to talk so he can feel guilty. That's why he keeps talking about it, because he's feeling guilty. That's
Yes,
all.
ma'am.
G
Yes,
double
ma'am.
O D. Good.
Neon,
Open it now. Open it now. You just so confused.
sausage are you talking
Talk it like you talk it. Dawsonair don't get to back you up. That's my little
That's it. You don't get to stand up for the poor and downtrodden.
sister's gotta do.
You
So
know what, Nyambi? Nyambi. This is not the
I get to talk so we can feel guilty.
on the other channel. Okay, guys.
Damn, she ain't just talking about just a sausage. She said she need a sausage and a link.
Oh.
That means she needs some and some.
No, she's saying a sausage link with no bread, just the sausage link.
Hold up. A sausage is one thing.
Well, damn, Dulcinea, you didn't say it no better. Dulcinea, you didn't repeat it no better. She's talking about she don't want the bread, just the sausage. What? You didn't repeat it no better.
No, people that don't eat bread, they can eat the meat. They keto.
BCU, we got Freaky Fridays,
Man,
and we play some
BCU
music,
business,
and we
man.
get
Shout out
turned
to
up, and talk
BCU.
about all kind of shit.
Man, the whole BCU, man. Shout out to all my
Yes, y'all
BCU
fool
boys.
up. Y'all need to call this shit
I
Fool
know
Up
what it
Fucking
is.
Friday, where y'all just
It's big
oh, my bad,
BCU.
brother. My bad, brother.
Damn. Oh, Tanala,
I
calm
thought
down.
it was BCU.
Yeah, we've been in the chat for Freaky Fridays. We've been a part of the Freaky Fridays. We already know about it.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
that's that purple runch. That's what that is for opening knowledge. That's that purple runch. That's that.
Oh my God.
You already know. That's what the fuck I'm on. You already know.
Stop cussing. Oh, Tanala, I want you to stop cursing. Now he's hyped up tonight.
No, it's that reefer. I'm telling you, it's that reefer.
Once it's late night, it's parental discretion is advised. I thought we late night, baby. You know what I mean? I'm out for
late night, baby.
It's after 12.
I know, but we ain't that channel yet.
We are that channel.
Now, that's what I'm about to say. We are that channel. We've been going on late nights on this motherfucker. You've been going to sleep. Okay, my fault. We've been going in on this channel. I swear to God.
Yeah, when you go to sleep.
Oh, since we playing identity, what's that
Oh,
one?
so y'all trying to say when I go to sleep after 12 o'clock?
What's that one?
What y'all do?
Oh, that's a whole thing. It's some other one right there.
I normally go to sleep.
We talk
Boy,
about
Nisha,
all that.
I got you.
Ooh, that look good.
There's an echo.
Oh, it's OTK, sorry. But yeah, we talk about all this, because we can't talk about this stuff around you, so we gotta wait till you go to sleep.
Oh my God, I can't believe that y'all be cutting up after I go to sleep.
Facts.
God, today.
Even though you did tell Topcast that you're a cowgirl, and that's kind of
they telling them
boring.
No, I was about to say you're not boring because you told Topcast that you a cowgirl, and we all know what that means.
Oh my! Oh, you know what?
Round and round she go. Round and round she go.
Friday night. My gosh. Down in the valley where the girls get naked. You know what? It's 2:11 now. I know I'm good. I can't believe I'm up.
Just go to sleep.
Y'all got the. Oh, you heard him.
Just go to sleep, sis.
Riot's
Listen,
coming
no,
for
get
you.
caught up. No, I'm recording.
If you tired, be fine, then go to
Yeah,
sleep.
'cause it's
See, I
late.
told
So
you.
Freedom, I can't believe you up either. I'm like, she's still up. And it's
Yeah,
one.
because Brother Lau on the show. Brother Lau on the show. That's right. Brother Lau on the show.
And you know what it is? Somebody echoing. Who is that? Cut your YouTube part off.
OTK.
How she be doing it again? OTK, what she said she be.
Have y'all ever did those mechanical bulls?
Dustin there searching. You fishing for topic.
Hello.
I already know. I already
She's
have
the
topic.
vibrator type person. She like vibrators, in other words.
That is not a vibrator. That's not a vibrator going on a bull. I was just asking if y'all ever did the mechanical bulls.
I did. They got one down here over at River Club. They got one.
See, I knew you did, Sister Freedom.
I'm just saying.
We going out for sure.
I know that's right, honey. I love to go out.
The dunya is real, man.
Oh no, you know what?
The dunya is real.
I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do none of that, but I like that.
I can't no more. My stomach hurt. Y'all is doing too much for me.
I love to have fun now. That's one thing for sure. The party don't even get started till I get in there.
Right? Say that.
Parts. And they all be like, here she come. As soon as me and my sisters get in the club.
Here comes the cowgirl. Yeah.
Here them system red girls. I got 16 sisters. I have fun with my sisters. We going out tomorrow.
I knew when you like a Usher bad girl that you about that.
Mm-hmm. And none of the girls in the whole club can't stand us, don't like us. We unscramble my energy.
None of the girls like us. Except our sisters. Our sisters
Well, our own cousins don't like us.
Woo! A mess, man. I tell you.
Who is that with the Panther? Who that is?
Oh, y'all tired. I'm going to bed then because it sounds like a good night.
That's Nanji with the Panther.
Nanji.
He looking for a cougar, so that's why he up here.
Well, won't be. Listen. I'm leaving to go to Jamaica Tuesday.
Yay!
Let me ask your sisters a question. Do any of your sisters have husbands?
Yeah, I just said I'm going to Jamaica Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, my husband passed, and I was married almost 20 years.
Okay.
I'm divorced for almost 2 years, 3 years. But I was married about almost 20 years.
And I've been with Rainbow since I was 21.
And my husband be in the chat.
And I have an estranged husband.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question, La?
That's right.
Hopefully it does.
That's right.
Are you married, Brother La?
No, I'm not.
Now you know I'm gonna say something, right?
Hey.
You heard her, right?
For the sake of Allah, you know where I'm going with it.
You ain't even just said that, did you?
I heard it.
I don't care about it. What I'm saying is he know what I'm talking about.
Don't do that, OTK.
Oh no.
What do you do?
I'm a whole Taurus. Hey, I'm just saying for the sake of Allah, girl, he got married. Yeah.
And I am telling you.
Oh my God.
I'm not going.
Come on in. Even
Who's Sakina? Oh my goodness. What is going on tonight? It's late.
It is. We get silly when we get when we get over 12 o'clock.
Okay.
I know. Y'all do. Y'all
Wow.
do.
It was the du jour, du jour.
No, I'm messing with Brother Lie though. But Brother Lie, I love marriage.
Enough to do with toys.
I did too. Yeah, I can't wait.
Oh, you
Hopefully I'm hope to be so blessed to be
If
married
I
twice.
wasn't trying to make sure things was okay in my relationship, I would get married again. But I think I would have to do it Islamically, because I'm okay with that.
Don't you have to get divorced?
And yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I would prefer that.
That
Right.
part. That part right there. That part.
Right. Because otherwise, you would be marrying twice. That's why I meant when I said enough to do
Well,
it.
really in Islam, the marriage that you have legally through the government, it doesn't matter when you Muslim. It doesn't bother it one way or the other.
Oh, really?
It's not even a thought about, because it's not for the sake of Allah. It's for the sake of you. But when you get married in Islam, you get married for the sake of Allah.
Oh.
Like, say, I'll give you, for instance, if Brother La was married, he could marry another woman. You see what I'm saying? He could marry another woman. And that marriage that he had is not, in Islam, it's not the same as.
Oh, so he could have a legal wife.
And the legal wife, he wouldn't be with her until they got a divorce, whatever. But the Muslim wife that he has, that would be the one that would be for the sake of Allah. You just be working on your divorce, but you could have another wife.
Before you divorce.
Right, Brother Lai, you understand how I'm saying it? That government thing is
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying
But-
I'm trying to explain it to them where they can understand what I'm saying.
So do you have any kind of wife, Brother?
He just said he said he didn't, but I know he's probably working towards it because I know he's a devout Muslim. He really is. And I have to
and plus being single, who really wants that, to be honest? Nobody
really
I mean, circumstances keeps us single, but in essence, who really wants that? Companionship is much better.
Yes, it is. And let me tell you something.
Gemini, you said you had somebody?
You love it. It's a lot for your life.
You said you had somebody?
No, actually, right now, I to be honest, I do have a person I talk to on a regular basis, but that doesn't mean we're together. And then I'm very open to, if there's something else, something better, something else that comes along, I'm open to it. Because the one thing I'm not gonna,
he just hitting right now. Everything good. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to sit here and commit myself to a person that didn't want to commit, and then just for the sake of saying you have a man, right? Then you go off and get into some strange commitment that doesn't suit neither person. Sometimes you just have to, kind of just let things go slow, see where it goes, and so and also, have some options as well.
Right.
I think when you're single, you get many more options than being together. But until that time comes, it is what it is.
Relationships are hard, and they are hard work. They really are. I mean, even in Islam, it's hard, but it's a little different because there's rules and regulations, and I love it that there are rules and regulations of respect.
Yeah, so much.
Like if it like even being on the channel, if your husband said it's going too far, you got to excuse yourself and maybe things will be different. You gotta respect that. And it's not it's an issue that when you are in this situation in Islam, you know what I'm saying? It's not a bad thing. That's what I love about. I wish I could get all of y'all, every woman on here, that first handbook that's given out to the Muslim sisters, because you would read that book and be like, oh, this is good, because the respect on both sides is there.
Okay, so Freedom, you abo Islam. I'm confused.
No, not abo Islam at all. Islam.
Okay, so you prefer Islam over Aboriginal?
Islam is a way of life. Okay. And being Aboriginal is my bloodline, and being African is my bloodline. Being Muslim is a way of life. It is something that is very personal, and it has your relationship to do with you, the relationship you have with your higher power and the prophets and everything that is taught religiously in a sense, but it's a way of life.
What makes it different than any other way that you are taught through?
Most of the time when you hear the negativity about Islam, you know what I'm saying? It's most of the time their own stuff that they're doing. It's not really in the religion. It's their own stuff that they be doing and adding it to it. And sometimes you be kind of mixed up. You don't know which is right, which is wrong. That's why you really have to get into it to see it. Because it has parts in it that's really beautiful.
Versus what though?
Versus the regular way of the life of the dunya and the regular way of life at Christianity. I'm just saying, if you've never experienced it, I can only tell you what I experienced for 20-something years.
Okay, because I don't know about the
form of
okay,
worldly ways.
Okay, I don't know about worldly ways. I wasn't raised in the worldly ways.
Well, I'll give you, for instance, if you drink in
I don't.
if you drink in Islam, you can't pray because
Okay.
it's a form of disrespect. Because if you drunk, why would you pray? Is this a form of disrespect?
To who?
Even if it was, now some people use marijuana as medicine. You know what I'm saying? But if you're just using it on some old leisure stuff, I think it would be disrespectful to be discombobulated and pray.
We're talking about raising children, right?
I'm talking about period.
Okay, but you saying as growing up as a child, this was how you was raised.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was raised. I was raised.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking
Sister
about
Freedom. Sister Freedom.
yes.
You gotta be somewhat careful,
Right.
in what you defined as being haram and
Right.
not haram. Like prime example, you said something in regards to drinking. Have you ever heard of Tej before?
No.
Tej is made out of honey. It's 100% from Ethiopia. If you look and speak to some of the sheikhs in the imam, they will tell you that it's halal, but it's made out of 100% honey. So certain things, definitively, you got to be somewhat careful in regards to what you define as being haram, which is forbidden, and not forbidden. First and foremost, us as being human beings and as being Muslims, whether you're a woman or a man, we don't have the right to chastise or judge any other person on what they do in their lives. Because on the day of Yom Kippur, Yom Kippur in Arabic means the day of judgment. We're not going to stand up for that person's deeds. If that makes sense to you guys.
I'm sorry, I had missed a couple things because I had a call just then. I'm so sorry, Brother La. But you were saying something about, I was saying something wrong about being drunk as being haram. And then you said something about
I was speaking about in regards to being drunk and making prayer.
It's haram.
It is haram. But who is definitive? How can we definitively question another human being? Because they're in their drunkenness. You never know. My thing is I stray away from questioning people.
I wasn't questioning nobody.
No,
I was just making a statement.
What I'm speaking about, sister, in regard is to chastise somebody, or in a sense, to try to someone in a sense expose people or mishaps that people may have, trying to bring it to light. Because at the end of the day, that's not our position as Muslims to do that. That's for Allah to do. If that makes sense to you.
But I'm always supposed to be the reminder. And when I was just talking, I was trying to explain something because Sakina had asked me a question, and I was trying to explain something to her pertaining to the dunya and pertaining to what we do in Islam as far as prayer is concerned. I wasn't trying to chastise nobody or bring out anything because no one on here is Muslim or have practiced Islam except me and you. So I wasn't trying to bring out
How do you
anything.
know that, though, sis?
Well, I'm a person. Wait a
How do
minute.
you,
I know that
okay.
because I know my sisters.
I'm speaking about
So
in the chat. Look right there. Look on the chat. Look at the chat.
what? I ain't
Look
got
at
my
it.
glasses on, so if somebody's saying something, I can't see it.
Okay, let me ask this
But
question
that's no
differently.
big deal.
Let me ask you this differently, Sister Freedom. Okay,
Okay. I
so
answered it because the question that was out there. And I ain't trying to, I don't care what nobody do. It's not my place to judge them.
no, it's not about judging me. I'm saying compared to Muslims, I'm saying this. I was born under a Baptist. However, I was born to respect my elders. I
Right.
was born to a certain extent where up until I was 9, I had to wear dresses only. So I was Baptist. I had to go to summer camp, a Christian Baptist, a Christian summer camp. We had specific things that girls, like we had chores for me and my sister that we washed dishes. We had to clean up. We had to learn how to cook by 8 or 9. I learned how to braid my own hair. Our brothers did certain things as far as garbage, and our brothers took care of, looking out for us and whatnot. We have our responsibilities. We didn't have boyfriends at a certain age. We couldn't talk on the phone at certain ages. We had certain times to go to bed. If we had a line of respect, we had a line of responsibilities and what have you. And so the same things that you saying, like when my dad said, if you lie, you steal. If you steal, you kill. If you kill, you get killed. We had these same morals. We had these same values. We didn't get to hang out when the street light was on at a certain time. We had to not only be at home, we had to be no farther than in front of the house or something to that effect. We played kickball in front of the house and all these things. So we didn't get to talk back to our parents, all these same things. So this fast girl running up and down the street and all this. So when you say these things, what does Muslim or this
I
person?
didn't say for you. I said for me. I wasn't talking about whatever you did because I had the same type of upbringing.
Exactly, but you had it in a Muslim. Listen to what I'm saying. You saying as a Muslim faith, what makes it different from a natural?
Explaining to you. I explained it to you, but it came out somehow like I'm trying to judge what you do or what you don't do.
I'm not saying you're judging. I'm asking for a comparison. Can you understand? That's what I'm saying.
That's what I was trying to tell you. I could tell you a whole bunch of stuff that's different though. But what I'm saying, because we had this conversation before, there's a bunch of stuff that's different. But when Brother La was talking about it, it kind of changed the narrative. It's like I'm judging. I never judge nobody. I'm just saying the difference to me for my life, being Christian and being Muslim is two separate entities. And I'm
what
just
I would say is that like she's saying like more strict things as far as like repetition duties. You can't compare it to be home before the street lights are on or different things like that. That's how I was raised. But it's different to say, oh, be home before the street lights are on, or saying, hey, before every time before you pray, you got to go wash your hands or do this. That's more so as a representation of what you're doing.
when you go to the bathroom. It's just a bunch of different things that we do that you don't do. And I'm saying I'm gonna just leave it alone because, like Brother La said, there's certain things you don't want to go through because I don't want to do the comparison. It just was a better situation for me. You know what I'm saying? Than it was when I was a Baptist.
Yeah, and I don't know if y'all can see what's on the screen, but that's why I've left this comment up there. Let's change the subject. Someone asked, what is the most difficult part of being married? So we'll answer that.
The two different personalities, because people have two different personalities. I think that's the knowing each other. That's the most difficult part for me is getting used to each other's different personalities. and understanding them and being patient.
That part, I like to say, for me, I think not running. The hardest part is being able to stay, because everybody quick to run when it becomes a problem. The easy part is to leave. The hardest part is to try to work it out. Because everybody can't have their way. Nobody really wants to stay and work it through and try to figure it out. You can't always have your way. There's no I and we. And I think that's the easiest thing we can do is say, well, I'm out of here. Nobody really wants to fight and work it out. You'd rather fight against me than fight with me, so we can work it out.
Where's the 2-minute thing? Because we're talking so.
Gemini, are you still there? Anisha?
Yep, I'm here. I agree with Sakina.
What's the most difficult part of being married?
I agree with Sakina.
Oh, okay.
That is the hardest part. Staying.
It is
staying through thick and through thin, being ride or die, and then when something hit the fan, you don't know how to respond and don't know how to react and don't know how to be a support. Because times, you don't stay married for long periods of time without going through nothing. So the times that you go through something, is either you together with that person or not. Because lots of people fail at that. You can barely find friends these days that stay married more than 5 years these days. And everything is so hard for everybody. Everything is so hard. To go take the kids to school on time is so hard. To pick them up is so hard. To cook is so hard. To go to work is so hard. So people are not staying together when times get tough. They'll say in that moment, I do, through sickness and through health. But they don't be really meaning that.
But doesn't that help when you get to know each other?
Yeah, it really does. But before you even get to know each other, right off the bat, you should really be, thinking about acceptance. Is this person, bad thoughts or things that may irritate me? Yeah, is it worth me getting to know this person? Because even before you get to know a person, there's still that period of where you assessing them right off the bat.
How can you accept the person you don't know? You got to get to know them first.
Because you know what you know you know what you know. And you do. You know what you know about people right off the bat. It does not take long. And then that's when you decide if you want to get to know that person. Because trying to get to know somebody, sometimes that can be too late when you've seen something long before you got to that point. So again, assessing a person right away is best. Don't be waiting, trying to get somebody the benefit of the doubt that you don't even know.
I don't know. That sounds kind of backwards to me, but you saying it the way you see it. I guess I need to get to know you from accept. I need to make sure about this, that, and another.
Now I need to assess you. I need to do a quick assessment right quick to see if we're going to move any further. If I'm going to get to that point of getting to know you.
I thought you said acceptance. You said assessment.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that when I said acceptance, I was talking about later on for a marriage, not getting to know a person.
Okay.
Because when times get hard, you say you accept a person for who they are, but to be quite honest, if they was to show you who they were right off the bat, are you staying or are you gone? Some people act like it's a surprise when
you who they are.
Yeah, and they show you who they are long before. Can you accept that and be okay if something went down and you saw that side of that person, or they disappointed you, or let you down in some sort of way?
I don't know.
Come on, you guys. Let's see if Nisha's here. Let's let everybody answer. Nisha, are you here? Yeah. Okay. What is the most difficult part of being married?
I think the most difficult part of being married is continuing to love that person, just who they are. And I understand about the fight. It's hard to stand them, but guess what? Sometimes you don't fought enough. Sometimes you just got to know when to fold it. So I think that the most difficult part is just staying a unit.
Okay. Yeah, I think all y'all's were similar. I would say it's different. I think the most difficult part of marriage is that, there's going to be parts of it where you're balancing the act of still being yourself and the duties that you have. So for me, it's more so that you have to be understanding of all those things. Like you may be fighting with your mate for something, and it's because something you're struggling with internally that you're really not dealing with, and you're taking out on your spouse. But it's all about the balance of, you have to understand that you're an individual and you have duties as a wife, as a mother, or as a husband. So you have to understand how to be balanced, how to come to your spouse with all those issues, so you're upfront and you're not struggling internally and taking it out on them. So I would say just that balance of being the individual and being about your duties when it comes to marriage. Fellas, have you guys been married? Does anybody want to chime in?
If you've ever been married before,
I like
Mr.
this
K's
time.
married.
communication is the most difficult. Wow, it's one of them.
Trying to protect your car. Jarvis, what's happening?
And it dog say, hey, bro, with the Black Panther emblem, man. I can't see your name. What's your name, bro?
My name Najee, brother. What's up,
Oh, the
brother?
Black Puma or Panther, whichever one it is. What your name is, bro?
Oh, brother.
Huh?
I say either way it goes, brother.
It says not. His name is not.
Najee. Okay. Peace. I think he had tried to say something just now.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna like to chime in, man. Me personally, man, I haven't been married, but just from the outside looking in, man, I salute the married couples that go through things that we may not, as people from the outside looking in, we may not see what they endure during their experience. When we out on the outside looking in, we just see um different things. So we don't know what they experience, the good, the bad. We don't see everything. We just see what we see, and a lot of the times we don't necessarily understand what they may experience during their exchange and energy. But for me personally, as somebody that's not married, I can't necessarily speak on the topic that's at hand. But as somebody that hopes to one day to be married, I would hope that man, it it comes to a situation for me that at least it be something beneficial, man. I don't want to be too I don't even know what to use for that, but yeah, I'll just say, just looking from the outside in, I'll just say man, shout out to all the people that's married, man. I don't know what y'all going through. I've never experienced that, and from what I hear, it sounds like a enduring experience, and man, I wish y'all the best. That's the best thing I can say. I wish y'all the best, and
Do you
there.
want to get married?
Yeah, I definitely want to get married, man. I definitely want to get married and find somebody that's special for me. But from the way it sounds, it's tricky, man. It's not all that it's wrapped up to be. It's definitely, it's ups and downs, like anything in life. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
absolutely.
bad. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be an experience. But if you go in there naive, thinking that it's gonna be going your way, then you got a lot coming your way. Anybody should know that.
But why does it have to be that way? Like, why does it have to be so bad and you got to do all this work? If it was right, if that person, that's how I look at it. If that person is the person for you, then I don't think it takes all that work.
That's because it's a give and take, right? You have to. It does require work if it's a give and take. But if you either you a taker or you a giver, either way it go, you have to have some balance. You can't just spend a marriage and think that you're supposed to take all the time, or be in a marriage and think you're supposed to receive all the time. And that's where the work comes in, that because people are not perfect, and they do things to upset the balance of the home. Now, can you deal with that or not? And it's not the fact that it got to be so much work; it's the fact that work comes along with it.
If I could just implement this real quick, as far as people in the whole, us as just so-called black people, we endure so much as individuals, and just us as our placement in this reality, us being, like I said, so-called black people, just everything that comes with us, as far as how we should behave and how we should do things. I mean, as far as the women, I can't put it on the men or the women. I could just say us as a whole, in the totality, that it's an experience, man. We going through this thing together. We going through this thing as as ourselves. So it's gonna be ups, it's gonna be downs, and I think that's the reality that we get when us as individuals, like myself, who haven't been married, is looking in and seeing the realities that people face going through their marriage experience, and they seeing different experiences that's going on. We seeing good, we seeing bad, we seeing a little bit of everything, and we just see like, yeah, I want that, or maybe I don't. But at the end of the day, I look at it like, man, it's something that I know personally I want to experience, but at the end of the day, we just gotta we just gotta move one day at a time. That's the best thing I can say, man.
A quick rebuttal, right quick. If you go into it with the mindset that you have to do all of this work, then that's already a issue. That's already
No,
a problem.
yeah, I think I am going into it with the already inclination or already DNA program to do most of the things that requires a feminine, energetic person to do, woman to do. So I'm gonna make him do all the things that we think we should do, make him feel comfortable, right. Negotiate on who cooks what. Make sure I'm gonna do the laundry. If he has stepkids, I'm gonna welcome them into the family. I'm gonna do all those things that I think that a woman should do just naturally. I'm gonna do that on GP.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So it should be natural, right? The energy should flow if it's the right person. If it's
Okay, but that's supposed to stay
hold on,
always.
hold on. If it's the right person, yeah, that energy gonna flow, and it's gonna flow right, and you don't have
Right.
to, and you don't
Okay, but
have
we're talking about something too. We're talking about two entirely different things. And we're talking about what you were describing as a perfect marriage, and then the rest of us are, I guess, dumb and going through this life with a spouse that we feel is as perfect as they're gonna be for
no. Who
us,
said
and
perfect?
then deal with some stuff, right? We're gonna deal with it, and it's nothing wrong. And it's nothing wrong with that, because before that man becomes your husband, and he's just your boyfriend, you putting up with things, even if they're your basic friend, you still putting up things from a friend. So then when you get married, all of a sudden it's a problem if somebody, goes to the left of things.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
is it? I mean, like how like were we giving up so easily and not thinking that a person is worth a fight, to put up at least a little fight, to show some sort of affection? Unless you're a robot and you ain't got no emotions, you don't feel nothing, then you ain't gotta please nobody.
And
But
if
for
I
the
could
rest of human beings,
just
I
say
we're
mean,
this,
not robots. We're gonna
like I
please
said in
people.
the beginning, you got two different personalities trying to be in one room. Two different persons. That's why I said you gotta get to know each other, see what you can accept and what you can accept, and put some rules out there what you like and what you don't like. This thing is hard. You gotta say what you want and what you don't want, because relationships are hard.
You got to set the tone early. I'm a big believer in that, because it's no need, if you see these qualities exhibiting in a person that you don't think you can grow with, then you might as well cut that cord
If you
real
can't
quick.
do it, don't marry him. If it's too much, you can't take or you can't do. That's not the one for you. Just like Nisha just said, when it's the right one, it's gonna flow just right. But if it's
And
the
for
wrong
a time, it's gonna flow just right, just like
if it's the
anything
wrong
good built.
one, it's
Your
gonna be
house does
funky
not
all
stay.
the way.
Your house does not stay looking the same way 10 years from when you first got it.
It could
Right?
though.
There's a devalue. It
Y'all
devalues.
both
And
want to
thank you,
see
unless you was putting in the work. I just said that. She just said why it's so hard. So if you want your house to look like it looked 10 years ago, that means you got to be in your house putting in that work. And when the first time the roof, a shingle come off, you got to be replacing it. The first time the door come off the hinges, you got to be replacing it. So you got to do the work.
So what you gonna do is you gonna maintain it. So you
No,
don't
you maintaining it requires work. Anything you describing as a verb is an action. And action requires work. It means your hands got to be, something has to be in motion.
it shouldn't be real hard though. I mean,
that's
I
You
not
know,
it
it's not
should
the fact,
it
it's not the,
should
but
be
you
in
can't,
there.
but sometimes being able to,
different
sometimes
types
if
of
you lose
hard.
a child, hold on, sometimes together, if you lose a child, sometimes that can be real hard, right? We're not talking about like this basic stuff that can just easily break your marriage. We're talking about real deal life. Sometimes sometimes a person get cancer and then the marriage does not last. There are a lot of other major
I think
events
you
that
come
take
Because they
place
wasn't
that
that
can
wasn't the
that
right
can weaken your marriage, in areas that you may not see today.
that was different though. I didn't think she meant it on those levels.
Well, I
No,
did.
but
I'm
that's
going to explain
part
it
of
on those
marriage. You
levels,
can't
right?
just say that that's not a part of marriage. That's the whole point.
No, that's
Is
not
that
what
things
she
are
said.
going to no, but the thing is, it's going to be hard because of those things. Because life is going to get to you, and that's what makes it hard. That's what makes it hard work or something. When someone is going through life and you have to deal with that individual, that's hard.
It
It's
That
not
really
is,
easy.
is.
It's hard.
that is true, but I think that she was talking about personalities from the beginning. Like in the beginning, if you see that things is just like it's just too
No,
much.
that's not no. Y'all,
Okay, well, I thought
let me say I
that.
appreciate it, but let me say exactly what I mean. What I mean that regardless if you got cancer, I'm dealing with my husband now with an amputation. So regardless of what, and you know why I could do that is because regardless of the reasons that we're not together, I still care about him. I still love him.
Mhm.
And
So
I
you don't want to use the word hard. So you're not
wait a
together
minute,
because it wasn't hard.
Can you let her finish? God, today.
what I'm saying is no, it's not because you know why? Because I still got that love for him. So if I got that love for him, I'm still going to do it, and it's not hard. It's other certain things in our relationship that was too much because
That was hard.
energy,
Say the word.
no, listen, the energy wasn't right. So when the energy is not right, then you fighting against it.
That's semantics. That's wordplay, right? It was hard. Things in other areas get hard, and it don't matter what area it is. That's why I went there with the cancer thing, right? Doesn't
What
matter what area. Hard is hard, no matter what. There are times that, right? If you're not maintaining this thing at full force, most people are expecting what they married, right? And then when they realize people grow and people get older, sometimes people get sick, sometimes people get hurt. A lot of things happen in your daily that changes things. Are you still going to be able to stay married? Will your marriage stand the test of time? And a lot of times it does, sometimes it does, and sometimes it does not.
Opening knowledge.
Yo, Sanaya, turn the fuck up and get your goddamn blunt. You and Nisha and roll up whilst we got this break. Y'all keep on going.
Opening knowledge, bro. Please, brother. Cut the camera off. You are so red right now, bro.
I
You
don't
is
please.
opening knowledge. He is red right now. Cut the camera off, bro.
Don't hate on our red boy. But the
My
truth
bad, brother.
you came up here. What sparked you? Where did you want to join in on this conversation? Are you married to Truist? You too young to be married.
You asking me? Yeah.
I'm planning to propose, but I live with my girlfriend.
Okay.
Plan to propose, but
Oh.
I'm not married yet.
Coming soon.
But I hopped on because I was kind of wanted to chime in on what Gemini was saying. I agree with her. I think with much like with much things in life, um, depending on how dedicated and driven you are for something, that can make things that might seem hard otherwise easier. But it's still hard. Like the difficulty of things, due to your perception, can make it seem like it's not hard work, but that's only because you have a drive for it. It's just like with an athlete, right? You wanting to lift a certain amount of weight, it can be an easier task for you if you have the drive and the passion to achieve that goal.
Exactly. That's
So
my
like
point.
it's the same amount of work either way. However, your drive and passion for something can make the work a little easier, but it's really not because it's the same action regardless. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely get it, but I think it is one. I'm more leaning to Gemini being right because I think it's easier when you're, especially when you're talking about a new relationship, honeymoon phase, or different things, and you're not talking about real life. Some people don't have those real life hits. I can say that my mom's marriage was hard. My dad couldn't have sex with her after a certain time, and that was hard for her. Not it was, oh, I can just go and love or anything. It was hard for her to say, okay, now for the rest of my life, I'm no longer going to have sex because this man can't have sex anymore because of what he's struggling. So there's going to be struggles in your life that are hard. And then you have to choose that person despite that. And it
Yes.
doesn't make it easy just because you love them. It's just you love them and you choose them and you choose your family, but it doesn't make it less hard.
But I thought Nisha was saying that once it's a person that you meet and things just flow from the beginning. If it's a person that you know who you want to go through all of this with, you know it. Like if it's somebody and you ain't getting along from the beginning, I'm not being with that person. I'm getting to know this person. I'm not doing all that with a person that I know I'm not going to get along with. When I heard Nisha talking at first, she's saying you gonna know it. It's because you gonna know if this is the person that you're gonna make all them sacrifices for. You're gonna be with for the rest of your life, no matter what and how hard it's gonna be. And you can deal with the fact that he's having erectile problems and cancer or whatever else the situation may be. But in the beginning, when you meet a person, you can't just, you gotta get to know this person if you're gonna make those sacrifices with that person.
Yeah,
I mean,
but what was being said by
somebody,
Gemini is those
I
sacrifices
know what
are
Gemini
hard.
is saying. That's after you in a relationship with somebody and you going through the sacrifice. But in the beginning, when you getting to know, you gotta know that you're gonna do this with this person. You're not gonna do that with a whole bunch of bull crap in the beginning.
But I thought this was
Yeah,
question was for a marriage.
Marriage,
I thought it
exactly. It
wasn't
wasn't
for
about dating or the before
right.
thing. It's
This was
about a
yeah,
about
marriage.
a marriage.
Okay, even
And the marriage is never gonna be easy. It's
I
only
mean,
gonna be
I
easy if
said
you
the
and
marriage
he
is
do it.
hard.
The
I said
marriage is gonna be
with
hard.
two different personalities living in a house together is hard. It's hard.
yeah. I think once you get to the point of marriage, it should be understood that the same way your life has unforeseen circumstances, you're making a dedication to put up with the unforeseen circumstances of the other person's
Yeah.
life you're choosing to marry. Like I think a lot of people don't consider that you're making an arrangement to the other person, or if you're religious to God, even that I'm going to deal with whatever comes in this person's life along with whatever comes in mine. And that's a heavy choice to make.
Let me ask y'all a question. What if y'all was with somebody who did you dirty the majority part of your relationship, right? And then something just happens where he gets sick or whatever, but you knew that you wasn't going to be in this relationship with this man because I'm so sick and tired of his bull or her bull crap. And then something happens. Would you still stay with that person?
I would say probably not stay with them. I'm gonna still help them and through it, but it depends on what bullshit you're talking about. But then
Yeah,
it
like
depends
somebody
on
was cheating on you, cussing you out all the time, halfway beating you behind. I mean, just I'm trying to think of some bad stuff that could have happened.
beating. Yes, I'm leaving. Cheating. I'm gonna stay. It and that's different stuff. It just depends on what is happening.
So, like in your example, Sister Freedom, I think the person should have left the person when they did the bullshit.
Right.
Like you shouldn't use like someone getting sick. You shouldn't use someone getting like cancer or something like that to use that as an opportunity to leave. No, you should have left when they
I
cheated
didn't
on
say
you.
that. You can't. Don't be selective. I didn't say that. I said you was about to leave this person, and then the person came in and said, I've just found out I got cancer. Do you still leave or do you stay? Because now this person can't do what they were doing to you before because they need.
Oh, okay. So you were already like in the process of
Like I was
leaving
like in the
before they.
process of leaving. Yeah. Like
Okay, yeah. You leave.
I'm about to
You
leave.
leave.
And then the
Yeah,
person say, come in the house the next day and say, you know what, I don't. I went to the doctor's because I kept coughing and carrying on, and the doctor told me I got cancer.
Oh yeah, if you already had it in your mind you were leaving, you leave.
Kept doing
You
stuff.
could you continue with what your conviction told you to do. But yeah, like Dulcinea said, I still think like in certain instances you can help. You can still provide help because you care about the person. But if you already had it in your heart to leave, yeah, your heart's not in the marriage anymore.
Well, somebody feels. Some people I know feel like, well, he can't do the same things he was doing to me before. So okay, so I can stay with him now. I've had people in my life that, like my girlfriends and stuff, that will stay with a man while they in jail for years and years and years and years, and won't cheat on him or nothing. Then the man comes home after all them years and stuff, and then cheat on her. I mean, I've had people in my life that do that kind of crazy stuff.
And they don't cheat on him while he in jail.
No,
Cause
Nah.
I actually know a woman that she was married. Now she's a nice looking woman, and her husband was nice looking too. And one day he ended up getting shot, and it paralyzed him. And while he was in the hospital, a whole bunch of women showed up, maybe 3, and she was crushed because I believe she just had a baby, her second child, and she was like, her husband was paralyzed, and she couldn't even have him in peace. She was arguing with these women and everything, and he was paralyzed from the waist down.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 2 or 3 women that she was arguing with. This her husband, and she ended up leaving him.
Yeah.
Wow. She ended up leaving him.
Dulcinea says she wouldn't leave for cheating. I'm telling you, I would. I either I'm going to do some dirt or I'm leaving.
For the women on the panel, do y'all see cheating the same for men and women, or do you think it's a little different when men and women cheat?
I think it is wrong. I think if you can cheat, you'll lie to me, you'll deceive, you'll steal everything because you're cheating. So cheating resorts to lying, stealing, all of that. I mean, it just all goes together to me.
I'm not leaving nothing that's mine. And cheating, I'm not leaving for that either. I'm not giving you nothing unless you anything in that marriage we built together, nobody can have it for said reasons. And no, it's mine. Period. What is mine?
I'm with Gemini with this as far as that. I'm not leaving. I'm only leaving if I am like, okay, this is over and this is too much for me. But
if the shoe was on the other foot,
hold on. Even if the shoe was on the other foot, it doesn't matter what this about what I would do. And my whole thing is where cheating comes from. There's a reason why someone cheats, and I want to know the reason. I want to go to therapy. I want to get it, and I'm not someone that just demonizes cheating. Like, oh, you'll lie, you'll do this. No, there's actually internal reasons, and we can work it out if we get into those internal reasons and fix it.
So for the women that said they wouldn't leave, if a woman were to cheat on her husband, should the man leave?
It depends on what he wanted. If he was ready to give all of that up that he's built with me, right?
Facts. And I would say, you know, people are like, oh yeah, he's leaving, but like there's a lot of men too that think the same way, and that
Yep.
just doesn't get said as much because a lot of men are like, oh, I ain't gonna deal with that. But a lot of
Br-
men aren't gonna just throw away their relationship and a good woman. They're gonna be like, what happened first?
Well,
Now is she
let's ask the men
reckless?
on the panel.
Ray say truth.
Yeah, let's ask the men on the panel. Brother La, OTK, would you stay with your woman if she cheated on you?
Brother La.
No.
Brother La. Cause they ain't gonna never trust you again. But he
He's
gonna
sleeping.
take your life to yourself.
No.
Yeah, what's the question?
Would you stay with your woman if she cheated on you?
Man, honestly, man, probably not. Being honest,
No.
probably not. You can't
Brother
do
La
that.
said no too.
Believe it or not,
But the shoe on the other foot, we would stay with our husbands if they cheated.
No, you wouldn't say, so you can't say
You
that.
know I'm not. It's gonna be a problem with me. I'm just saying.
But I can pull up a TikTok. I can pull up a TikTok couple right now, and they were like, "We got past cheating and everything like that," and everybody was demonizing that man, like he cheated and you stayed and everything. Then she came out and she was like, "It wasn't him that cheated. It was me that cheated." But we prayed to God and all this other stuff, and all the women in that chat were like, "You got to cheat, sis. Oh, you the goat, sis." And he stayed, and all them changed it. They hated him when they thought he cheated, but they praised her and said she was the GOAT when she cheated and he stayed.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
Yeah.
Why
I'm
I
trying
would
to just figure out why would I give away my
because
stuff? Like why would I give my stuff away to the next female? Why would I do that? And I don't care if he wanted to leave or stay. Just leave without everything and we good.
because
Give it
they
all to
never
me.
stop. That's what I'm saying. I've been through it before. And what I'm saying, I stayed after my man had cheated on me. I stayed. I was so in love with him. You know what I'm saying? It felt like I couldn't live without him. Stay, but you know what? They keep cheating. They don't stop. Once they start cheating, they don't stop. They start
I
having
agree with that.
other women, all kinds of stuff. I just feel like after a certain age and time, I wasn't putting up with that no more. I did it, went to girls' house, damn near kicking doors in, all kinds, fighting girls, all kinds of stupid stuff when I was younger. But after I got like older, and I'm saying these niggas keep doing this stupid stuff, and you keep letting them, so they think okay, she gonna fuss for a little while, we might get a little fight on, but then she gonna be right back with me. Hell no, no. Bye
Well,
like
again, I don't really care what his thoughts is. Just again, I'm not leaving my stuff, and I'm so serious about that, right?
What if y'all
I
don't got
am
nothing, Gemini?
so
What if
serious
y'all
about
ain't
that.
accumulate? What if y'all ain't accumulate nothing together?
Oh no, we're gonna accumulate something together because I'm a whole goddess for a reason. Ain't no such a thing.
See, that's not this kind of question. Now you're
That
taking
is
it.
that's that
Now
kind
you're
of
taking it
question.
from your point
Well,
of
that's
view.
that kind
You
of
got to
answer.
take it from an
you
overall
love me,
question.
don't make me hurt.
Ain't no overall. That doesn't compute. I don't. So you need to move. Yeah, ask the next woman, right? Because that doesn't compute. I don't have no files for that answer.
Gemini, so you wouldn't leave, but would there be any consequences for his actions? Like maybe you don't leave, but would you punish him in another way?
Well, I don't. Right? I mean, I'm so focused on what is mine. I've probably been around and put everything in my name. I've been to forge signatures and documents and everything. I've been to secure my bag. I don't know what nobody. I mean,
Wow.
I don't know what nobody else would sit here and do, but I'm going to secure my bag, right? I'm already
Wow.
going to peep out what I can sell for money. I'm going to take care of me.
Facts.
That relationship's probably not gonna last.
Right.
But anyway,
Even fuck his friend or his cousin just to get back at him.
No, that's too much.
You
What?
don't know what you would do until you get in that position.
That's too much.
Are you echoing?
yes, he is.
Hell yeah, I don't know why my tablet echoing like this. What the?
Nobody
Is
wants to fuck
your
your
still on
Yeah,
OT?
it just depends on it. Not everybody would go that far or anything, but
right.
I agree with what she's saying. That's more of a natural response because if he's cheating, you forgive him, but you still have to be like, oh, there's a possibility that he leaves. So you're gonna be like, nest A, get stuff together, have your potential partner.
Facts. I'm always have that
But
plan
with,
B.
with marriage, I think it's different for people. I think a lot of times because y'all are older, y'all already had your children. Y'all are coming from a standpoint that's totally different from someone that has a family and you're breaking up a whole family. So it's just a difference when it comes to
Right.
this.
Even when I first got married, my mother taught me there's his account, your account, and then y'all's account, right? So you have three accounts going into the door. There's no way. And you have to have, that's something you have to be taught too, finances. Because when you don't include finances factored into your marriage, and then you expect the money to just fall out the sky, there's no planning, there's no nothing. So no part of everything in your marriage is just la la land, and none of it is financial security for the both of you and for the family, for the future.
Rainy day.
I'm telling you have to go in the door. And I was 26, right, when I first got married, thinking like that, right? I was 26 years old, thinking like that, thinking I'm going straight into the door. And when I come out, I'm coming out with something. If I have to come out, I'm going to come out with something. I never thought I would have nothing, not for a minute.
At least an insurance policy. But what I'm just saying, shoot. Mm-mm.
I guess I look at it. I don't know. I don't look at it as wow. Just hearing other women speak is it's amazing to me sometimes. Just because my thoughts be so much different, my mindset would be so much different. It's just amazing to me because I don't go into a relationship looking at what I can get out of it at the back end when it's all said and done. Because first of all, I'm already going do things for myself. Period.
Me too.
That's not even going into whatever he's bringing in. Okay, that's fine. But at the end of the day, regardless of what, just living life single or being with somebody, you should always. I'm not looking at his pockets like that. What I'm gonna get out of this like that. Because if I'm having that mind frame in a marriage, knowing that he cheating, and then I got to do all of this and that, then what you really there for? The
Right,
stuff?
that part.
Oh.
What you
Well,
really there for?
sometimes the confusion be real, right? People got all their own business. Sometimes people get married and it's a business arrangement. Sometimes people get married for love. Sometimes people get married because they think they want to be, because they seen their cousins. They was the maid of honor. Now it's time for them to get married. People got all kind of reasons why they want to sit and do it, but that don't mean that you have the skills necessary to keep one just because you did one. You have to go in there with some thought. Even if how could you go in there not with how could you go into a marriage with the thought process of not making each other better, right? And better inquires, I mean, and better includes finances. And finances is not a dirty word. That ain't no word, no taboo word. That's the word you got to be putting in there just in case anything happens.
Because I'm with building, but I ain't with you cheating and me looking past it.
But no, I'm talking about when she's been counting his pockets and stuff. You better be counting something, and it has to be money included.
It's not just
Money
all.
that's not a dirty word. It's not
I
a
get
dirty
it.
word.
Me and my husband got a business. So I get what you're saying, but it's not just all about that. Of course, you
But
got to.
whoever said it was though, I'm
But
saying
we
it's included. It's included. I didn't say
But
that was the
Yeah,
end all and
and
be all,
I
but it's
think too
included.
you're misunderstanding. This is post cheating, so no one's saying that from the jump she's like this. We both said post cheating. Then you got to be
she
aware
said
that
she
that
did.
Yeah, he
okay, my
definitely.
stuff.
no. That's not
Yeah.
what she said.
No,
Yeah,
I
she
did
said,
say that too.
yeah,
I
she
did say
said
that
post
too.
cheating.
She did
That
say that.
that's when she has to be like that. Post cheating, she has to be like, now my assets. I gotta look at my assets because me, I don't have separate bank accounts. All the money is his.
She
So
said.
yeah,
She
like, and I
really
make
said.
money, but I don't have separate money that's mine. It's all ours. It's all under one name. So what we were saying is that if you cheated and now I have to be on alert that maybe you might leave, that's when I'm personally gonna be like, okay, now I have to separate the bank accounts. Now I gotta be like, okay, I always gotta have a nest egg because right now I'm not worried about a nest egg. But
Keep
if
your
it's
heart three
cheap,
steps.
I
Keep
have to do
your
it.
heart.
I mean, but
I
that's
mean, and even in the household going together as you build together, you talk about when you together with a person, you talk about the end game as well. When the person died, what's going to, which child, all those things have to be discussed. And yeah, and that's also post because you have to be responsible. You can't just sit here and leave out important things. Money help take care of if you have children in the future. Money helps take care of the bills while you if you don't have kids. Money helps you do a lot of things, get us around in this world. So you can't just sit and say money is not important. It's probably the people, when you look at the reasons why people divorce, finance is one of them. Because when you lackadaisical, it can tear a marriage.
Well, you shouldn't be marrying nobody who like that anyway. Is my point.
Yes, that part.
Oh my gosh.
Well, if you already
Lord
going
have
into
mercy.
it, no, you shouldn't be. You should. That's what I'm saying at the beginning of choosing who you
Listen,
want
if
to
you
be
can,
with.
y'all some mind readers and can predict life, I see.
I know what I'm dealing with though. This is all these are choices. So when you choosing properly, you have less issues. Period.
I'm gonna tell
Okay,
you.
wait, Niche, can I ask you a question? Oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead,
just
Sister
want to
Frida.
say
My
this.
bad.
I
My
just
bad.
want to say this, and I've been quiet. For the brothers, keep your heart three steps. Keep your heart. These girls are smart. Play your part. That's it, bro.
I'm gonna say this with me. One time, me and
And listen,
mine.
on some real shit, after listening to what Gemini said just now, it kind of pushed me back to that girl who was kicking some shit. But Gemini just telling you like, look, you ain't gotta be gay. Fuck all that shit. I don't agree with that. But nigga, you better keep your motherfucking mind together, girl. Don't you just be the one getting fucked.
That part. Just
I
don't be.
understand that. I
Don't be
understand that.
her.
But
Don't be her.
like I understand Nisha. If you know you're getting into that, don't even fucking get into that.
That's what
Right.
I'm saying.
Right. So
I'm
I
gonna say
mean,
this now. I'm gonna say after we get done. Um, and one time, me and mines broke up. Right, we was not getting along. Right, we was young at the time. One thing I can applaud this man for, the way he did. He made sure I had money. He bought me a car. He said, even though we might be breaking up, I can't just break up with you and not make sure that you okay. Bought me a car, made sure I had money. And he said, we just, not getting along right now. And it was hard. But I respected that. I ain't have to do nothing devious. He just went on and did that for me. Of course, we got back together. But I'm just saying, because it's here I am, and we still. But I'm just saying, I'm just.
Nisha next boyfriend gonna be a DAI. He gotta be perfect. Otherwise he ain't.
I like that.
No, you got me. No, you
I like
got me
I like
misunderstood.
to finish. I like to have good communication with whomever I'm dealing with. I don't like to do a bunch of arguing in my relationships because I act out of character. So, and I'm gonna let y'all know right now, mine ain't having it. Period. So it's just not even a conversation. If I start acting out of character, he don't have it. It's not. And I'm really hard to deal with. Point blank. And
Listen,
I'll
I
be
don't.
honest with you. But what I'm saying is I'd rather have a good relationship and a good communication where we can talk. If we ain't getting along, it ain't right, it just ain't going on. Can we please just sit down and talk about it? And I always respected him for that. Even though we got back together, but after a while though, excuse me, after a while, I always respected him because of that. Because he was like, I'm not gonna leave you and not make sure you protect it. That's one thing that's why it was not that hard for me to always go back to him because he always took care of me.
Sister
Always.
Freedom.
Yes.
So your husband is Muslim?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been with him since I was 21. I
Okay.
ain't been with him but 20 something years.
Okay.
Okay. And he's Jamaican too. So he definitely don't take my stuff at all. If I even raise my voice, and he's strict like that. So I'm just saying, everybody ain't the same in what they can deal with. It damn sure ain't no back and forth arguing, that's for sure. But I appreciate his personality. You know, so
I think
Can I
that
answer y'all? Can I please answer y'all first question because I am married. I am married, and they know they can call me at any time. Any one of y'all know y'all can call me at any time because I got an understanding in my marriage. Um, the hardest thing in a marriage to me is when we be the one that changes the marriage.
yeah.
That's from my point of view, from where I'm coming from. If y'all can understand that, and I'm gonna leave it like that.
My dad always told me never let the fun run out of your relationship. Always do something to keep it spontaneous. Always. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to have those nightcaps. Because you always should keep the love going in your relationship. People get bored with each other. You know what I'm saying? And that's something you don't want to do. And women, it's not a problem with us buying gifts too. It's not a problem with us doing things to let the man know that we love them too. Show them appreciation. Say thank you sometime. Show a man appreciation. A lot of times, I don't think we do that as women. We got to show appreciation. Say thank you sometime. Baby, I really appreciate you. Always do this. Say little nice things to him. Take him out to dinner sometime. Make sure he got good back rubs and all kinds of stuff. It's just you never supposed to let the fun run out of your relationship. And even though I might be older and I always shied myself from a lot of things, I listen to my sisters tell me things. You know that, right, Dulcinea? So, Dulcinea, she goes in
Oh,
and out. I can't stand who she was. I
well,
said,
yeah, I had to walk away. But anyway, yeah, yeah.
because it's hard, especially with me being here, But at the same time, I'm just saying, you never let the fun run out your relationship. And
No, I
that's
agree
We
with
can all
that.
agree to that.
Relationship is not always going to be fun. And the
when I
fact
say
is,
that, it ain't always got to be, it's just certain things when I say that. I hope you can see straight through that. You
oh,
can,
yeah, I definitely understand. I'm just saying, as far as from the other side, because you're going to have to deal with stuff. And that's what makes it hard because, like you said before, you're dealing with two personalities.
yeah.
You can be off as fun as you want. When someone's in a funk, there's no
Oh,
fun
I
in
know what
being
you're saying about that. They talking about,
that's gonna take them out of that funk. And now you could be like, oh, I'm upset because they're in the funk, or you can understand and be like,
yeah,
okay,
you
let's go,
understand.
you know.
Good
So it's
communication.
about that it's work and it's work to do that and dealing with other people's personalities and stuff. So you just got to understand that with dealing with another person, even with dealing with yourself. Hell, sometimes you want to have fun, be fun, all this other stuff, but sometimes you ain't fun. Sometimes
Right.
you ain't and you got
Space
to
is
deal
good
with
too.
yourself. So you got to know dealing with another person ain't gonna always be easy. Dealing with yourself ain't always easy.
And space is good too, right, Dulcinea? Sometimes you need
Right.
space.
Exactly.
Space is good too. Shoot.
Oh, all right, y'all. I'm
Yeah,
tapping
that
out.
was
Y'all remember that
yeah,
old commercial? Whatever I can do, you can do better. Whatever a man can do, a woman can do better. And I was raised by a woman. Boy, once they know the real object of what's between their leg and their mind, and they don't show it and make a person wonder about it, man, I'm telling you, it ain't nothing that a man can do when it come down to as far as finding somebody, as far as like on that level, as far as manipulation, ain't nothing that a man can do that a woman can't do better. Big facts.
Big
No,
facts.
that
I'll
point of
agree to that.
space. That on that point of
We toast
space,
to that.
I had to find a way to create space after adjusting to living with my girl. Like, this is the first relationship I've been in where I lived with the person. And obviously, when you're not living with someone, it's easy to create space. But when you have to come home every night to someone, you know, after working and stuff, it's kind of harder, I should say, to create space, because let's say we get into an argument, and in order for me to not get out of character or get hyper emotional, because I don't like my girl to see me angry or have me yelling at her, so I'll just walk out sometimes, go take a walk, go to the gym, etc., etc. But like, that almost bothers her. Have a good night, Joe. That almost bothers her more than me arguing with her could do. It's like she's all in her head. Well, where did he go? What is he doing? Is he at some chick's house, or you know what I'm saying? So
when you come back, she happy.
Yeah, when she come back, when I come back, she happy, and I'm happy because she'll be mad at me and she'll still cook, or she's still clean, or still did the things to not hinder my day, which I appreciate. Like, that's when you know you got a good woman, where even when she's mad at you, she's still gonna do the things she do regardless, you know? And that's one way a woman can show like true, genuine love for you, other than, oh, I'm mad, so now I'm not gonna cook for you, or now I'm not gonna do certain things, you know?
Big facts too. That's real.
But no, with you being young and everything, space is totally different, because a lot of these perspectives are from, and I get it, I'm not being ageist, but I'm saying older women that either children are grown or not having children. You can't say you want space with a toddler. You ain't getting it, especially as a woman. So at the end of the day, there's just a different thing of when you're dealing with family, when you're dealing with children, when you're dealing with being a wife, a mother. So it just takes away so much. So it is one of those things that it is a grateful thing when you have a man that's like, hey, I'll do this, you go out and you get some relaxation time, because you can't even be in the toilet alone. I lock the door, and my son going to get someone like, hey, she locked the door, you need to let me in this hole.
Oh man, I'm not ready for that type of shit, man. I'm not ready.
At the end of the day, it's all about stability and security.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about, man.
Damn,
Don't go into no marriage, not expecting it to last. Don't go into a marriage expecting it to last. Just go into the marriage and do it. Don't listen to nobody else, because all you can do is listen to them. That doesn't mean necessarily that's how you're gonna live your marriage. Because one thing I find out, man, everything that them boys told me back in the past, that's why they ain't married. You know what I mean? But it ain't no way that I can be the only one in the clique that's married. Not one of them, but one of the only ones. Is a couple of us that's married, and I still do the same thing that y'all do every day. But y'all telling me that marriage ain't good. So what I'm telling you is, man, I ain't never met no girl that I know off the jump that I was gonna marry. That came with stages, man. I mean, we've been together before, years before. We lived together before we even got married. So once we got married, it wasn't nothing different. I think the problem come in at when you and that girl never lived together. She had her spot, you had your spot. Y'all spend nights together and stuff like that. Now y'all get married, and y'all invading each other's space because y'all together. And that's why I think the problem at people need to live together first, experience life together first, And if Sister Freedom and all them can tell you back when we were growing up, boy, it wasn't no coating. You couldn't be inside the house. Boy, ain't no way you spending no night inside grandmama house or mama house. So true is take your time. Other brother, take your time. You know what I mean? Y'all some smart brothers, so it's what you make of it. That's what I'm gonna tell you. At the end of the day, it's what you make of it. And always remember, you control it.
Yeah, I see. I'm a little different. I'm a little special. I already see it. I'm just different. I just don't have the mindset of the average woman, I guess. I don't, because I ain't never heard no love come into this conversation. So I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Well, it's not that, because in a marriage, honestly, some days you love and you know why. Some days you gotta understand why you love. Some days you love harder. Some days he love harder. Some days you remember why you love. That's what it is, you know. And that's what it is, honestly. Some days you feel like you love him more. Some days you feel like he love you more. Some days you gotta say, why do I love? You know, it's always, you know, and it's just like, you know, some days you have to fight more harder. Some days you don't have to fight at all. It's a marriage, you know. When much is earned, much is required. When much is required, much is earned. You didn't just get there all of a sudden. Y'all built it together, you know. And so this is what it's all about, you know, and that's what made it to where it's at today. So why is it that hard? It wasn't that hard. Some days are hard. All days are not hard. It is what it is. You get what you put into it is what you get out of it. But in the memories is what it made. So why is it that hard? Your life is that hard. It's not hard every day. It's a day, one at a time. That's it. It's your life.
Yeah, me and Nisha, the problem is, I guarantee if we go around the panel and ask everybody one by one, what is love? You're gonna get about 8 different answers. Well, sorry, how many is it? 7. No, 8. I was correct. 8 different answers. So like that's the problem when we're talking about love in these kind of conversations. Love is expressed and is meant different to every single individual. So it's kind of difficult to have those conversations. And like Sakina just said beautifully, life is hard. Life in itself is hard.
Absolutely.
And when you're dedicating your life to another person in marriage, you're also taking on that person's life. And now you're dealing with 2 hard lives. So Sakina said it beautifully.
Life is hard. I had walked out for a minute, but life is hard. Y'all still trying to find something to eat after y'all caused me to burn my soup.
Oh.
But life is hard.
I
Sakina,
think it's harder than what it really has to be. It's harder
right.
for us as Black people, but some things could be avoided, and it don't have to be as hard. It don't have to be extra hardness.
It's like you said before, no more games. Just know the situation is it doesn't have to be there because you don't, being bad and doing evil is a choice. You don't have to do wrong things. It is a choice. You can say no, I'm not going to do it. But people act like the word no ain't there. But you can say no. Where is Gemini left her? Where's she at?
Good night. She did. She left. She said good night. She had to, she work in the morning.
Yeah. So my whole thing is it's not necessary. You don't have to do dirt. You just don't. That's what makes it hard because people make the choice to do dirt. Like they gonna get no consequences behind the dirt that they choose to do and then blame other people and other things. Just don't do it. Because it comes with consequences. It comes with consequences.
Now I got to ask, when was cheating first introduced to where it was called cheat?
Well, it's cheating I don't think it has no time frame. I think that doing dirt is even lying is a form of cheating. You cheating me by not telling me the truth.
When was it called dirt, sister? Is what I'm asking you. And what age, what time frame to where a man can have more than one wife
You
or
asking
more than one girl?
You asking the don't know question. How do we know when cheating first started? How do we know that?
Yeah, I mean, like, you can see even in biblical times, obviously, adultery is a concept. But that's because marriage, when you have marriage, right, you have the concepts being brought up of people stepping outside of those marriages, right? Now, obviously, in those cultures, you have ideas of people having multiple wives, but adultery is still present.
Yeah.
Adultery is still present even in those instances when you're stepping outside of what was arranged. So, I mean, I think if you're asking simply where did the concept of men like sleeping with other women without their wife knowing came from, that's as old as human beings, I believe. Yeah, like that's as old as human beings.
Impossible. That's an impossible question. But I'm just saying, but look, everything you do in life that's negative or even good comes with consequences. And that's what makes the problem.
So when did it become bad? Is what I'm asking.
What are you talking about? Though? You must have
with that song, Bad Boy.
The 90s.
I need him to tell us. When did it become bad?
When Luther Vandross came out with Bad Boy.
No, I just want him to answer the question. When did it become bad? Where's the choice? Okay,
I'm right here.
Well, I know Darvis, you don't you show off.
Man, I ain't said nothing, Queen.
Okay, be good. That's all I'm gonna say.
But I did say the 90s though, but I'm quiet.
Tell me when let OTK, since he asked that wow question. When
It's not a wild question. The reason why I asked because y'all saying like it's law, like cheating is a law. Like when a woman cheat on this man, hold on. Like when a woman,
I think that's one of the most powerful questions I heard all night.
That right there is what I'm asking you. Like, where did that start at to where that became a problem?
Why would that
where a woman? Oh, go ahead, sis.
Tell me though, OTK, why would that? Okay, you marry me and then you go cheat, and it's not supposed to be a problem.
Okay, where is cheating? That's what I'm asking.
You talking
where
about like
why is it called cheating? Where did that become cheating? No, even if we don't know, I'm just asking for everybody's thought.
Okay.
Darvis said the 90s. He said it came with the 90s. So
what? Darvis, stop playing yourself.
Bruh, I already referred to adultery in biblical times. Like, you could start there. So
Okay, but it's not the same thing, though. Adultery and cheating are not quite the same thing.
Yeah.
What do you mean adultery? Adultery ain't cheating? What are you talking about?
Yeah, adultery and cheating is the same thing, but it's different. It's different as far as it's kind of like different strokes for different folks type of thing. So it depends on the era that you're talking about. It depends on the people that you're talking about. Like, for instance, a lot of guys will bring up, well, there was times in the past where a girl would just let guys be with other women. There was times in the past where a powerful woman could have multiple guys as well. So at the end of the day, what really goes is of the fact that cheating has always existed because it's behind someone's back. That's what makes it cheating. It makes it lying as far as it. But yes, I would say why people bring up the 90s is that people are way more possessive over people now, and before there used to be an acknowledgement. If you're taking care of these things and all this other stuff, then you can indulge in certain things. But now there's not that acknowledgement. It's more so of a monogamy type thing, or you have to let me know up front that we're about to be poly.
Here's the thing about adultery, though, Darvis. With adultery, if you laid with someone behind your husband or wife's back, you can get killed for that.
Yes.
I think that's the ultimate. That is adultery.
No, that's not adultery.
That is the law for adultery. You would get
when you do
killed.
something to break up a house or home.
Oh my
That's
God,
adultery.
Darvis.
Word. You know what? I'm not gonna
adultery.
argue about this. I'm not gonna argue about that about y'all. Y'all not gonna jump me tonight. I'm having a good
Not
night.
gonna jump you. I'm just gonna
chilling.
say for you not to even think that was cheating. It's just off a little bit.
But it's sex to break up a happy home. So y'all are pretty much saying the same thing. But what I would say, Darvis, is that like there's even more laws than whatever you think. Like in those times, yeah, you can stone, but there's even laws that says, hey, if you come into my household, I can sue you on both sides. There's some cases, and I can get millions of
you're right.
dollars because you came
And
into
you're right.
my household. So yeah.
And according to law, you are correct, Queen. And I'm not taking that from you. You know what? You got a fucking beautiful mind. And listen, I wish I could send my daughters over there to be raised by you. Word, real talk, Queen. But now, what I was saying is this, right? Adultery, the way it was defined in those days, is not the way we define it now.
But tell us the difference, please.
Okay. If you
Adultery, you're married.
say me and you married. Say me and you married. And I go out there and I deal with somebody else, and that thing causes the problems in our house, we break our house up, that's adultery. All right, now, if somebody, let's say OTK, see me doing something out there and go back and tell you, and whatever he tell you causes us to break up our house home, that's adultery. If I have, well, real talk. Now, if I have sex with somebody out there and I'm supposed to marry her, but I have to make sure I have consent with whoever my wife is. If you're my wife, I mean, you have to agree to that. If I do that outside of that, then that would be considered as adultery.
I think
you get what I mean?
No,
right. All right, but here's where we're having a difference of opinion. Let me ask you this, Darvis. Are you suggesting?
I said that because we brought up a timeline thing.
I get
that. When was that?
I get that. I'm trying to get some clarity. I'm trying to get some clarity. So wait. So Darvis, are you suggesting
one voice?
Man, yeah. Go. I ain't saying that. My bad.
Yeah. Are you suggesting that adultery could be an act that did not involve sex?
You see that Bible?
Yes. Yes.
Can I be next?
Okay. So that act that does not involve sex, you're saying you could get killed for?
Yes. Because you break up something that's sacred.
Okay. Could you give us an example?
If somebody take a covenant, or two people take a covenant under the Most High, if someone was to come from the outside and break that covenant, that's considered as adultery. Excuse me.
Darvis, you crazy.
Okay.
No, I ain't crazy. No. I just studied law.
Can I be next?
Go ahead.
All right, here we go. Bible dictionary.
Everybody else mute up.
Nelson. Bible dictionary. Nelson. Bible dictionary.
Nelson Hebrew?
Yeah, he was.
And it's called Nelson. His name is Nelson? Farmer Queen, listen, I'm not your enemy. I'm about to say something. Please don't jump on me, because if you jump me, all your sisters gonna jump me too. And I'm trying to come in peace. All right. Now I'm gonna say this. Nelson was a Christian.
So what?
And you know what? I ain't gonna say that again. Go ahead, Queen.
Hold on. You don't like
My
Nelson?
bad. No, I don't have an issue with Nelson, because I know who Nelson is. But we're talking about Hebrew laws.
Okay.
Christian laws and Hebrew laws are not quite the same.
You want Strong's? Because I got
you. Queen, I got you. Queen.
Okay, then.
I am not testing your intellect. I'm not testing your source, Queen. I know, but Queen. I'm not your enemy. I'm your brother.
Intercourse with someone other than the husband's wife. Jesus expanded the measurement of adultery to include the cultivation of lust. Whosoever looks of a woman to lust her has already committed adultery with her in his heart. That would be Matthew 5:28.
Queen, I got
You
you.
want me to go in Strong's?
Queen,
Is
there's
that
no
not
need
Hebrew
to.
enough for
Queen,
you?
listen, Queen. If you follow me for 30 seconds, I change your whole mind about all that.
No, you won't.
Give me, all right, cool. All right, follow me right quick, then,
You want
right?
me to get a Masonic Bible for you?
No, it's not that, Queen.
Okay.
Those were Christians.
Oh,
We're
okay. You want
talking
me to
about
get a Masonic
Hebrew
Bible
law.
for you?
I follow me. Right? Jacob put his eye on Rachel and lusted for Rachel.
And
He put
he
himself in
said
self-servitude to get
he was
her.
doing up adultery.
Yeah, so but that was not. He would then never got punished for adultery. That was
Oh,
not adultery in the Hebrew ideology.
let
Remember
me
now,
see what
Hebrews
Strong's
and
said. This
Christians are
is
not
the
the same
Hebrew
people,
Bible.
Queen. Remember now, when Paul went to the Hebrews, he had issues because they
Are
were
you a preacher?
different. Paul said, "Father,
Are you
one second, Queen.
documented?
I'm your Queen. I'm your brother, though.
Are you a
I'm your
documented
brother,
preacher?
Queen. Queen, listen, I'm not your adversary, Queen. I'm your brother. Give me 1 second, right? I'm going. I ain't gonna change your mind, but I'm gonna let you look at it differently. All right, now we're talking about the Bible. We understand the New Testaments were for Christians. The New Testament was never a part of our normal canons.
It sure wasn't.
All right, cool. All right, so now
Oh, you're
those
a
sources,
Canaanite?
Queen, follow me 1 second, right?
Stop. Wait a minute.
Those sources
You're
are
a
Christian
Canaanite?
sources. I'm not
The
knocking Christian
Indians
sources,
don't
Queen.
believe that. The Canaanites were Indians. So now you're a Canaanite? I thought you was a Moor.
Queen. No, I'm your brother. That's who I am.
Canaanites are not my brother because they don't believe in Africans, and I'm an African. So are you sure you're a Canaanite?
You sure you don't believe in Canaan? Canaan was African too, Queen.
No, Canaan was a
No, they were not. No, they were not.
Listen.
Canaanites are
We're not gonna
Palestinians.
argue that. Listen, y'all about to get off my.
No.
You know, I know y'all been waiting. Let's see what's though.
Wait,
Y'all been
hold
waiting.
on. Let's stick on because we're getting different into the Canaanites. So I'm gonna jump in to play devil's advocate. And peace, Jarvis, you. I appreciate the compliment. I maybe get what he's kind of saying because adultery is adultery. That's the sexual act. But when we talk about cheating is different because now people use cheating as you thought about it, you looked at someone the wrong way,
We're not going to use
someone
now.
out or anything.
Sister. We're not going to use now. We're going to use it for what it was.
Oh yeah, from there. But what I would say is, back then it was a sexual act. It was definitely
and that's what it is now.
Act. And
No.
now,
That's
cheating
you
now
talk about
could
during
be
the
like
Christian
I
time,
feel like
but
you
during the Hebrew time, that's not what it was, the
Yes,
Queen.
it was. Yes, it was.
I feel like you hold on, let me finish what I'm saying,
That's
Darvis.
what they was going to throw the rock at Mary
You know,
Madeline for.
hold on, yeah. Well, no, she was what they called a prostitute, a streetwalker. But hold on,
Yeah,
let me
and they
finish
were also
what I was
Christians.
saying. In the present day, people don't just use adultery as cheating. In the
Exactly,
present
Queen. I
day,
got you.
people can say that you're cheating because you looked at someone. They can say you're cheating because how that waitress was talking.
But that's what she just read for adultery. She wait. She literally just read that with adultery, lusting, looking at someone is adultery. So Dulcinea, that would be adultery according to what she just read.
All right, cool. All right, listen. Give me a couple seconds, y'all, please. Now, what I'm saying is this: if you pay attention to the book, you notice that the Christian ideology, the Christian laws were not quite the same as Hebraic laws. That's why all the Christians and the Hebrews bumped heads in those days. Now, according to Hebrew laws, that's not adultery. If you really pay attention to the text, they had most of the people that the progenitors, the people that was out there they spoke about, that's in the canons, most of them had many wives, but were never accused of adultery. We have to understand this.
Can I say
Because
something?
adultery, I give me 1 second, let me get up, please. Now, I'll rest my case. Adultery then, according to the Hebrew laws, were different than the Christian laws. The Christian laws and Hebrew laws are not quite the same. They're similar, but not quite the same. Now, Hebrews, adultery was something different. Now, what David did was considered as adultery because that lady was already married. Now, because what he did broke up that house, that was considered as adultery. He got punished for that. They took the child because he committed adultery. But David had several other wives and several other kids, and was not convicted of adultery for those acts because adultery then was different. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm your brother.
and I agree with that.
I just said, can I say
And I
something?
agree with that. And I agree with that. But we got to understand. I don't know why True has brought up the biblical thing, and when we know that's not real.
Yeah. And see,
Anyway,
we were talking
back
with
to
me.
the
We were
rest of
talking. We
y'all.
talking about
What is
something different.
adultery? What is adultery to y'all?
Okay, can I finish what I want to say? Okay, OTK and Darvis, let me say this. I'm gonna just make it plain and clear. Okay. The only difference between cheating and adultery is the fact that you may be married. Okay. That's the only difference. But cheating is what it is then, and cheating is what it is now. If you a cheat, you a cheat. If you a liar, you a liar. I don't care what the situation is. Whether you married or you're not married, you're still cheating. If you in a relationship with somebody and you're not married and you go sleep with somebody else and that person doesn't know about it, you're cheating. If you're married and you go sleep with somebody else and your wife don't know about it, you're still cheating. I don't know what this is about.
Cool.
The
And I
fact
understand what you said. And Queen, I agree with you.
excuse me if
I
you
agree with you, Queen. But let's follow. Give me
let me
30
finish,
seconds, Queen.
please. I asked you, can I
My bad. I apologize, Queen. But when you finish, can you give me 30 seconds when you finish?
if you lie, you steal. If you steal, you cheat. If you cheat, you deceive. All of it's involved. You deceived me because you lied to me and you cheated on me and you stole everything from my heart, my love, everything, my trust, everything. You just stole it. I mean, you just took it. So I don't know what this is about it being different because it's still the same. You cheated. And the feelings, you still gonna get consequences from the fact that you cheated. Point blank.
And I agree. And I agree with that too, Queen. Now, I agree with that for the fact that we're dealing with ecclesiastical or Christian law now. Now,
Why?
Queen,
It don't even matter. It's still gonna
cool.
be the same. It's
I
still
got you,
gonna
Queen.
be the same. I don't
Now,
even know.
Well,
Queen,
wait,
I
let him
understand what you're
finish.
saying.
Let him finish, Sister
Queen, give me
Freedom. Let
one
him
second,
finish.
Queen. I'm gonna walk. All right, now we're talking about Hebrews. They live by a different culture, a different covenant. Now, Jacob had a child by one sister, had a child by another sister, and had kids by their handmaids also. That was not considered adultery. Explain to me why, then, Queen.
I can tell you why. I could tell you why. Because the Most High ordained him to. And it
So
was
that was not
arranged.
adultery. No,
It
it
was
wasn't arranged.
no, it was
No, it
it
wasn't
was
arranged.
it was
It wasn't
all
arranged.
none
He
of
went
it.
there.
He didn't do it. He didn't do it behind any of their
Jarvis,
backs.
let him finish.
Had he did it behind his wives' backs or behind them women's backs, that's what would have made it adultery.
Exactly.
But
And I
okay,
agree with
all
you.
right, but it's a sexual act. Like what he would have had to done behind their back would have had to been a sexual act. And that's all I'm saying.
Cool. And I
Adultery is
got
a
you.
sexual
And
act, just like
and I
cheating
understand
is
that.
a sexual
What
act.
about Abraham?
What
Okay,
about
so,
Abraham?
all right,
He had the same issue.
Hold
I
on,
know
y'all.
the reason why. Listen, follow me now. Before y'all make me our enemy.
Hold
All I'm
on,
saying is,
Darvis. Hold
all
on,
I'm saying is
Darvis.
this.
Wait 1 second, Darvis. Let Nisha jump in. Nisha, what we're gonna
Oh my
say?
God. Listen, all of this biblical stuff is really irrelevant. This is not where, I mean, really. It's
And
really
I agree with you too,
irrelevant.
Nisha.
Chill,
I agree
chill.
with you
I
too,
mean, we ain't
Queen.
got to talk about, listen, real talk, we ain't talking about the Hebrews or none of that because ain't nobody over here indoctrinated. Really.
Cool, but they brought it up.
No,
That's what I'm saying, Queen.
to that level because
No. Truth brought
wait
that
a
up.
minute.
My
Wait a minute.
bad.
Either one of y'all took it to that level. So he didn't even go as far as you because you gonna take it that far because of what you believe in. So we're done with John and Jacob and Ecclesiastes and the Hebrews. What we've been talking about for the most part is relationships. What we've been talking about is different things, but we're not trying to go. I'm not trying to go there. I'm not trying to hear that.
Right. And
Cool,
what we're
Queen.
talking about, so everyone's
Cool.
clear, we're talking about the sexual act behind someone's back.
And
So
I
I don't
agree.
care if you feel some type of way, if a girl jumped in his DMs and he flirted back or anything. That's not what we're talking about with cheating. I don't care if you consider that cheating. That's not what we're saying is cheating. We're saying cheating is the sexual act done behind a person's back. That's what we're defining as cheating.
Cool.
Now I get
And
it.
Queen,
Adultery, I say the only difference between that and adultery is said to be if you're married, and cheating can be for a girlfriend, boyfriend
and I
situation.
Right. So
and
the
I agree,
whole
Queen.
question was
And
that
I
I
agree.
asked
But see,
Sister
the
Freedom
original
is,
question
hold
is,
on, chill, hold
but
on,
y'all
Dava.
just cut me off. Y'all can never let me finish my thought.
Yeah, because I'm about to bring the
I
question
know.
back up that started this whole
You don't
conversation.
have to. We
My
already know the
question
question. We already know the
was,
question.
when did, oh, what happened?
I said we already know the question. Go ahead, King. Go ahead, do your thing, King.
All right. Nah, because Truist took that shit to the Bible.
Yeah, I didn't
And
do
you,
that.
all right. So, all right. My question was, when was it recognized as us doing this or a woman doing that as called cheating? You said the 90s. You gave your answer.
Exactly.
Sister Freedom said, I don't know. We was going around to try to see what everybody said. Sister said, okay, I know. I told y'all it was in the Bible. Boom. Y'all went off on a whole nother goddamn biblical conversation with that. Hold on.
No,
And nobody
skipped
else
that
get
there
the
though.
answer.
Yeah, True skipped that
Nobody
there.
else get the answer. So
I
what
know,
I'm saying
because
is that's what the
my
question
answer,
that started
and
this
everybody cut me off.
conversation on.
What did
Man, you went on and you answered your question. You said the 90s first, and then you and Truist went on the Bible. But we was trying to find out the overall what they thought of. What year or what time period do y'all say
Exactly.
that it was cheating?
And
So
that's what we
that's
were
all I
talking
was
about, and I
asking
agree.
them.
Okay,
And I
but
agree.
what
Listen,
I
King,
think
I
you're
agree.
confused, so you can
Listen, man, I
clarify on your
agree.
question
I'm
or
not.
into
Listen,
knowledge.
man.
Hold on, Darvis, because we need a clarification. Because
Yeah,
we can look
Darvin
up the
said the 90s.
etymology and know the origin of actual cheating, but aren't we
Right.
just talking about the act of having
No.
sex behind someone's back? Or are we
Listen,
talking about
we was
origin of
talking about
cheating?
cheating at that one point in time. We've been done through with the other
No,
shit.
the
We was
question
talking
was
about
when.
this cheating.
Yeah,
And
but
I
you said
asked that,
what
and
would that
Darvin
consider
said,
as being
damn.
bad?
And Darvin said, damn, that's the most fucking something question that I heard tonight. So I was like, yo, so everybody's saying cheating is bad. If I cheat on you, that's bad. If you cheat on me, that's bad. What I'm saying is, when did that came into our construct that me cheating on you or me being with another girl while I'm with you is bad, or you being with another man while you with me is bad? Darvin said that came in with the 90s. He just threw it out there. At first he said the 90s, and then he went into it farther when Truist was like, yo, I think it came into the play with the Bible.
Well, no,
So
he
now I'm
said it's
asking
from the
y'all, what do
beginning
y'all
of time, and he gave the Bible as an example. But I would say definitely it's from the beginning of time as well. It's not going to be the conception of cheating. When you see the conception of cheating, that's going to be the 14th century, because that's the etymology of the word. You got to look at that. But when we're just talking about going behind someone's back and having a sexual act, then that would be something that was frowned upon from the beginning of time. From
Right.
what
And I
we
agree.
know human beings
That's where I
existed,
was at
no
with it.
one liked that shit.
And I agree.
And see, that's
I
all I
agree.
was asking. That's all I was
And I'm
asking.
not y'all enemy.
I didn't say he was the enemy because that's what
I know, but and the Queen, I feel you, but it feels to me sometimes that if I say something and if I'm not properly, if I don't say it properly, I'm getting jumped on all y'all, and I understand that.
That's
Well,
not
you
true.
know
So I
what?
gotta be careful what I say.
It don't
That's
be
all
that.
it is,
You
Queen.
don't have to be careful with what you say. Me and you always gonna have beef because you my hellacious friend too. Because you told me to shut up, so we always gonna
See,
have.
there you go. Listen, and I
Listen,
went back and watched that video twice too.
I still love you though because you told
And
me.
I love you too, Queen.
Because you told me to shut up. We always gonna fight. We gonna love to hate, and that's
Yeah,
just.
but I got you, Queen. You know what? But I never said shut up to you though. If you go back and listen to that video, Queen, you realize I didn't tell you to shut up, Queen. I wasn't even talking to you.
Let me tell you what I said about you, because I said it in your face. I said you can't argue Hebrew, and I meant that. So that's my thing to you, and you told me to shut up, and that's your thing to me, and so that's just the way we are. So you know what I'm saying, and that's just it, and I can respect that because I still have a respect for you, and I have a respect for your nonsense. But I was a Hebrew at the same time, so it's not nothing bad or negative.
That's what I'm saying, Queen. But I hold myself to a different standard.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You
That's
know,
what I'm
that's
saying.
just the way me and you go back and forth. So it's not a negative or a positive, because just because I'm mad at you today don't mean I'm gonna be mad tomorrow. You get over it when the swelling go down. That's how we rock, right?
Yeah, I feel what you're
I
saying.
want you to know that.
Whole grudging.
And see, listen to Queen. And when that happened that night, right? The next day, I went back and listened to the video, and I realized I wasn't even talking to you, but I still had to apologize because I understand the way it come out, and I do not like for the person to misunderstand me. I try to make sure I'm precise so everybody understand what I'm saying. I understand the things I talk about may be different from what people normally hear, so I realize I got to talk a little slower, make sure I'm a little clearer.
Okay, because
Now,
it did sound like to you too.
yeah, and I understand that, and I don't fault you for feeling like that, Queen. All I was saying is, if you felt like that, I apologize.
I
Matter of fact,
appreciate
I
it.
told your old girl to tell you I apologize also.
I
I'm
appreciate
your
it.
brother.
Because I
I'm your
felt
brother.
everything that you said, and I talked about you like a MF. You know I did.
I felt you probably did. I felt you probably did. Know what I mean,
I really did. But you know, I'm letting you know. But you know, it
yeah,
wasn't.
and I understand what you're saying. And me dealing with my cardinal state, right? Because in my cardinal state, I used to tame lions for a living. And in that state, I'm always combative because that's what I was good at, taming lions. But my higher state, I understand that's not
people.
proper.
Real lions are
So every
people.
now and again, I'm getting caught up inside a debate or misunderstanding or whatever, and I may fall to my cardinal state. And I realize that because I watch me and study myself, and I realize a lot of times I do that, and I fall to my cardinal state, and I say things and go about putting out information in the way I used to do, and I understand it's not really me. And so I apologize if I get in that position. That's why I do not debate. That's all I'm saying, Queen.
Well,
I'm
I
your brother.
appreciate it, but you're gonna be a debater, so don't worry about it. I'm just
No,
giving
that's not what I do, Queen. I'm not. I might build people, but that's not my ambition. My
don't
ambition is to become
Alright.
wise.
So now I got another question. As soon as Darva's finished, I got another
Go ahead.
question. All right. So now, since y'all say that came from the Bible and all that, most of y'all say that started with the era of time. Y'all would say the 90s. So now,
it's crazy.
When
See,
you
there you go,
dealing
throwing me
with,
out there again.
no, I'm just saying you had threw that out there, but with the question,
Yeah, I know, man. You
which
supposed to
was
be my
a good
goddamn
answer.
cousin. Nigga,
Listen,
how you my
I
cousin?
agree
You
with
see
you.
all this pressure on me,
I
and you
agree
put me
with you
right
with
back out
that.
there again. You made sure you put my name up. I was saying that's the 90s.
Hold up. Let me finish. I really agree with you with that. With the
You don't
90s.
agree with me, nigga. They trying to jump me, nigga. You don't see that?
And
These
I
girls are
back y'all
strapped,
off with
nigga.
Darvis earlier. And Truist and look, I agree with you with the 90s situation for real. I seriously think it came in with the 90s too. So now here's my next question. Y'all say it came in, y'all females say it came in with the Bible or in antiquity or whatever like that, or whatever. So now, what about these because all of y'all are Pan-African. What about these African American slaves that came across here that was on these breeding farms that had a
What?
wife?
Oh, no,
And they
breeding
was
farm?
no, not you, Jarvis. I'm not talking to you. I'm
No,
talking
not
to these
you.
females.
You did say breeding
Yeah,
farm,
I'm
though,
talking
right?
to these females real quick, chill.
I mean, you did say breeding farm, though, right? I make sure you said that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah,
All right,
listen,
cool.
I'm gonna repeat the question.
They did that. They were forced to do it.
Hold up. I'm saying though. So was that a form of cheating or no?
No, that's not cheating.
Hold up.
What was the question?
Dulcinea, you be your man at home, but every day you go to work in Master House, he goes and fuck all day.
But he's forced to do it, so there's going to be understanding there. He's not doing it on
He's
his own.
forced to do it when
Just
he can
like
control his destiny. We have free will. He's not forced to do nothing. He can say, I don't want to do this no more.
from
So
the
don't say
narrative
nobody
of
was
what
forced.
we
Once
accept
you
as
say
a
somebody
breeder,
forced, now you in religion.
No, what if you're going by the slave narrative and what we believe the slave narrative to be of a breeder, he would have to either breed or death. So he chose breeding, and no one would consider that to be
Okay
on
then.
this.
So
So you
Let me
have
ask
to
you a
go
question,
by the
Queen.
narrative
all
if
right,
you're going to bring up that
all right.
narrative.
All right, let me ask y'all a question. Can a man have sex or breed if his thing is not hard? What makes his thing
Yes,
hard?
yes, he can be forced
Yes,
into sex.
yes.
He can
Long
not
as he
be
can
No,
hard,
ejaculate.
no.
and he
If
can
your thing ain't hard,
ejaculate.
you ain't never nut.
But that's
Huh?
Excuse
not
my bad. I mean, I didn't say it like that. My bad.
Because a guy can be raped, and there has been guys that are raped like that. It never gets hard. They're raped by a girl that they do not like at all. She just takes it and wiggles and all this other stuff, and he still ejaculates. It's the same thing
Queen,
for a
I'm a
woman. A
man
woman
also.
can be wet and be raped.
All right, cool. But
A
I'm a
man
man,
can't
right? A
start.
man, that does not happen for a man. I understand what y'all saying,
No, it
and it
does. I'm
sounds
telling you
Queen.
that
Queen, I'm a
exact
man.
thing happened.
I'm a
It's
man.
not just
OTK, let me ask
because
you a question.
you're
OTK.
Jarvis. I'm not going against as
Queen,
far as you being like you're a man or not. I'm telling you there is an actual incident of this of a man raped by a woman, never got hard, and ejaculated in her.
well,
That's
let
an
me
actual
say
thing that
that's
has
cool.
happened.
And Queen, listen, you know I love you.
this.
You know I
Darvis.
love your mind.
Darvis. She's right,
But I'm
but
a
wait,
man.
this,
I
Darvis.
ask another man. Cool. Ask another man. Maybe
Well,
another
ask
man.
another
Maybe
man.
I
We
may
a
be different.
woman that
And
done
I
been with men.
apologize. I apologize. And I, Queen, I'm not your enemy. I apologize. I'm a fall back. All I'm saying is ask another man. Maybe they made me different. Maybe I'm different. I don't know.
Okay, let me say
OTK asked the question.
the
Ask
slaves
that.
is.
Ask him. Can that happen?
Okay, well, let me ask you this
No,
question.
I want to ask the question because I can't
Man, you know what? I'm
keep
about to.
being interrupted. Darvis,
Oh Lord.
as far as the slaves is concerned, and OTK, what I'm trying to say to you is this: when they were slaves, they would wait until they can ejaculate again. They would give them time to calm their bodies down. Stay. They just wasn't standing up there all day long just doing this. People, they wait till their bodies get back again, give them a few minutes to get themselves together, and then they would have sex with another person. They ain't just. I mean, because
You see what that say? An erection is not necessary for orgasm or ejaculation.
Yo,
So no,
fuck
they
that.
didn't really
Like,
have
who
time.
don't know that? Like, seriously?
Man, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
You know
know
what?
that. I know that. You didn't
Cool.
bust
You
on
know
us
what?
all.
I'll fall back.
Exactly.
Maybe I'm different. Maybe I'm different. I don't want to be combative.
But you a man.
Yes, and I'm a man. A man's man too. And I done been listen, I do not subscribe to the fact that you can ejaculate without being hard. It's a mind thing. Your mind can make I mean your balls produce this thing they call semen. Without that connection, you will not produce it. Now, if you find your man, and you get your man, and if you put him under the arrest or something like that, and he one of those kind of men that can take that, and maybe it can happen. Me myself, if I'm a fucking slave, I'm in jail, or I'm not thinking about getting hard. That's not on my mind. I'm not thinking about sex. If I don't think about sex, then I would never ejaculate.
Well, I just want to say that I'm using this as a source, but
Yeah,
I know
cool. And
for a
I'm
course,
not taking
I
away from
know
your
from
source,
a
Queen.
first hand, the story I gave is not something I heard. I know a guy that was raped. He was raped by a woman that he was not sexually attracted to. He was not hard. He ejaculated. So yeah,
Queen,
and he
and
told
I
me the
understand what
whole
you're saying. I don't have listen, I'm a man. I do not judging by this. I don't I'm a man. I've been around a long time. I'm 48 years old. I've been around here for a long time. I done did some things and I done seen some things.
But
Now,
apparently you've never been
all I'm
raped.
saying is, Queen, if that
You
man
haven't
do
been
that
raped.
and it happened to him and it happened like that, and I can't take nothing from him. Now, a lot of us, on the other hand, a lot of us got a habit of taking the victim role and running with that because the old lady done found out. And you know, yeah, I'm raped. So but maybe if this nigga nutted, then even hard.
No, it wasn't like, oh, it wasn't my man or nothing like that or
I'm not
anything. It
saying
was
it's your
someone
man. I
telling
understand
me,
what you're saying. Yeah, I
it was
understand what I'm saying.
someone I used to work with victims. And what would
Cool.
happen is there's a small amount of men that will even admit that they're victims, but we would have a few men that came in and tell their stories. And this is a man that told her story. It wasn't to his girl or
Cool.
anything, it was to a group. that was for this specifically.
Cool. And listen, I do not want to take that away from a man's story or his pain or his problems. All right. So I'm not saying that it didn't happen to him.
For it too, though,
All right.
I remember years ago seeing something about a woman going to jail for raping a man. She had a knife to her throat and everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and I think because you're a man's man, and the way you're saying that, you think, oh, that would be sexy or anything like that. But you got to understand as well, when these women are raping little boys, they ejaculate too, and they don't have to be hard. Sometimes, yeah, they can get hard because she makes them hard or anything. But not all these little boys are hard, especially when their aunts are raping them. Old women that they're not even attracted to at all are raping them. They don't get hard.
Can I say something really fast?
Like I said, like you said earlier, and I agree with that. I was never raped. I'd have been in some situations, but I was never raped. So I cannot speak for somebody what happened to. So I apologize if you may think that I'm saying that. That wasn't only to speak for me. That's it.
And we appreciate all of BCU in the building. Peace, Chickasaw, King Mall, and all of you guys that came over from Top Cats.
So you don't have to be raped in order to ejaculate on soft. You ever heard of cocaine?
What?
Okay.
And dope. That part too. Dope too.
Ever heard of what?
So cocaine. So whatever kind of form you want it in, you could. A man could be around a woman that he want to be around. It can't get hard because of the drugs. But if she got her mouth long enough, he could get off. So I don't understand how you don't know that.
But I don't fuck with cocaine. I never did. But
I'm just
I
saying.
understand what you're saying. Yeah, Queen. Like I said, I'm not saying it cannot happen. All right, I'm your brother. I am not saying it can't happen. All I'm saying is I've never seen it happen. It can't. All I can speak for is me, the way my body works, and I understand that I can't speak the way for the OTK body may do that. Whoever body I told may do that, and I'm not saying it's impossible. All I'm saying is my body don't work like that, and
we got you. Your body don't.
Cool.
Yeah, and I think that is different for different people or anything. Like there's women that can't have an orgasm be from playing with their clit or something, and y'all would think that it's all women, but all people's bodies are different, so there's different things. But I would say, even I know different times when people was young and they were hunching. I think there was times where guys didn't even get hard before they came because they were just hunching. They were with the girl that they liked. She just got on top. She didn't even get all the hunching, and he's already coming. So I think a bunch of people without getting to the direction.
Second, man.
I hear you.
All we saying is you saying that you need. Damn. I'm just saying. I hope you don't. Yeah. Well.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I guess it's not a bad thing that it's.
Hey man, I don't like to say, man. I don't believe it, but if y'all say so, if somebody told y'all so, you cool. I don't believe it. I don't believe none of that shit though. But if it's true, then I can't say it's not true. I'm saying I don't believe that.
She had a nice
brother,
and
I'm your brother. I do not want y'all to jump me. I'm here in peace. I know how y'all do.
But I will say this too, is that your body is natural and functions. So you can say it's your mind type of thing, but it's not your mind. You can have, like, because we're talking about, I guess, the breeding situation, but even taking it off the breeding situation, you can have someone that you don't really like that. And if she starts licking on it, you are gonna your body's gonna be aroused.
Yeah,
sometimes you can think past it, but your body's gonna get the erection. So it doesn't mean you wanted it to get the erection.
But you will still get the
that's why I
erection.
use a woman getting moist, because there are women that get raped and they're wet, and then the guy will be like, well, she was wet, it wasn't rape. No, that is bodily function. She was still raped. It was involuntary. You can't say because my body is going to react to it how it reacts that I'm not raped if it's involuntary. So it's still involuntary. And I guess to your question, OTK, as long as it's involuntary, it's not cheating. Cheating is a voluntary act that you're doing behind your woman or man's back.
And peace of the queen of her answer.
Is there any more questions?
As my answer, nigga, that shit is impossible, but that's just my answer.
Facts, Chickasaw, King Mall. Maybe you on your way
God
and
damn,
it
I
didn't make
stepped
it.
away for a second. And I came back. Dulcinea, what you say about me?
I said, to you as far as the breeding thing, that it's not cheating because it's an involuntary act, so it doesn't matter how your body reacts to it. It'll be only cheating if you sincerely did it behind your girlfriend or boyfriend's or spouse's back. But you
Oh,
had to.
for one, Dulcinea, I never said how I felt. I asked a question to see how
No, I
y'all
was
felt.
answering. Yeah, I was answering it to
Right,
be
right,
like
and I
how
respect
our
y'all
minds
answer. Right. Now I understand what you were saying when the first time you said it. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But I was just making a side joke because you was like, yeah, they had time to relax and recuperate. But I'm showing you that shit. Them boy could have did it on the soft and had the bus, so they ain't had time to recuperate. I was just tripping though.
That's exactly what I just
I
said.
said you, so you
What happened,
described the
Nisha?
fact that you can
You say,
have
Nisha?
a.
I said that's exactly what I was saying. They could be on the salt and can't get all the way up, but they could still get one off.
And I agree with you too, Nisha. But you still be on the way there. You won't be a dead. You know what I
No, I
mean?
mean up close and personal. I done seen it.
Cool. And I
when
listen.
someone's you've
And I agree,
been
Queen. I
there,
will. I
you've
will
been
tell you this.
erect,
I could
you
only speak for
have
me, and
it,
that's so I'm not gonna say you lying. It can probably
you've
happen, and I'm
already
not saying it can't.
ejaculated, but then she keeps going and you're on soft and you can still ejaculate more while you're on soft. So
I didn't talk about pre cum
Anticipation.
too, though. Yeah, I do subscribe to a
Anticipation
thing they
and
call pre cum.
anxiousness. Okay, go ahead now.
Y'all
no, it's
subscribe to
not
the.
necessarily pre-cum because what I'm saying is you've already ejaculated, you were erect, but now you're not erect anymore. You're on soft, but if she keeps going, you can still come while you're on soft.
Word.
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 I'm gonna tell you, the way reaction, nervousness, and anticipation, that all together can
Agrees on all that.
cause a reaction. And before you even get all the way together, you be done put him in, and but as soon as he get up, but before he even get all the way together, you be done buzzed. By the time you done let go, now he's just getting right because the anticipation and the anxiousness.
Cool. Let me ask you a question, man.
I know people who told me, I never seen it but they told me they done literally think about something and it caused them to do that. And I seriously think if a person got enough control over their body and got enough mind control and in tune with themselves, they can make themselves do that without any interaction. He can just think about it and he can do it.
And I agree with that.
Wait, I'm sorry. I gotta ask about what's a fight or flight situation or at the point. When are you trying to fight her? Why are you trying to fight her or fly? What did she do? Keep going. I'm sorry. I just needed to know what's the fight or flight. At what point are you on a fight or flight when you're having sex?
Could y'all
You
just
can try to stay in the game, or you can just bow out. And sometimes it's so easy to bow out. It's like trying to, like you say, you can run a mile normal, but the day you're trying to run 2 miles, and we get about a mile and a half, what I mean, you want to quit. Then something tell you keep on going. I mean, it's something like that for us in sex. We trying to prove some shit. We normally, what I mean, but we still fighting. But it's hard to explain when you ain't a man, dog. When you're a man, you can get to the point where you want to bust, but you try your best not to. I mean, you're trying to do something. I mean, to help out or try to make yourself feel better. So you're trying to fight it through. I mean, you don't want to quite, but sometimes it's so rough where you got to go. Yeah, there's
So
something
it's
called a
the
snappy
flight when
nappy.
you like go and
There's something called
recuperate
snappy
and then
nappy,
come back
and
or
I think
something. What's the flight?
no, it's like you want to goddamn stay in the game, but you're so tempted to just go ahead and get it over with. You know what I mean? See, some people got this thing they call a snappy nappy. That ain't something all females may have, but some females have it. And I'm talking about that shit that made Richie call home and I ain't coming back no more. That kind of shit. You know what Delary said? She knew a girl you can throw her pussy up in the air and turn the sunshine. That shit is really out there. And ladies, hold on to your man. Don't let your man run into that now.
Hold on to
It's
your
out there.
man.
Yes, because
Oh
it's out there.
gosh.
Queen, I'm trying to tell you, some of y'all probably got it.
Ain't about no hold on to you, man. It ain't. I don't know. I don't look at cuffing like that. I mean, if it's not. And then when what she was saying, it wasn't just her sex. It was her whole everything. If you think about it in the movie, it was her sexiness. Like before they even did anything, and they was at the bar.
No, Queen.
It was a
No, no, no,
front. She
no,
was
no,
doing
no,
that.
no, no. I had sex with when I was 15.
But you,
I
but
had
it's
sex with somebody and they never moved.
not.
And I'm talking, listen, Queen, I'm talking, the lady never fucking moved. And we had sex. It's like muscles within her. Word. I gave him a call.
You're just talking about Kegels and stuff, but what we're talking about is kind of a little bit different. Like that's why I was trying to go before the sex stage. It seemed like like if you've ever been in the hunching stage, which I think that's what
Yeah.
Nisha's kind of going into, like when you're at a party, let's say, or something like that, and you see a sexy girl and the girl could be grinding on you and you not get to a hard place, but you come still.
Yeah,
And
I understand what
these
you're saying.
boys
That's
were
called
doing
that
that.
pre-com though. That's like a
Yeah,
pre-com.
that's a pre-cum
Yeah,
is ejaculation as well.
yeah. I agree.
No, but a
Pre-cum
lot of
ejaculation can also get you pregnant.
Yeah.
Fact.
right.
So
And you can make a
ejaculation
meeting too.
is ejaculation.
Oh my God, Darvis. I tell you, Darvis, I don't know what I'm gonna do with you.
Is it a
Why are
baby
you
come out
talking
like
about
3 feet
like a
tall?
snapping turtle? There's these snapping turtles.
It's because a
What?
lot
Hey,
of men haven't
y'all front like y'all know
experienced.
what the fuck I'm talking about. That's
It just that's what doesn't it? It's the Kegels. It's things we could operate our stuff. We could do that. We know how to do that. I mean,
yeah, I
it's
know.
okay. Whoo,
Everybody can't do that though.
they actually can. Some
Yeah,
might
everybody can. They're just not. You
exactly,
know, they
No,
don't
no,
know the
no,
art, and a lot
no.
of people don't. And
exactly.
we'll get into the yoni eggs as well, and when we do
To the
our
what?
they're called yoni eggs. So it's like a crystal egg, the shape of an egg, and it comes in different sizes. So while you're working your Kegel muscles, you start off with a larger egg, and then get smaller, and then get to the tiniest of it, and then you're squeezing it, and you're able to squeeze it and push it out, and all this other stuff, which that influences your Kegel muscles. So what happens is that, especially with having kids or something, people lose the strength of that, and they just need to work that out. It's not something that all women can't do. It's just that they need to work it out.
You got
Damn.
that's the damn, Darvis. Damn.
Bars.
It was that serious? You ain't never had none of that before?
I done ran into that before. I'm gonna try to tell you now. If I got six
It was
kids, nigga.
it was a one time thing. He just said a girl did it to him, and he was like, "Just take the car, okay?" So no, he didn't run into that.
So it sounds
Queen,
like you
listen.
having some
I
lazy.
done ran into Queen. Listen, I done ran into a lot of shit, Queen. I'm 48 years old, and I understand that I call it the snapping nappy, but the way you broke it down just now, I never heard it broke down like that before. So
Mm.
salute. I don't know what the fuck to say. I'm about to go to bed now. But
Yeah, go to bed.
Right. And just know, relax. Don't give out your card just because of the snappy nappy. And now I see why you got your cars busted into and stuff like that, because
I'm
people
married, man.
don't just attack the car for nothing. Now I ain't one to
I don't
attack
attack the car.
anyone's car, but if some girl is attacking your car, you did something, because she knows you love that car and you done broke her heart. Now she gonna break your car.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily always true though.
Is it so? So you've gotten your car vandalized over a rumor that wasn't true?
A few times, yeah.
Okay, so where did they find out said rumor that made them vandalize your car?
My shit been in the yard and got vandalized. Like out of 9 times it got vandalized, 7 times it's been in the yard.
Yeah, I get it where it was, but I'm saying, why did they vandalize the car? Who told them something that was happening that made them
I
do
don't
it?
know who told them, but you know how y'all get sometimes.
No,
We're
I
not gonna.
don't, because
Oh
every
shit! Listen, I
every
don't want to have this
vandalized car
conversation.
I know
Please,
of,
I don't want to have this
the
conversation. I
nigga
know
did
this.
it. He did it. He he did what
But let me
his
ask you a
car was
question.
vandalized
Would
with.
you say
He
all
was
of y'all
caught.
done did that to somebody's car before?
No,
No, but
hell.
I've been with people that did it, and I've helped someone, and he did it. He did why she vandalized the car. So what I want to know is you said you were innocent, but you got your car vandalized anyway. So I want to know, what did she hear? Did she hear a rumor from some girl? What happened where she vandalized your car on such an impulse and you were innocent?
Queen, I'm 48 years old. I've been in a lot of situations. A lot of time I'm not an angel, so sometimes I deserve it.
Yeah,
But it is what it
that's
is.
what
So yeah,
I'm
yeah,
thinking, that
fuck
you're
it.
not an angel,
You're
Yeah,
not.
fuck it.
and something happened and went down. And I'm not an advocate to say that your car should get destroyed for it. I do
Yeah,
I
can you
do
say you
think
been
that
with
it's,
somebody who destroyed somebody's car before?
yeah, I mean, like, well, I've been with
So that
someone
make
that
you
egged
advocate.
someone's car. I've never been with someone that's actually keyed it or anything, but I did have a friend that got cheated on, and she had put a new battery in his car. So she took that battery out and she threw it through his window, but she put it in that hole. But anyways, and paid for it. But and then he cheated. So,
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
all I'm saying is that usually women go for that for a reason, and they have hardcore evidence before they take it to that extreme.
I understand what you're saying, but the evidence don't necessarily be hardcore all the times.
So give me an example of when the
So
evidence wasn't
Dulcinea, why
hardcore.
didn't you tell her to just chill out? Don't give the next girl the shit that you was just screaming that if your man cheat on you, you would not leave. So why didn't you tell her like, yo, don't leave, don't do that?
We were in college. I mean, she told me
Oh,
after
okay,
the
that was when you was
fact.
young.
It's not
Oh,
something
okay,
that she did
okay,
to her
okay,
husband or
okay.
anything. This is like
See, so
college
now that's what
relationship.
we need to
Yeah.
understand, man. We got to
Right.
understand that different times in life we felt different types of ways.
My shit been
So
broke
when you
like
say that
nine
shit like
times.
that, Dulcinea, that contradicts what
8
you
of them by
said
my wife.
earlier. Like I would, hey, my man cheat on me, I'm gonna give him a chance. But now you just said you was with somebody who was getting cheated on, and they took the battery that they bought and bust somebody's window out.
Oh no, I
So
didn't say I
the
was with her. I said I knew of it. Like she came
you
up,
knew
she
of it,
told me
but the thing is,
afterwards, but I wasn't with her.
Did you
Dulcinea,
tell her to do it?
No,
right. So
I
that's
didn't
why I
tell her to
say,
do
man,
it.
we got to
She
find
did it,
out
and
the
she came
time
back
frame.
and said she said to do that. She did it. I didn't tell her to
Right,
do it.
right.
But there's a whole other time, like, it's a different time. That's why I say it was college. It was like, that time period where you're bringing other girls in, you're having fun, all this other stuff. You think you're being ride or die, and then he did that. So yeah, I've known girls. I know my brother to get all his stuff bleached and everything. No, did I have a chance to tell old girl, no, you shouldn't do that? No, his stuff was already bleached. That's on them.
Yeah, but everybody should done bleach too, man. That's one thing. But the car is something secret, man. A man's car is secret. And
And
y'all
women
shouldn't
know it.
really
That's why
do
I'm
that.
saying that there's usually some kind of evidence she has, whether it be pictures on the phone, she got the screenshots. There's usually some kind of evidence where she like, now I'm taking it to the next level of doing
I'm gonna
this.
trip you out, right? Mo lady, somebody seen me somewhere. It was not true though. but they see me somewhere and told my old lady. My old lady bleached all my motherfucking clothes. Now,
Because she already
the
know
night
it was
before,
true.
follow me though.
That's why she
But the
did that.
night before, we supposed. I mean, night after that, we supposed to meet at her mother's house to have a little dinner. I went to my mom with them same bleach up ass clothes on too,
She
and
already
took pictures.
know it was true.
No, it wasn't true though.
She
She realized
already
it wasn't
know
true,
it was true.
no, she thought it was true, but it wasn't
She
true.
knew it was true.
No, she thought it was true.
Okay.
So your twin was out OTK. You got him getting in trouble. It was you that was in the mall.
What happened?
It was you out and you were mistaken.
I walked off for a minute. I ain't even hear the story. What happened?
Remember that? You probably don't remember. Long time ago, old girl bleached all my shit up, nigga. You been out here. That's what I was talking about just now.
Goose Creek is small. They saw you.
Nah. No, Goose. Hey, listen, man.
Small,
hey, listen, hold up. Chill, hold up. Let me correct Nisha. Every time I come on this platform, Nisha always got to say something about the size of fucking Goose Creek.
I don't care. I wasn't talking to you.
I know you don't care. But
Where you
Goose
from,
Creek
Nisha?
bigger than you think. Quit looking on a map.
I ain't looking.
Quit looking at that shit. On the map, Africa looks small. On the map, every continent looks small. The waterways look small. But I'm telling you, when you get in that ocean, it's a whole nother level.
I'm not talking about the ocean. I'm talking about y'all community.
Right, and there ain't a whole bunch of niggas that look like y'all. Stop lying.
Exactly.
And,
I'm not.
you was out with that girl.
Hold on. How y'all talk about?
What you just say this now, Dulcinea?
Listen, man, y'all can be careful how the fuck y'all talk about our hood now.
I'm about to. What you say, Dulcinea, this now? Ain't a bunch of whole nother what?
There ain't a whole bunch of niggas that look like y'all. Y'all got caught. You was out.
Alright,
She saw you in the
I
car.
heard
She
your
saw
question,
you
Dulcinea.
doing
All right, say no more. What you say now, Nisha?
What I'm saying is that community that y'all living in, okay, it's not that big. So she saw what she saw, and then your old lady did what she did because she already know you to be like that.
Oh. Hey, I don't know what the fuck you call a big community, but I'm gonna try to tell you like this, baby girl.
Oh Lord.
Berkeley County is the biggest county in South Carolina, and Goose Creek is the biggest city in Berkeley County. Do your fucking research again.
Compared to
do your goddamn research again, and we still growing. So do your research again.
Compared to what?
Talking about your African American community, of course it's gonna be small because most of us claim indigenous. We don't claim African American. Once we claim African American, we claim slaves. They don't try that ADOS movement around here. That American descendant of slaves. Oh, let me finish. They try that ADOS movement. You ever heard of that? The ADOS movement?
Yeah.
The African descendants of slavery. They tried that out here. I was a part of that. I was sitting in the background like, hold up. Everybody ain't going to agree with that. That shit got shot down. So you know what they try to change it to? American descendants of slavery. And you know what? Now that shit got shot down. You know why? Because now American stands for anybody that was born in America after a certain time. So that name was applied to everybody that was born in America. So that ADOS 2 times, the African descendants of slaves and the American descendants of slaves got shot down around this motherfucker. You know why? Because we don't roll like that. We ain't never been no slaves. That's what I was saying about
that shit about y'all boys about men being raped and that shit ain't never happened around here, Queen. I'd have been we just indulged in that conversation, but that shit ain't never happened around here.
See, and all y'all's rant right now further lets me know that Darvis did it, and you green lighting like because you going into the baby ADOS, baby Africans. No, Tracy saw you at the mall. Okay, don't play with me.
Ain't no but one mall
You ain't right, Josie. I love you.
And it wasn't
still
even a
mad at
big
me.
mole.
Hey, you still mad at me because I told you about Georgia. It wasn't no Georgia at first, and you mad at me about that.
Boy, stop. I can care less about your Indian fantasy. Okay? I can care less about that shit. I don't care nothing about that. The fact of the matter is Dobbins be cheating.
Why
And
you
his
make me
old
cube
lady
your
know it.
number? Why you make me cube your number when he asks you for your number?
I ain't gonna lie, baby. I don't be cheating, man. I think my old lady know root or some shit, man. Every time I try to leave out the goddamn hood, I get diarrhea.
Her friend knows what you look like. You gotta just stop
I'm
it.
not in
Her friend
denial.
knows
Go
what
ahead,
you
Nisha.
look like.
Go ahead, Nisha. I'm
I'm
listening,
married to
baby.
fucking
Go ahead,
death,
Nisha.
man.
You know, Nisha, you know, I just get hostile. I'm glad y'all love me because y'all know when I talk like that, I'm just talking because I'm passionate, but y'all know I don't mean nothing.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Go ahead,
maybe
Nisha.
one day
Go ahead.
we'll be able to convince Nisha to come to a Top Cats lecture.
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not, see, have I ever been trying to convince y'all from the time I met y'all? Have I ever been trying to convince y'all, or was I just bringing my information to y'all? I never try to convince y'all. Never did that. I ain't never did that. Never. And I told y'all that's an African could be in my bloodline. You know why? Because how the fuck I can't say that shit didn't happen down the line? But I'm not just because it happened down the line don't mean it's in my direct lineage.
That's
it can be down the
Look
line.
at you.
You know what I asked him, boy? What about the flood?
No, we're not going there. Look at
I
you.
know.
OTK, look at you. My black African brother.
You're muted, OTK. We can't hear you. You gotta unmute, OTK.
Nisha, you saying I'm an African, Nisha?
Look at you, sweetie.
Huh?
Yeah.
You see how high these cheekbones is, baby?
You see how high mine is?
Hold up. Don't let the hat fool you. See how curly this shit is? This shit ain't nappy. This curly shit.
That don't have nothing to do with it. Mine
That
ain't
got a lot to do with it. That lets you know what island I came from and where I've been at on my landmass.
No, you just
I ain't
got
gonna lie,
mixed
dog. My shit nappy as fuck.
Son, baby.
You just got mixed
I'm
blood.
from here. I'm from here. Now I might got mixed in my family. I can't control it, but I'm from here, baby.
I ain't gonna lie, the rest of all shit nappy as fuck.
I ain't said that you wasn't from here. What I'm telling you is you still black. You still a nigga at the end of the day. And if you don't claim to be black, then don't use the terminology nigga, because that's our shit. So for all of the ones that don't claim to have no African ancestry, watch your mouth.
But what do nigga got to do with Africa though?
That's what we are. That's how. Come on, now you know how we talk.
Hold up.
I know Queen, but they call them more niggas because they left here and went over there. Not because they came from over there. Because we went over there.
Nyambi and Nisha. Oh, my bad. This mine. Nyambi and Nisha. Let me ask y'all something. So if I can show you stuff that put us all together as in one in South Carolina. Remember now, I'm gonna stay within my state, okay? So if I show you what happened within my state, and if I show you that our peoples got shipped from here to Spain and to Africa, would you start thinking about it and start doing more research?
No.
Hold up. So therefore I'm done. I'm done because you're not open to knowledge. You're not willing to look at my research. Hold up. So what I'm telling you is how you don't know at the time that these people was getting took across there, over there, they could have been breed into other peoples and became those peoples. And you know why they would have been useful? Because they would have also been the ones that showed them who the tribes is and been able to speak their language. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, how we don't know this same bloodline ain't coming through. And another thing, 90% of African Americans went to Brazil. So if 90% of African Americans in the transatlantic slave trade went to Brazil, and mostly the majority of them came through Charleston. So if I can show you that, I show you that most slaves done left out of Charleston that came in. So that right there lets you know. I'm not saying that we don't have it, but the majority of African Americans who y'all calling the African Americans over here will be in Brazil and South America.
Listen, okay, you said what you said,
And
but
that's
that
why
wasn't
all
my
the fucking
point. Wait a
light
minute,
skinned
Darvis.
now.
Wait a minute, Darvis. That wasn't not my point. My point, I don't care about none of that. Okay? The point that I'm making is for y'all to say that you're not African, that you're not, because it's mixtures. We came over here, we was bred over here, and made the numbers go up. Okay, so regardless of the fact, I can look at you and know.
Show me that, Nisha. You got to show me that. You got to show me that.
Maybe
Because I got the
maybe
breeding farms in South Carolina. You got to show me that. You got to show me that. I got the breeding farms, the so-called breeding farms in South Carolina. You got to show me.
People don't
you
move.
Got to show me.
That's not what I
show me that everybody in today. You got to show me the way that they was breeding. That everybody today that looked like you and me is African American.
OTK, this is my point. Why do we have to keep going around on this wheel, this hamster wheel? The bottom line is nobody, especially you, are not a full Indian, period. Not your grandma, not your great grandma are not full Indians 100%.
Okay, are you a full African? Are you a full African 100%?
No, I'm not.
All right, then. So why the fuck you carrying the African name?
Because why do I have to? I got.
Whoa.
Because
Answer
it's
the question.
majority.
I'm telling you. Don't move the football, Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown, don't move the football. We don't move goalposts on Unscrambled Minds. Unscrambled Minds, they females. That female who always grab the football every time the motherfucker go to kick the field goal, that's what Unscrambled Minds do. You grab the football and you moved it. I asked you a simple question.
I'm answering if you let me fucking talk.
Okay,
damn, let me finish it. Chill out, bro. What I'm telling you is that the percentage of the other things in my DNA is not even worth mentioning. And the majority of me is African, so that's what the hell I am. And I'm not going to deny, I don't deny Native American in my blood because it's in there. But that's not the whole part of me. That's not the majority of me.
TK, you want me to show the thing you sent me?
I can trace my family back without the fucking without the DNA test. Excuse me, Nisha. Nisha, I love you. I love you because you take me outside of my thoughts and you sharpen me up, Nisha. I swear to God you do. And I respect you, sister. I don't have to do no DNA test. If I got my peoples them still here that can talk about it, and I saw people that was here, and now once they led me to a point, I can trace it from there, and I kept on going. Now I can go in cemeteries, I can go in obituaries, I can go in all of this and see that my peoples them been here from the time the Lord proprietors came here, and everybody else who was escaping, everything else from Charleston was coming to Goose Street.
I never said y'all.
So what I'm talking about is where I'm from, sis. Everybody around here that was here was not African American. They was already here. Is what I'm telling you.
I'm not disputing that. What you not getting? I'm not disputing that fact. All I'm telling you is you're not 100%, and neither is your mama. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? And you know what? Dealing with statistics, damn, that would mean that we had to interbreed with each other to be 100%.
Exactly.
Right. I know where the fuck you going at with that. But if I breed with somebody from another tribe, would that make me 100%?
It still don't, because you can look.
Hold up. if I breed with another indigenous tribe, would that make my child 100%?
If it was no more, if that's all y'all did throughout the generations. But
no, listen what I said. I interbreeding, Nisha. My tribe, my mama is 100%. You said there's no way I can be 100% because my mama, if my mama 100, there's no way I can be 100. I can only be 50 of my mama, right?
No, that's not.
And 50 of my daddy, right? That's the way chromosomes work. 20.
But I said the mama is not 100% either.
What happened?
That's what I said. I said that your mom is not 100%.
How the fuck can you say that if it wasn't nothing but native tribes around here with my great grandparents? Them.
She's saying that's not true because Africans traveled here and mixed in prior to that.
Hold up, you gotta think. I'm almost 50. So my great grandparents might be in the age of y'all great grandparents. You know, and something like that. Y'all are levels behind me when it comes down to that.
What are you talking about? Me and you the same age.
Okay then. So ain't no way you can't trace your people back to the 1700s.
Who said I couldn't? What are you talking about? I am.
So where did your peoples them come in at on a slave ship in the 1700s? In South Carolina or Georgia? Please tell me. And then you have to tell me when the first slave was brought through here. Through the South, not the North, through the South.
Right, really?
Oh my God, see, y'all be moving all kind of shit like that, and then y'all rely on DNA. So I'm gonna ask you this: can two twins have different DNA?
Of course, my mom is a twin.
Hold up. So two twins can have different DNA if they got the same mama, same daddy?
Yes, my mother is a twin. Because you get different. Let me tell you how. Because you getting different from. Okay, so my mama and her sister look just alike, and my mama took the DNA test. My aunt is gonna take the DNA test, but what the difference is because you getting 25 from your mama and 25. You getting it from your parents, so they don't have to get the same thing from the mother. They can get 13% of differences. It doesn't have to be the same. Their DNA is not going to be exactly alike. Next question.
Okay, so you telling me two twins? Hold up, let me make sure I got the right understanding. So you telling me two twins from the same mom and daddy, when they do their DNA test and they find out from London, Europe, Spain, or Africa, or whatever like this, them shit should not be the same?
The percentages will not be 100% the same.
No. If your shit was 26 and I'm your twin sister, your twin sister, not me, because the brother might be different than a sister. I ain't find out about that. But two twin sisters, you and your sister, if your shit came back 26.8 of Poland, should your sister shit come back 26.8 from Poland?
It's not, because she's.
Why? If y'all came from the same mama and daddy.
Because you're not getting the same percentage from your mama and your daddy.
Pull it up. That's bullshit.
Okay,
that's how you know that test is flawed.
Hey man, peace to the family, man. Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses. Oh man,
no way
I gotta get up in the morning, man. Y'all both
easy. It ain't no way.
Okay, let me go ahead and play it.
This is why we don't use DNA tests to determine our race. Watch this.
Italian, 37.7. Ooh, 36.8. But then we begin growing apart.
There's only 28% Eastern European on this one.
I'm only 24% Eastern European on this one. This one actually says Poland.
Mine doesn't.
Mine does.
What?
Yeah. Look. Poland possible match.
Poland was not detected on mine. It specifically says not detected.
And it gets weirder. Okay, this is hilarious.
Because men don't have that.
Different DNA. Let's make it make sense.
We can't hear
Italian. But then we begin.
Oh, hold on.
Hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
To all of you pan Africans out there, this is why we don't use DNA tests to determine our race. Watch this.
Italian. 37.7.
Ooh, 36.8.
But then we begin growing apart.
There's
I'm
only
only 28% Eastern European on this one. And
I'm only 24%.
Okay, I
And
don't
she
know.
fell out.
She'll be back in.
Hey, Nisha, I love our conversation because at the end of the day, dog, we still gonna hug each other and goddamn and all of that. I swear.
Yeah, that's fact. But you also got to realize that they're not going to have the same DNA down to the 0.000%. It's not 0.1%. It's not going to be the exact same. It's not.
So you guys heard it, right? Like where she said, you know, the friend she didn't have.
Nah, Dulcinea. No, we didn't hear it. It cut off.
I heard it.
But when I was asking her that, she said, yeah, the percentages could be different. So I said, well, okay, that's cool. So now if something show up on mine and something don't show up on yours, it's not a no percentage rate now. Now it's a problem.
How is it a problem?
Okay. Because if something shows up on my DNA test and you're my twin and my brother is my twin and it show up on his as a percentage rate, like you said, the percentages is not going to be the same. I respect that. You said something that I saw. Okay, I saw the percentages weren't the same. But now, when one of these sisters saw something on their DNA test that the other one didn't even have at all, how do we explain that? Now it's no percentages in the rate. So now explain that to me, Nisha.
What I'm telling you is that first of all, you got to understand the difference between fraternal and identical twins. That's different. But still, regardless of what, you also got to think about the percentages that they're getting from their parents. They're not getting the same from each parent. That's the thing. They're not getting the exact same. And then you got to go generation to generation.
I understand that. That's the percentages. So one was 27 and one was 26.8. That's what you explained to me now. So when you told me that, I said, you know what? Nisha know what the hell she talking about because this is already what I done found out. So I left that alone. I wanted you to see the rest of it. So when that shit showed up that one of the sisters was from Poland, the other one said Poland not detected. So how can we be from the same mom and the same daddy and one land mass is detected and one land mass is not? It should be a percentage rate from what you're telling me. Now, if it was 1% to 2% to 1%.
Okay, let me do it again. Hold on. You should have sound this time. Hold on.
Turn it up some so maybe she can understand me what I'm asking. I wouldn't answer no question to be like, ooh.
This is why we don't use DNA tests to determine our race. Watch this.
Italian. 37.7.
Ooh, 36.8.
But then we begin growing apart.
There's
I'm only
only
28% Eastern European on this one. And
I'm only 24% Eastern European on this one. This one actually says Poland.
Mine doesn't.
Mine does.
What?
Yeah. Look. Poland possible match.
Poland was not detected on mine. It specifically says not detected.
And it gets weirder. Okay, this is hilarious. So, because look, French and German. What? Oh, I don't have that. You don't have that at all? No.
Wow, these are identical twins, same mother, same father, but they got different DNA results. Let's make it make sense. To all of you paying.
Okay, so y'all.
And that's all I'm asking, Nisha. Please make that make sense. Now the percentage rate, the 27 to the 26.8, I understand that. But now make it make sense with two identical twins with the same mama, same daddy, have shit showing up on their DNA and the other one doesn't at all.
Back to it again. You're getting different from different parents. So your daddy might get. So you got to understand the daddy might get a different percentage from his mama and his daddy, and it carries on. You're not getting the same percentage. You're not. It's not going to always say the thing. So if
let me stop you before you go too far in. Let me stop you before you go too far in. One chromosome get passed down from the parent to both the kids. So it ain't no way you can say that the daddy been doing this and then the mama been doing it. No. Both of those kids got both of those chromosomes and both of those XY genes from the mama and daddy. You can't say that. They got the same thing. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
No.
One is showing that these people was from here, and the other one is showing that she wasn't even from there.
Because they didn't pick up that much DNA from the other parent. They getting different percentages. I keep saying the same thing.
Whoa. It wasn't no percentage involved. It was somebody saying you're from here and somebody saying you wasn't.
DNA test work. No, that's what you're not understanding. That's not how the test work. It's the percentages. You want me to pull my back up? It's the percentages that shows where you from. So it's a you can't
okay. So when they don't show you a percentage, then what you go off? No or yes? Not found, not detected, right?
Say that again.
When there's no percentages, when there's no 0.01 or 0.02 percentages,
yeah,
you go off not detected.
No, it's
right.
It's
okay, one of them say, "Yo, I'm from here," and the other twin identical sisters say, "Yo, that shit says not detected." But hold up, it gets weirder. This shit says I'm from here and here. No, that shit not even on my DNA. So what I'm telling you is, what chromosome passed down to all the kids?
Okay, so what I got over here, it says that identical twins can pick up genetic mutations in the womb as their cells weave new strands of DNA and then split into more cells. So on the average, pairs of twins have genomes that differ by an average of 5.2 mutations that can occur in early development. And that is Life Science, of the source that I read.
Now you're proving the Bible right now. We gotta watch this. We gotta watch this. Because now this is also kind of proving that the Bible is right, that two different people can come from the same parents and be two different people. We gotta watch what we're saying. So that's why I'm telling y'all, it ain't no goddamn way that you got the same mama, the same daddy, and your shit is showing up this way and my shit is showing up another way. The only way that could happen is if it's a girl and a boy. But with two girls that only carry the woman chromosome, they ain't tracing their daddy. They tracing their mama.
Only carrying the woman chromosome is XY. What are you talking about?
woman, unless a woman knows who her daddy is, she cannot find her daddy, baby
We're
girl.
not
Remember, I
having this
told you that.
conversation again. That's what
Oh
we're
my
not
God.
going to do. We're not
Anyway, with that test right there, don't sit there. With that test right there, they was tracing their mama lineage, right?
No,
They was only tracing like
they
one
were
side.
tracing both sides.
They were tracing both sides because they knew who their daddy was, right?
It's not a paternity test, it's a DNA test.
Yeah, between their mom and dad, so he would search both sides. So I do understand your portion of it because I get it, and I do find it more inaccurate because it should be more of a percentage off base, but you shouldn't see multiple places on one that's not on the other, in my perception. I get what Nisha is saying, like, okay, you're more tapped in because your dad's French and Italian, or your mom is Polish or anything, and someone's leaning more to the mitochondria DNA. Someone's leaning
That's a
more to the
percentage
father.
difference.
But at the end of the day, still, you're sharing the DNA with both parents, so the same DNA going to them should produce similar results when it comes to the places.
No, when my aunt takes her test, then I'll show y'all the results because I already got the results of my mama test, and I'll show y'all the results when my aunt
No,
takes
Nisha, it's not about that. I was just showing that asks a question like, how can two twins from the same mama, same daddy have different DNA? The first thing you say is like, yo, it's just different percentages. That can happen. I say, you know what? Nisha know what she's talking about because one say 27, the other one say 26. One say 26, the other one say 24. So I'm like, yo, Nisha on her shit. But now it's no way in hell that a landmass shall pop up on mine and that landmass don't pop up on yours without a percentage.
because you getting more of the other parent than the other sibling.
No, Nisha. So we shall see a percentage. So I should see both sisters should show that landmass. So if I'm the only one that's showing this hold up, Nisha. If I'm the only one that's showing this landmass on my test, how would my sister know if I don't tell her? Because it's not showing up on her DNA test. That shit ain't showing up.
You want to add something to this conversation?
Ain't showing up at all on her DNA test, Nisha. That's what I'm saying. Now the percentages, I understand that, but now when I find a landmass on my DNA and my twin brother don't find that landmass on his fucking DNA test, something goddamn wrong.
No, but it's in them, right? So don't we know that traits skip generations?
Yeah, I wanted to
try to talking about fucking diseases. You're talking about diseases and hereditary traits.
No,
you're talking about traits. We're not talking about chromosomes. You're talking about traits. You're talking about traits.
Okay. I'll try to answer. Yeah, OTK. I'll try to add some clarity. So, you understand that with identical twins, right? They can even have, well, they do have different fingerprints. Like identical twins don't even share fingerprints. And it's for the same reason that
you're talking about body, you're not talking about blood. You're talking about
but
skin.
But that has to do, you understand fingerprints have to do with your genetic material, right? You understand that, right? So yes, when it comes to your genes, the reason why identical twins will have differences like this is because to get an identical twin in the first place, it starts with a fertilized egg that was split. And once the split takes place inside of the womb,
I gotta say the twins. I gotta say the twins. Twins run in my family.
Hold on, hold on, brother. Hold on. So there's different kinds of twins. Like she said, there's fraternal twins and there's identical twins. I don't know which kind of twins you have, but I'm just explaining the identical twins because that's what you pulled up. So in the cases of identical twins, when the split happens in the womb, this is when the genetic variations begin to occur because they're going through different stages of development and formation once that split takes place in the womb. And you brought up the Bible, which was actually a good connection to make, because that shows that that God of the Bible, he's a biologist. He did some evolutionary biology work. Yeah, that the God of the Bible's a scientist. But yeah, so when this takes place, this is how these genes end up changing. It starts in the womb. Now, yes, when these twins come into the world, because of this process, you will find variations in a number of things. And yes, the DNA tests, such as the one they took, first of all, we have to establish, did they take an autosomal test or did they take a mitochondrial test? What kind of...
I think that was the 23andMe ancestral, but I'll run it. I'll run to make sure. I'll make sure.
Yeah, I mean, it could have, if it's autosomal, right? Autosomal is testing the genetic information that both parents give you. It's a blend of both. But if it's mitochondrial, that would be strictly through the mother's lineage, right? But whatever
you said it was testing both, right, Dulcinea? Because I don't want Truth to go. I want Truth to know because he said he didn't see it. But I think they was testing both Dulcinea, mama and daddy.
Okay, so if they were testing both,
they was identical twins and they came from the same mama, same daddy.
So if they were testing both, then that would be a mitochondrial test. I mean, sorry, autosomal, my bad. Autosomal DNA tests are genetic informations that you get from both, right? Now, yes, you would have variations with that amongst even identical twins because of the split that took place in the womb and how the development had changed between both, even though they come from the same fertilized egg. So yes, that's how that ends up happening.
Right. But so Truist, what I'm saying is though, no matter how that separation ends, you get half from mama, half from daddy, right? As far as chromosomes, right? I'm just so I can get to my question and then I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah. So
sorry, I walked away for a second. I had to get something to drink, but from what I see, 23andMe doesn't offer two different tests. They only offer one test, so I would say it's the chromosomal test for both.
Okay. All right. So Truist, I'm gonna ask you a question real quick, Truist, and then I'm gonna let you go in because I want you to build on this. Okay. Let me ask you a question. So you get half and half from mom and daddy, right? I mean, follow me, man. With chromosomes, right? You get half from mama, half from daddy.
So can I answer that real fast?
I'll be say yes or no, and then I'm gonna ask you another question, and then I'm gonna let you go in. And then I'm gonna let you go in.
So OTK, it's not a yes or no, and that's why we're getting confused here. So I just want to really quickly answer it. The answer is yes, but the half you get could be different from the half I get.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
That's what traits come in at. That's what traits come in at. Because you can take more after your daddy or more after your mama. That's what traits come in at. But you still get half from your mama and half from your daddy, right? The daddy only determines the sex, right?
Yes, but the halves are different.
All right. So now I'm gonna get into my other question, then I'm gonna let you build, Truist, because I want you to build on this. Okay, so if you get half and half from your mama and your daddy, that means when you have identical twins from the same mama, same daddy, everything on our test should show up. Whether or not the percentage might be 27, 26. Listen to what I'm saying. The percentage might be a little bit off, but nothing should show up on my DNA that don't show up on your DNA. No landmass. That's my question. Answer that, Truist.
Okay. So first, when we're talking about land masses showing up in your DNA, I know they're naming countries, but what they're really saying is that your DNA it matches or is similar to the people in that region. They're not like literally tying your blood to the land. They're tying your blood to the people in that region. But to answer your question more specifically, when it comes to that, the half you're getting could be absent of something in the half the other person's getting. That's the answer to your question. So in the case of these girls,
so that's inconsistency.
No, it's not, because our halves don't have to be equivalent. That's what I kept trying to say. The answer is yes.
What are identical twins? That means they are.
I already explained. No, but they're not the same. OTK, I was quiet. I'm trying to answer. So no, identical, that's not what that means. You start off from the same fertilized egg. Yes. That's what you get from the mother and the father. Once the egg is fertilized, the father has nothing else to do with it. Because then what happens from there is that fertilized egg splits, and then within the mother's womb, the two split eggs develop separately. And this is how you get the different genetic material. And what each separate piece of that fertilized egg gets could vary. And some of this stuff could be absent in the other one completely. That's what I'm trying to say.
So if you and your twin brother did a DNA test, you found out your blood led to Africa. Your brother found out his blood led to America. What the fuck you gonna say?
It doesn't work like that.
That's what just happened. One said Poland and one didn't say Poland. One said she came from someplace else. Do we need to roll that again?
No, she's
One
saying
said
not that it doesn't happen, like that can't happen. What they're saying is identical twins can have different sequences of DNA and can have totally one has a DNA.
How is that? They got to show me the chemical formula for that shit. They just talking. It ain't no way.
OTK, I'm sorry. I'm about to walk in the house, so I'm gonna hop off. But
OTK, you know, you gonna talk. You know, definitely. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no. I'm about to hop off, but I would love to show you how identical twins, like how the process works when it comes to the splitting and then the development in the womb. Because once you see exactly how that process works, it'll make a little more sense. Because yes, I get it. They start from the same point. They start at the same egg. But once that split happens is where all of these things you're having questions about are explained.
Okay.
So yes, maybe you need to see.
When God said he split two peoples in the womb and made two peoples in the womb and made them separate nations. So now you telling me that's true.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying that yes, it's possible because we see that with identical twins every day. And it's also possible because God is a supernatural entity that could do whatever he wants. If God wants to turn the earth into
I'm not actually going to.
Well, no. OTK, what I'm saying to you is, even if I didn't have the scientific explanation, God can do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Right.
So that's another answer. Yeah, he could do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Whatever he want to do. Whatever he want to do. He got control over everything, so. But
have a good night.
You got to show me. You got to show me. You got to show me.
Maybe on the round table. Maybe on the round table we could talk about it.
This is what I'm asking you. You got to show me how two identical twins cannot have the same DNA all the way down. As far as land mass wise, because that's what DNA, the test show us, the land masses, right?
No,
where our people may have been, where our people may have been, or where our people may have came from.
No,
right?
it's connected to the people.
Right, from where our people came from and where they started at or where they might have been. It doesn't necessarily mean you stayed there or you've been there for a long period of time, but it shows that you've been there. Right, Truist?
So the best way to word it is it traces your blood to people, right? To say that your blood is similar to the people in this area. That's what a DNA test does. So for example, my DNA says my Y chromosome traces to the Akan Ashanti people of Ghana.
So now, are they the Akan and Ashanti people? But I ain't gonna get into that with you, Truist. But we know that those people could have migrated from somewhere else to become the Akan and Ashanti people.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Exactly. All right. See, we on the same page with that. Nisha always got a discretion because I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to ask questions to help us think different. Like, for real, like, this is what some people are thinking. Like, how can two identical twins have different DNA?
But I was
now with the percentages, Nisha said that shit. That's a smart motherfucker now, Truist. She told me, she said, man, the percentages is goddamn different. But they the same all the way down. So I said, well, okay, well, I'll show you this. She said,
yeah, Nisha knows how the process works.
With the percentages, but she said they the same all the way down.
No,
but now when we find something without no percentages, this is what I'm asking. If they had polling on her shit that say fucking 2% and polling on the other sister shit that say 1%, boom, Nisha's still accurate. Nisha's still accurate as a bitch. But now when they say polling and other countries on this one sister shit and none of these show up on her shit, y'all don't tell me that I don't got the right to raise a question and to ask why? This is what I'm saying. I don't have the right to ask why. People call me pseudo and all that because I'm asking why, and I'm asking people who say they know this shit.
Okay, but you're not taking what Truist said nor what I said. So just look it up and read it for yourself. There you go.
Man, listen, y'all it did not explain and y'all did not answer. Nisha, you said that the DNA supposed to be the same all the way down. The percentages will be off.
I didn't say
you
that
said
at all.
You say the percentages will be off, but everything should be the same.
So if something, listen, they're getting different things from their parents. They're getting different things. They're not getting the exact same thing.
I agree.
They're getting some getting more, some getting less.
I agree with that.
Wait a minute. I'm not saying it with the scientific verbiage. I'm just saying it in layman's terms.
I understand you. You can talk to me in the fine and tuned verbiage or whatever like that, or the layman terms. I'm very comprehensive. But I'm just saying though, Nisha, you said that it's differences. And you was talking about the percentages. I agreed with you with that. I'm giving you your props. But you said they should be the same all the way down. Only the percentages will be off.
I don't speak in absolute. So that's not what I said.
Hold up. My question was, can two identical twins have different DNA? You said no. The only difference will be is the percentages. That's what you said. And I said, you know what? Nisha is correct. But now let me show Nisha some other shit. Now explain this to me. You explain the percentages to me. I understand that. True is just explain the percentages to me. But still, ain't none of y'all explain to me how I'm showing up something on my shit and my identical twin don't have that at all. Now we're not dealing with no percentages because it's something and then it's nothing. In order to deal with percentages, you got to have something and something.
But
That's what I'm
they
saying.
never said that it was the percentages alone. What their whole premise is that identical twins don't have the same DNA. They develop a different DNA from, and Truist was saying from in the room, but Nisha was always saying no, they don't have 100% the same DNA. It's different. And then she did say that's why you'll see the differences and you're seeing them in the percentage. But she's saying that same thing is why you can see a place on one and a place not on the other. Their DNA is not the same.
Yeah, but that don't got no. When she said that she didn't know nothing about that article that you pulled up, or no, none of that. She didn't know nothing about the two identical twins and two different landmass. I tried to ask her about that. Like, yo, can two identical twins, if all right, she said the percentages. I agreed with that. So now I went into the second half of it. When you're dealing with one that has a landmass and one that doesn't have a landmass, how can you do percentages? Okay. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're saying there's missing DNA from one to the other. So there's a whole different DNA that someone's gonna have, or one identical twin can have, and not like what I think what Truist was saying is like the dad portion. Say someone got a sequence from the dad, and the other one doesn't have that sequence. Now, that having that sequence from the dad gives her French and what gives her friends, and then her
the Bible true.
Not having that
the Bible true.
That if
with Jacob and Esau, the story about Jacob and Esau is true then.
Well, yeah, people say that as far as it be, and DNA can be done as far as having different DNA of twins. But I'm with you. I totally don't, because for me, you have to actually go in, show me the Genome Project, show me how much participation they have from these places, and all that kind of stuff to make it accurate.
Right. So that's all I was doing. Asking.
I definitely
understand. He's going to
understand.
show me something.
But how
he's
they
going to show us.
is that the DNA doesn't have the same. DNA is not the same within identical twins.
Bet. True say he's gonna show me. He probably was on his phone, probably just getting off work. So he said he's gonna show me that whole chemical breakdown about that. You know what I mean? So that's who I come to when I have these kind of questions, these questions. So I was just throwing that question out there, like, yo, what do y'all think about this? I didn't know me and Nisha was gonna get into this, but it's all good. I love the war with my sister, because at the end of the day, I'm gonna fucking put my back to her front and I'm gonna protect her. Good word. I'm the only one that can get down with her like that.
Facts. Well, you guys, we're about to go to bed and end this. Thank you for all that rocked out with us all night long.
I'm telling you, oh my gosh, I am so tired. We've been here for 8 hours. After I done did a whole 8 hours.
Peace, Nisha, love you, sis.
Oh, fuck you. Not just playing.
We love you too. Y'all bigger like cousins.
You know I just messing with you. Good night, y'all.
Hey, Nisha, you do look like us with them high ass cheekbones.
Yeah, she gonna say those African cheekbones. I did look up Akon because I was like, does Akon have high cheekbones? And his is pretty high for me, but I don't know. But peace, everyone. Peace and love.
Go and look at when them boys fool Akon and cause them to talk English.
Oh, well, peace and love, everyone. Good night.
Good night, everybody.